TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It's not often that you see a team win a game when they've been out-hit 11-4, but that's exactly what happened last night at Camden Yards in a 3-1 Orioles victory. They pushed 2 runs across against Grayson Rodriguez in his return to Baltimore, but couldn't get anything else off of him as he lasted 7 innings. LA started to make a comeback in the 8th, but a Tyler O'Neill pinch hit homer kept them at an arm's length and helped Yennier Cano close things out. Here's Craig Albernaz after the much-needed win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. The game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. We still have to go out and play. And the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play. And our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, keeping the main thing the main thing.
The series will continue this evening with a lefty pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Reed Detmers. Pre-game coverage on The Fan begins at 5:30 with Baltimore baseball tonight. First pitch a little after 6:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Orioles fell to the Jays last night 2-1, with Baltimore failing to take advantage of some golden opportunities to stuff Toronto into a locker. The O's went 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, leaving 7 on base. And the bottom of the 8th was the best example of the O's futility.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out with the Ravens. 1 winning drive. Training camp, second weekend. We're 10 days away from the preseason opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. By the way, anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send request to the Window Nation. Text line is 410-583-1057. But joining us now, talk some NFL. As we said, the Hall of Fame games tomorrow. Carson Beck going to get the start for the Cardinals, it looks like. We'll talk about the AFC North as well from CBSSports.com. So welcome back to the show, Brian Diardo. Brian, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Well, I was feeling really good until I just shanked my tee shot on 7. But other than that, we're doing okay. We'll just have to rally here. But, I will say when Zay Flowers got that extension, I was at Steelers training camp, and that was the talk of Steelers camp for the next 20 minutes or so about that contract.
Yeah. By the way, improvise and adapt, as Clint Eastwood said in Heartbreak Ridge, and you'll be right out there on the links for sure. But Zay got paid, and he got paid handsomely. Puts him in the top 5, I believe, in annual salary, which will change because he makes right now as much as Justin Jefferson does. But you look at the lineage and the history of Ravens wide receivers, and with all due respect to everyone else, especially first rounders, is it safe to say already? It's 23 years in, he's already the best Ravens homegrown developed receiver in the history of the franchise.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Quadri Ishmael, Zay Flowers is better than. Was he a homegrown Raven, or did you acquire him somewhere else way back in the day?
He was with Minnesota, I believe, before he came to Baltimore.
That right there, though, what a great question. Like, is he the best homegrown Ravens receiver ever? You're the professional. I'm going to go ahead and side with you. Quadri was my shot, the missile, not the rocket, but obviously he didn't start there. I would go ahead and say yes to that. And he really is a dynamic player. And I know that he may not put up like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase numbers, and you guys would know better than me. He's dynamic, he's versatile, and he's reliable. He kind of is like the complete package. He's like that I don't know, an Audi. Like, it might not be a Mercedes or more of a flashier luxury car, but it's a luxury car nonetheless, and it's one you'd like to get. And as far as the contract, as you said, top 5 receiver, maybe you're paying more, but it's all about the value and what he brings to the team. And I think he brings a lot to the Ravens, and I wouldn't bulk at all at that contract if I was a Ravens fan. I'd be happy that you have him locked up. And like you said, homegrown Raven receiver, the best ever, and you're going to keep him for the long term.
Now, with the Ravens receiving group, we know Bateman, Brian's coming off a down year based on expectations because in 24, he had kind of a bust-out season. Jacoby Lanes looked really good, draft pick out of USC. Surratt's had his moments. But Eric DeCosta said, the Ravens aren't really into bringing in a veteran receiver business. Is that going to be the right play? Where so far, everything appears to be cruising along nicely for Eric and Jesse Minter and Declan Doyle here.
And I think you're right on that. And I think Eric DeCosta is right. And again, you guys see it when you go to camp. I saw it when I was at Steelers camp. The more players you have out there, you can only get so many reps, right? And so if you trust your young receivers, and they have depth like you alluded to, if you like the depth and you like the trajectory of your young guys, do not bring in an older one. Because I'm even seeing it at Steelers camp. Like I said, Jeremy Bernard, who everybody's already penciling as the number 3, got very little reps. The 2 practices I was at with the Steelers won. So he's the first to tell you, don't bring in a veteran because he's going to take away from my reps. So yeah, if they're trusting the young guys and they like the upward trajectory, I agree. I would also not go into that market. And let's be honest, guys, there aren't a lot of great free agents out there to get at this point. I mean, I'm rattling my brain right now. There's the former Chargers receiver, Keenan Allen. I think he's still out there, but yeah, I mean, but there's got to be existential reasons why he's not signed. He's still a good player. I don't know if it's attitude or if it's his financial demands or both, but there really isn't a lot of other guys outside of him that I would go get at this point.
Yeah, Diggs is still out there and, kind of local down there at the University of Maryland. But Brian Diardo is joining us, CBSSports.com. You referenced the Steelers will stay in the North. They brought in Michael Pittman Jr. in the offseason to pair up with Metcalf, and you mentioned Bernard. But the guy throwing the football, how's he look so far? Aaron Rodgers, who made it clear that this is going to be it. Stick a fork in him. He's done after 2026. I guess we'll believe him when he says it. But how has Aaron Rodgers looked reuniting with Mike McCarthy so far out at training camp?
What's what you said about Pittman? They're not throwing in the bowl. I think he got one more target than I did during yesterday's practice, and it was a miscommunication with him and Rodgers. It was like a fade in the end zone, and I think Pittman zigged out when I think Rodgers wanted him to zag in. So, yeah, I mean, he's out there kind of by himself on the outside, and I would say right now the pecking order of Rodgers' targets clearly right now is DK Metcalf. Then I would say it's Rico Dowdle, and Pat Freiermuth would be a close third. And then Roman Wilson, like I just said, he is taking all of Jeremy Bernard's reps. And we all know young receivers, it takes that position for whatever reason, it takes a long time for guys to adjust to it. So, I would say that right now, I mean, Wilson's got the leg up on him. But let's see what happens when the lights come on and there's real football to be played. Sometimes we know that changes things. But overall, I think Rodgers is looking really good. And I think that there's like a level of vindication with him. I know the McAfee show, he went after Anthony Fauci, pled the fifth. Yeah. And I do think that, his mobility's gone. We all know that. But the offensive line's better. Rico Dowdle, like I just alluded to, he's going to be a big target for him in the passing game. They still have Jalen Warren. But as we all know, it's going to come down to that running game. That running game is going to have to be better. It's got to shoulder more of the load. And I do think that defense is underrated. Patrick Graham, I think he's done a really good job with this defense. And right now, they don't have Jalen Ramsey out there, and they don't have Joey Porter Jr. But, Brandon Nichols, you could probably hear him from Baltimore. He was yapping all day long at practice yesterday. Nick Herbig looks good. So I think this defense, getting away from the Mike Tomlin scheme, they're going to be unpredictable. And I think especially early in the season, their packages are going to surprise people.
Brian, as we talk defenses, let's go to Cincinnati. Now, Shamar Stewart goes down. Unfortunate turn of events for the rookie. Yeah, kind of an unimpressive rookie season, I should say. Second-year player. But they did bring in Boye Mafe, Dexter Lawrence, among others. Has Cincinnati done enough defensively where with the offense expected to be explosive, health permitting, that they can realistically compete? Does this need to be a top 10 defense, or top 15 keeps them very formidable in the AFC this year?
This Cincinnati defense, I think, very similar to the Steelers. I think when it's early in the season and it's got a lot of new pieces, I think that's when they can sneak up on you and do a lot of surprising things. It needs to be a top 15 defense. And I think we all saw that last year. They were historically bad most of 24, and I'd say at least the first half of 25 until maybe very late in the season, they started to kind of figure some things out. But guys, I mean, if they were 20th in the league last year, they're probably a 500 ball club. But if they got, it kind of reminds me again, let's go back to like the 2015 Steelers when they had the Killer Bees. Their defense that year was like 11th in scoring, 28th in passing, but overall, middle of the road defense. They got to the divisional round of the playoffs. And I think more than anything, if they can make some key stops and key moments, get turnovers. That's what, to me, has always kind of been a hallmark of a good Bengal defense. Like, let's go back to 2021, 2022, and they were really good. That was the thing that they had. They were able to get turnovers. I know Logan Wilson against the Ravens. I don't need to remind you guys of what happened in that game. Right. That, to me, is, I think, a thing that Al Golden's really preaching there, is being a ball-hawking defense. And I do think they can do that. I think they can be good enough defensively to be a middle-of-the-road defense, and that should be enough if Joe Burrow stays healthy for them to be competitive.
And finally, Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com. We'll go to Cleveland, where the big question there is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Shedeur Sanders, or is it going to be Deshaun Watson? Watson, last year of his deal, even said, hey, man, if the circumstances are cool, I wouldn't mind staying around. And then Shedeur, I guess, he's got a lot of people supporting him in that locker room. How do you see this playing out for Todd Monken? And if they get, we talked about, Brian, the defense of the Bengals being, average, acceptable. If the Browns get acceptable quarterback play, what does this mean for their chances in the AFC North?
I think. I don't know. I don't want to spend too much of your listeners' time with the Browns, but I will say this. I think you're right, though. I do think that again, new is challenging, especially in the NFL with parity. And I don't want to be an opponent playing them early in the season with all of these unknowns. I really did like the Javon, or the trade. With the Rams to get the new pass rusher. I think that was a really nice move. Jared Verse, I like that. I like that move. And, I like a lot of the receiving weapons that they have for whoever is the starting quarterback. I do like the situation they've put him in. It's a solid offensive line. They have a lot of nice receivers, but it's just so young, guys. I think that's the thing. To me, they're like the 2025 New Orleans Saints. If they can build momentum for the end of the season, I think that's the key for them. 5 or 6 wins. 6 wins for them, I think, would be a really good season. And as you guys know with Todd Monken, I mean, he's a creative offensive guy. He builds his offenses, in my opinion, to tailor the strengths of the guys that he has, not the other way around. I think Deshaun's going to win that battle, I think he's a better quarterback. I don't think he's going to win the battle. I think Shedeur will undoubtedly start at least half of their games this season. I just think with Haslam and the owner, I don't see any way that he is not on that field. But I do think that Watson's at least going to get a chance to start at the start of the season.
He is Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com. Brian, I always appreciate your time. Have fun out on the links, and we'll talk to you as the preseason gets closer and the regular season creeps even closer as well. Coming up, let's see, a little more than a month from kickoff. Crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. Thanks again, guys. Anytime.
You got it, Brian DiArdo, everybody. We'll come back. It's the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night. A couple of things, what happened historically with the Orioles. Well, some good things. In the college football, the coaches poll came out. Maryland didn't get any votes, but who's the top 5?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code QUICK.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. The Final Drive is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home run. So are you ready to play your game? Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor and Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's on at one winning drive with the Ravens as they're on the practice field right now. Corey Bullock, he's back off the non-football injury list, and he is out there practicing today, which is good news. John Jenkins, defensive lineman, he is back at practice. Noah Peoples, Travis Jones, he's on the PUP. Nnamdi Madubuike is still working off to the side, but seems to be moving freely. Question with him is, once we get into the contact phases, how's he going to respond there? As we know, Nnamdi had the neck injury that cost him the vast majority of 2025. And if he's anywhere near the level he was in 23 and even in 24, didn't have the sack totals, but still had a better than average season. It was off to a great start last year. Then the Ravens really just added another significant player to the equation. Also, Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner tweeting this out. Jacoby Lane and another leaping catch in the red zone drill from Lamar Jackson. So Jacoby Lane, as we just talked about with Brian Diardo, one of these young receivers who is really, really making his presence felt out there at One Winning Drive. And we'll talk more about that with Vinny and later with Kevin Allstriker from USA Today. And the Ravens Wire. College basketball, we're not there yet. Not even at practice yet. It's still August. We're still a couple of months away from that sort of thing beginning. But Maryland's non-conference schedule has been released, and they have an exhibition against West Virginia, October the 18th. November 2nd, Bucknell. They play at Georgetown down in D.C. November 7th. Virginia comes in, reminiscent of Wally Walker versus John Lucas and Ralph Sampson and Buck Williams and all the other games in between. That's coming up November 19th. Alcorn State comes in. Wagner, then Maryland goes out to Vegas where they'll play Tennessee on November the 24th. Then it's either Iowa State, San Diego State, and then to be determined on the 27th. This is during Thanksgiving week. American U, December 2nd. Morgan State, December the 15th. South Carolina, the Gamecocks in Baltimore. That's coming up December the 19th. And then Radford, right before the end of the year, coming up December 29th. Buzz Williams, second year at the helm. Disappointing first season. Underachieving team, as he's admitted. Couldn't really get that right mix rolling. They lost Pharrell Payne, who's now back. Right now, Joe Lunardi's got Maryland first four out. Prior bracketology had him in. So we'll see how it goes. Remember, there was a time last year where the previous team was in the NCAA tournament, and they didn't go anywhere near that sort of level of success. Baseball, we'll talk more about this during the American League East report coming up. 1:15, but George Lombard Jr. homered last night, his first game for the Yankees. He's their big fancy prospect and made a defensive play, too, turned a double play, going into the hole to do it. But his brother, Jacob Lombard, who was a first-round pick this year, and he had been linked to the Orioles to some level, he homers. So the Lombard brothers homer on the same night. So there's some Disney movie feel-good stuff going on there. The Yankees, they did win. Again, we'll get into it. But George Lombard Jr., he's up, possibly to stay. Anthony Volpe, he was sent back to the minors as his dream career. Grew up a Yankee fan, was a Gold Glove winner as a rookie. Things are really going south for him, and kind of a nightmarish situation. And same with the Martian. Dominguez, he's back in the minors too. So two guys who were supposed to be blockbuster pieces for New York as they continue to maintain some sort of advantage on top of the AL East or near it. Not really part of the equation right now. College football coaches poll came out yesterday. Ohio State's number 1, Oregon 2, Georgia's 3, Texas is 4, Notre Dame 5. Indiana, defending national champions, they're 6. So that's 3 of the top 6 in the Big Ten. And forgive me, it still takes a minute to get the brain fire in. Remember that Oregon's in the Big Ten. Just like UCLA and USC, but they are. Miami 7, those two teams, Indiana and Miami, play for the championship. Texas A&M coming in at 8. Oklahoma is 9. Ole Miss is 10. Remember Lane Kiffin, he bounced after the season to go to LSU. LSU, by the way, they're ranked number 13 in the coaches poll. So a little interesting scenario to keep an eye on in the SEC this year. NFL news, Jalen Walker, second-year pass rusher for Atlanta, out for the year, tore his ACL yesterday in practice. Setback for them because their other rookie stud, James Pierce Jr., he was arrested in the offseason, so his status for the upcoming year remains in doubt, and that's probably an understatement. But tough news for Atlanta as they signed Bijan Robinson, they re-signed Drake London, Kyle Pitts coming off a bust-out year. They brought in Stefanski, they brought in Tua. I don't know how that'll play out for them. Penix is still trying to come back from another knee injury, but defensively, Stefanski's got some problemos working, especially at the pass rush situation there. It's the whip around here on this Woman Crush Wednesday, this day in Orioles history. Today is August the 5th, about 1996 in Cleveland. Bobby Bonilla, Chris Hoyles, both went deep. Robbie Alomar, Jeffrey Hammonds had 4 hits apiece and drove in some runs as David Wells got the win. 13-10. The Orioles outslugged the Cleveland Indians, as they were called at the time. That was an Oriole team, for all you younger listeners out there, 30 years ago, that season set the Major League record for home runs by a team in a single year, which I think Seattle may have broken the next season with A-Rod and Buhner and certainly Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr. But the Orioles could hit home runs, and they hit a couple of them on this day against Cleveland. 10 years ago against the White Sox, 7-5 Birds. Pedro Alvarez, he had 2 homers. Manny Machado, 3 for 5, drove in 2. Adam Jones, who was down at Pickles last night, thanks to our friend Jordan Collins with Natty Bo. Jones, he had 3 hits and a ribby. Ivani Gallardo got the win. Zach Britton, his 34th save. And then 3 years ago, the good old days, as we like to say, Oriole Park, Camden Yards against the Mets. Gunnar Henderson and Anthony Santander went deep. Adley Rutschman, our Red Sox, 2 for 5 with a ribby. Kyle Gibson picked up his 11th win of the season as the Orioles beat the New York Mets 7-3. 3 years ago today. When we come back, Tony Pentee, OriolesHangout.com. Talk to him about the new prospect list for Baltimore. How the trades over the Monday, 48 hours ago, supplemented things. Matter of fact, one of the guys the Orioles acquired now has become number 1 according to MLB.com, on the prospect list. So stick around for that. We'll talk to Nolan McGraw. And then we got news from the Nest coming up at noon as we get you ready for the Ravens. We're going to hear from Mike Mickens, Nate Wiggins, Jalen Hawkins. Kind of forget we brought him in, supplements an already strong safety group. Talk to Jalen Hawkins, who, by the way, was in the Super Bowl last year.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Play more, win big, all summer long during Horseshoe Casino's 12th anniversary celebration. Enjoy 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st, then join them on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and call them up Aces.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The shock factor of Monday's deadline still lingers, but at 6:35 last night, it was back to business for the Birds, and they delivered with a 3-1 win over the Angels. Grayson Rodriguez made his return to Camden Yards and seemed to find a new gear against his former team. He gave up just 2 earned runs in 7 innings, but that was the only support needed for Cade Povich, who tossed 6 scoreless with 7 punchouts in his first Major League appearance since May. The roster looks much different than the last time he was here, but he said he's just happy to be a part of the next man up effort.
We're just trying to stay together, stay as one. Guys have to kind of come up when guys go down anyway. So then for me personally, it just felt good to be back after my last outing going out with an injury, and then just kind of working on things with French and down in AAA and just waiting for my turn.
Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Dodgers' acquisition of Tarek Skubal has not immediately placed them in the World Series, contrary to popular belief. He pitched well in a new uniform last night by allowing 2 runs across 6 frames, but in the end, the Cubs still got the last laugh with a 5-1 win. The 4 runs allowed by LA's relievers moves their bullpen ERA to 4.08 on the season. That ranks them 16th in the league. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
From the moment I saw you, I went out on my mind.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan on this Woman Crush Wednesday. If you want to hear favorite female artist or band, send your request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. That's the number you can join us. As well, on the air, Orioles win last night, 3-1 over the Angels. They moved to within a game and a half of the final wild card spot in the American League. Grayson Rodriguez pitched well, and you heard during Nolan's update headlines. Tuned into, put on ESPN.com this morning, and to see the headline, it's Skubal throwing a pitch for the Dodgers. Skubal recorded 6 Ks in his Dodger debut. And, of course, you look right over the top of the picture, Cubs 5. Dodgers won. How about Cubs beat Dodgers in Skubal debut, even though he pitched well enough? And they burying the actual result of the game. But we're not here to talk about the Cubs or the Dodgers or Skubal. We're here to talk about the Orioles trade deadline. Adley's gone. Let's get his opinion. He's with OriolesHangout.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He is OriolesHangout.com's Tony Pentide. Tony, good morning. What's going on? Tony.
Hey, Bob.
What's happening? All right, Adley Rutschman's gone. How does that make you feel? Get right to it. Rip the Band-Aid off, as Alonso said yesterday.
Well, I think that was a great return. Obviously, a lot of fans are upset about losing, a guy who has been known as the face of the franchise for the most part since he was drafted. In 1-1, he was supposed to be the guy that took us to the promised land. And the reality is, the team has never won a single game, a playoff game, while he's been on the team. And they've been losing under 500 for the last 2.5 seasons. So, yes, he's a good player. Yes, it's going to stink to see him in a Red Sox uniform. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see him in the Red Sox or the Yankees. But the return that they got for him, definitely when Elias says they needed to be overwhelmed, they certainly were overwhelmed.
All right, Anthony Ianson goes, according to MLB.com, to the Orioles' top prospect, just like that. And then they added 3 other guys, because we'll throw in the trade with Tampa, bringing our boy Fournette back into the equation. So scout them all. We'll start with Ianson, whose velo ticked up this year. He's really been dominating at Double-A. Let's talk about him and what's the ETA to Baltimore, and is he a 1-1? Is he a middle of the rotation guy? Why is he now the number 1 prospect in our organization?
Yeah, he's a really good arm. He's just been dominating since being in the minor leagues this year. We were talking about Jirwa and Caden Hunter as being the 2 guys that really started their career off strong, and Ianson is right there with them. And the stuff is fantastic. He's throwing 95 to 98. It's got good breaking stuff. He's showing some change. He's just been really dominating hitters. Obviously the command at times will waver, and just like any young prospect, you're going to see that. But ultimately, he's been doing fantastic. For me, he's probably 1-1 for me now. It's pretty close. I'll tell you, right now, the Orioles, between them, Jirwa, and Hunter, you got 3 guys that can be number 2, number 3 pitchers, and I'm not saying that they don't even have a tour upside, but I think that has to be proven at the major league level. So that's 3 really good arms. So Ianson was a great pickup. He was the guy when I first heard Boston was in consideration for Rutschman. That's the first guy I said, boy, I hope they get Ianson. And the fact they got him and then still got the 2 other guys, Witherspoon and
Azekar.
There you go. I blanked on him already. That's a pretty darn strong get for one guy that you get a year and 2 months of, and he's on the IL right now.
Now, we'll start with the Andy Azekar because, I'm talking about it on the air. You talk about it, OriolsHangout.com. Lack of right-handed bats, at least those that are close to being major league ready. He is not. He's only 19 years old, but he's really kind of exploded onto the scene, international signing bonus kind of guy. What are the tools, the tool set for him? Is he a 5-toolsy guy? Is there a 4 out of 5? Where does he rate among, what's he going to be known for once he eventually makes it up to Baltimore?
Yeah, he's definitely considered a 5-tool talent when you look at the reports I've read up on him, and when you look at the stats and you look at other things, and he's definitely the guy that has incredible upside. The only, and it's not really a downside, but the only thing that you could look at his game right now and have some questions about is a little bit high on the chase. And you see a lot of hitters with that had a big power jump, and that's what he did. I mean, this is a guy that last year was in the Florida Coast League, and now he's all the way, working up in high A and putting up numbers better than our college guys did at 19 years old. So the numbers are there, the power's there. He can throw a little bit. He's probably a corner outfielder more than a center fielder, but everything points that this guy has tremendous upside. He's got all-star upside. So this is not a fourth outfielder. This is not a guy that you're going, well, he's failed a couple times and they're hoping to re-find it. This is a guy that really took a big jump this year, and Oriole fans should be really excited to have him added into the system. I know for me, I haven't put out my official rankings with the new guys. I'll do that next Monday. When I update the power rankings, but for me, he's already a top 5 prospect in the organization.
Tony Panti, OriolsHangout.com, joining us here on the Fan. Bob Haynie with you on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Now, Michael Ferret comes back to the organization. Orioles traded him in the Shane Baz deal in the offseason. He comes for Tyler Wells. So give us a scouting report on Ferret since you got to see him up close and personal in 2025.
Yeah, Ferret is definitely, he's a pitcher. And this was a guy back in, 1970s and 80s. He'd already be pitching in the major leagues because they would just see his ability to pitch. He really doesn't have a plus pitch, though. So when you look at when he got to AAA and you got a chance to look at some of the StatCast data and some of the plus stuff data, none of his pitches really grade out as plus. But what you're going to find with his plus is location plus. So his ability to move the ball around, change speeds. He's just a pitcher. He started off a little slow when he got to AAA, but over his last 5 starts, he started to show the ability to make the adjustments to the better hitters. And I think he'll do that at the major league level. What do I think his upside is? Probably closer to a back-end rotation guy, a 4th, 5th rotation guy. Maybe he could be a number 3 if everything comes together. I'd say it's probably a ceiling. But he's a good arm. I mean, this is a guy that can throw 4 or 5 pitches up there, and yeah, maybe they all don't grade out super when it comes to the plus stuff ratings and the movement and things like this. But when you can locate them and you can adjust them, and you read pitch, you read the swings well. These are all things I think he does well, and I think that's why he's a guy who's really exciting to get back. And I think he's close. He's probably closest to any of the guys that they picked. He's the closest to the major leagues, and it wouldn't even surprise me if he's pitching at some point before the year's out with the Orioles.
All right, Tony, with the trade and with the draft a few weeks back, how much more powerful is the Orioles farm system than it was, say, a month and a half ago?
Yeah, significantly. I mean, when you're looking at it's probably as strong as I've seen it, especially pitching-wise. It's definitely the strongest since I've been doing this for the last 30 years. This is definitely the strongest I've ever seen the pitching prospects. When you look at Ianson, Jirwa, Hunter, who is being criminally underrated by some of the places out there, like MLB Pipeline. I think it still has him like 13th or 14th prospect. And then you add in Witherspoon that just showed up. You had Ferret. I mean, this is a lot of talent before you even get to the other guys we already had in the system, like Herman and Trey Gibson and some of the others that are out there as well that are probably back of the rotation guys, but still solid back of the rotation kind of guys. So And then we saw Povich come up and do what he did last night. So, I mean, the pitching right now is as strong as it's ever been. Credit to Mike Elias for changing his drafting philosophy 2 years ago to go out and get himself some better pitching prospects. And then the trades, bringing in this kind of talent, definitely has improved the organization overall.
All right, let's get to Norfolk. A couple of guys in particular. Creed Willems, getting a lot of people talking about him now that Adley's gone, and Narvaez, who had a decent year offensively, above average in some cases for the Red Sox. 25, not so much this year, and then Pazzo. But what about Creed? We know the stick has shown some potential. Is he a worthy defensive catcher, worthy enough to maybe see him in Baltimore this year?
I mean, I do think that they could bring him up, but they sure as heck don't want to. I mean, when you look at the cast of characters that they've run out there in catcher over the last month since Basayo and Adley have been on the IL, they definitely do not feel like he's ready for some reason. And it's not like he's such a high prospect that you don't want to start his clock or anything like this. And I do think part of it's defensive. I don't think he's a great defensive catcher. I do think he's playable. If Basayo is playable, I think he's playable. So I do think he could fill a niche out there if Basayo spends more time on the IL, and at some point do they want to give him a look over, what Pozo is now the backup. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't, and give him a look, because he's going to at least bring you some pop off the bench, and he can hit right-handed pitching. This year he's hit left-handed pitching as a left-handed hitter. So I do think he's got some pop. I do think he's probably a guy that ends up being a catcher, first base, DH kind of guy on your team, and maybe he could turn into a guy similar to, like, say, Ryan O'Hearn. I think he has that kind of upside with the bat.
And finally, Enrique Bradfield had a couple of knocks last night, drove in a couple of runs, 225 at bats, 258 batting average, 351 on-base percentage. All right, he's not going to hit 40 home runs. We got that, but he can steal you 40 bags. He's a plus defender, as we've been talking about, Tony, since they drafted him 3 years ago. What the hell are we waiting for? Let's make it happen, right? For a weak defensive team. If he's getting on base 35% of the time at the major league level, I find that kind of acceptable. What about you?
Absolutely, if he can do that at the major league level. And I think that's the question. He doesn't hit the ball that hard consistently. The EVs aren't good. They've kind of shown that they can get in on him a little bit at AAA level, and that's why he hasn't put up great numbers. He'll have some good games here and there, but his value is going to be defense and speed, and that is really what he's going to be. I'm a little surprised that they decide to maybe bring him up, but I think they wanted the right-handed outfielder versus just another left-handed outfielder, because Bradfield cannot hit left-handed pitching at all. He's a platoon guy. He gets dominated by lefties. Yes, anybody can improve, but he just looks like a guy that's not going to hit left-handed pitching. And I know there were some people talking about Reed Trimmer as well, but Trimmer's a switch hitter who's very similar to Bradfield. He can't hit can't hit left-handed pitching. So he's really a left-handed hitting bat. So when you looked at, when there's already Cowser out there, Beavers, they wanted to get a right-handed hitting outfielder, and I think that's why you see those guys still in the minor leagues. But I do think, especially with Bradfield, he's going to bring the kind of center field defense we haven't seen here in a long, long time. And if he gets on base, he can be a game changer out there. And even if he's on the bench, he's the kind of guy that can shake up a game late, because when he gets on there, he can steal second and third.
Tony Petit, what's happening at OriolsHangout.com here on this Woman Crush Wednesday?
Well, we evaluated all the trades and all the prospects that we talked about on the site, as well as on the message board. We'll be putting out the power rankings, ranking all the new guys acquired next Monday. And after that, I'm sure we'll have lots of discussion on what everybody thinks about that.
Game and a half out of the wild card, Tony. We can dream, right? Tony Petit, OriolsHangout.com. Always appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
All right, Bob, thanks for having me.
You got it. We'll come back, reset the program for you, talk to Nolan McGraw. We got news from the Nest coming up top of the hour. We're going to talk defensive backfield there, so stick around. We're going to count the midweek money, hopefully at 12:15. And if you want to join us, you can. 410-583-1057 is the number. Mike Elias said the Orioles are playing to get to the postseason this year. Are they good enough to get it done? I say no, but I've been wrong before.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I applaud the audacity of Red Sox general manager Craig Breslow going for it at the trade deadline, trading for Orioles catcher Adley Rutschman. Some will say that Breslow gave up too much to get Rutschman. I say the Red Sox have been awesome, and this is honoring his team's recent performance. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
That's all you ever hear me say. But since you've been gone,
Woman Crush Wednesday. Looks like the sun's trying to peek through here. We might be in business at Pickles Pub tonight for Game 2 of the Orioles and Angels. Birds win the opener 3-1 behind Cade Povich. 2 ribbies from Alonso. Tyler O'Neill with a pinch hit homer, his third of the year. Grayson Rodriguez pitched very well, but got pretty much limited run support. Matter of fact, he got nothing when he was in the game. But Grayson Rodriguez, he was throwing high 90s. He looked like the guy we saw in 2023 in the second half, who helped pitch the Orioles to the American League's Eastern Division Championship. But other big pitching news last night, Nolan McGraw, was the Dodger debut of one Tarek Skubal, who was the big fish in the whole trade market. And the Dodgers did give up a lot to get him from Detroit. But Skubal made his debut at Wrigley Field, and it wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination.
No, he was pretty damn good. Right. Very Skubal-like. Maybe a little light on the pitch count. I think he topped out in the mid-80s. So don't know what as someone who didn't watch every pitch of the game, don't know what went into that, but certainly held up his end of the bargain. The rest of the Dodgers did not. So it does create that funny situation where you mentioned the front page of ESPN this morning, and I'm with you because I didn't watch the game, woke up, how did Skubal do? I'm still got crust in my eyes trying to scrape it out there. I see, Skubal dominates or pitches well. I'm like, here you go. Everyone's going to start salivating over the Dodgers, just hand them the World Series trophy again. But wait a minute, they lost?
Yeah.
All right. Classic ESPN here. And then sure enough, what was the Dodgers' weakness a year ago? Bullpen. They overcame it, still won the World Series. Found a way to make it work. You move some of those excess starters. They can pick up a reliever role. And right now, I will say the Dodgers, that one strength of their team is the starting pitching for sure. I mean, even before they got Skubal, there was guys that were going to be coming back. Ohtani was going to start pitching again. I think you could argue they had enough. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But to me, like, the whole narrative around just handing them the World Series trophy, it's ridiculous. Skubal or no Skubal, I just don't want to hear it. This is the same team that got taken to extra innings of Game 7 in the World Series in their home ballpark. Mm-hmm. There's one pitch away from being a different game, and year prior, Game 5, NLDS, Padres took them the distance, and that was like a 2-0 game there. So, baseball and the way it's set up, the postseason format, is not really conducive to a juggernaut team just ripping through. Even basketball, where you play a series, right, a best of 7, you still see like first round sweep. A dominant team can really get on a run and start sweeping. Baseball, you just don't really see that. And even the Dodgers, as dominant as they've been the last 2 years, they've had glaring weaknesses. 2 years ago, it was the starting pitching, overcame it. Last year was the bullpen. This year, it's the bullpen again. I mean, this last 30 days, their bullpen, bottom 5 in Major League Baseball. ERA for the bullpen over 5. 20th in run production. So maybe this is just a little midseason blip on the radar. You could argue they know how to get it done. When October rolls around, they're better equipped than anybody, not from a talent standpoint, from an experience standpoint. I'll buy into that. But I just think baseball's set up to kind of prevent these juggernauts. You're going to have the juggernaut on paper, but the actual results, it's not a foregone conclusion here.
Because you have many layers to go through to get to the World Series, as opposed to when it was for years and years. You won your league, you went to the World Series, then they came up with the American League East and West, then the 3 divisions, then the wild card. Now you've got the 2 play-in games and all the fun stuff that goes along with that. But, Diaz, he had a rough go of it. One guy pitching out of the bullpen who's been acceptable has been Tanner Scott, former Oriole, who they signed. There was talk, prior to last year that the Orioles might make a move to reunite with Tanner Scott, but he went out to L.A. and had his struggles. He gave off the walk-off home run to Samuel Basallo last year at Oriole Park, Camden Yards. When that magical weekend where the Orioles have back-to-back games in which they hit walk-off homers, but he's been solid enough. Mookie Betts has not had the offensive season that they anticipated. But Pages has turned into a star. Freeman's a future Hall of Famer. Oh, there's still plenty in the tank. Will Smith's been banged up, though. They're Adley Rutschman, if you will, who's an all-star level catcher who's had, some injury woes in the past. But they've built up enough equity in that division where they're still comfortably ahead. But just 2 weeks ago, I believe they were like 14 games up. It's been trimmed to 9 or 10 right now.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone else in the West there really gives them a serious run. I know the Padres ended up right at the buzzer buying a couple pieces, but Arizona, I just don't see it. I mean, and that is a leg up for them, right? Where I said it's going to be a tough task to get through any postseason format. But you win your division and you get out of that wild card spot, that's saves you a lot of trouble. Because a best of 3 series, anything can happen. I don't care. I mean, the Orioles took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers this year. So, right. Hey, I mean, sign me up. I don't know. Maybe we got something here. But I will say this about the Dodgers. A lot of their aggressive moves, offseason, trade deadline, the only negative about some of these that have gone south is in the injury department. They paid for Edwin Diaz, and he's kind of stunk it up, but he missed a lot of time due to injury. I can't really think of a big swing that they've taken that's just put on a Dodgers uniform and looked flat or hasn't performed to the expected trade value. Maybe there's a guy in there.
Tucker.
Yeah, but not even a full year in yet.
Right.
But I'll give you that one for sure.
Because he's the one that got everybody hot and bothered this offseason when he signed that massive deal with L.A. The rich get richer, and he has not played like an all-pro, all-star level guy, but they have enough wherewithal where they can, overcome and make things happen in that way because they got so much depth. And let's not forget, too, not only, Nolan, do they have the big pockets where they can outspend everyone, they always build their farm system up where they have prospects galore to trade away, just like they did in Skubal situation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they got to be one of the best drafting teams because I don't see them ever making moves to sell and recoup. It's always buying. So they must be draft wizards over there, whereas the Rays or even a Brewers organization, they're making moves with forward thinking to recoup assets that way through trades. Surely the Rays are good drafting too, but the point is Dodgers, it's like, man, they spent all these bullets and emptied the clip, and then a year later, one of their, a fringe top 10 farm system. It's like, where are these guys coming from?
And they were always ahead of the curve when it came to cultivating international talent as well. L.A., but, they're still in first place. The Orioles got to within a game and a half of the last wild card. We'll talk about that coming up around 12:30. But coming up next, talk some Ravens out of practice today. No pads on, but they were in the last couple of days. We're going to hear from Jesse Minter, talking about Zay Flowers, contract extension. Going to hear from Nate Wiggins, too, entering his 3rd year in the NFL. And here's a guy that said he had surgery in the offseason. It's as healthy as he's been. And we're going to hear from Jalen Hawkins as well, because on paper, the Ravens arguably have the best secondary in the National Football League.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Coming to Merriweather, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and Zach Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, it's Co-Wetzel on August 20th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Join 105.7 The Fans, The Final Drive, this Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Watershed Restaurant as Tim, Ken, and Femi broadcast live. Watershed Restaurant is a classic Maryland seafood house located in historic Cross Street Market.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles made a flurry of moves ahead of this year's trade deadline, and maybe the most unassuming piece to come back in return has made the fastest impact. Christian Franklin was acquired in a minor league deal with Washington, and he made his MLB debut for the Birds last night in left field. The 26-year-old worked a walk in his first at-bat and eventually came around to score the first run of the night on a Pete Alonso single. Here's Craig Albernaz on the great first impression.
The way he navigated the at-bats wasn't too big for him. He was on the control, did a great job in left field. Left field is not easy to play, especially first game in the big leagues, and he did a great job, especially in that catch against the wall. There's a lot of things to like about Christian, and the clubhouse is really excited for him.
And in some NFL news, the Bears have made a move to protect their young quarterback asset by locking up right tackle Darnell Wright on a 4-year extension. The $116 million deal includes $93 million guaranteed and makes Wright the highest paid right tackle in league history, although Commanders' left tackle Laramie Tunsil still edges him out by a little over $1 million in annual value. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
your home for the best Ravens coverage. It's time for News from the Nest. Sponsored by Window Nation. Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Go with Window Nation and get 50% off all window styles. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
News from the Nest here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens, practicing today. No pads. Declan Doyle talking to the media as we speak about his offense and how things are kind of percolating over the last week plus as they get ready for the Philadelphia Eagles coming up on August the 15th. Then you have the joint practice against the Vikings the week after that, which will be more of an indicator because, starters play in those situations. Then the 26th, you got the Washington Commanders as they'll get it on joint practice style. But, we'll get to those dates when we reach them and talk about how things may or may not look for not only Doyle's offense, but the Ravens in general. One thing we do know, Zay Flowers got paid, and he got himself a nice extension, well-deserved contract extension, places among the highest paid wide receivers in the National Football League. And head coach Jesse Minter met with the media and talked about Zay's abilities and the extension and how they go hand in hand.
I really do. And it's just by how he operates and like the positive energy that he brings. I do think he takes great pride in being a leader in that room and wants that room to be great as a whole and not just him, which you love for your key players. So he just keeps being himself and like letting that naturally happen as he just continues to make plays and become a leader for us. But he's certainly headed in that direction to being one of like just the pillars of this organization.
And then we look at his stats, Nolan. We talked about it yesterday or Monday. 86 catches, 1,200 yards. The 3 fumbles. Turn those 3 fumbles into 3 more touchdowns, which would give him 8 because he had 5 last year. The yak yards acceptable. What more does he need to do statistically for this Ravens offense to be all it can be?
Well, I think naturally the numbers are just going to come up a little bit because of who's around him. Things appear to be a little more thin. Sure, Jacoby Lane's making the highlight reel one-handed catches in training camp. Does that translate? We'll see. Mark Andrews still looks like he's descending. I'll still give him a nod because he's Lamar's preferred target, but so's Zay, and that's my point, right? And the Bateman thing, if it's not there, Lamar's going to move off of him so fast. It'll be by halftime of week 1. He'll already have his mind made up. I'm not throwing to Bateman this year, or I am. It'll be that fast, trust me. It could just naturally lead to the ball coming to Zay way more. And when I look at last year's 1,200 yards, 4 games of that was with Cooper Rush and Tyler Huntley as his quarterback, where the goal wasn't really even to throw that much. So full 17 games with Lamar, is he pushing 1,500 yards last year? So to me, clean up that fumbling issue last year, and we're golden.
You mentioned Jacoby Lane, who's made another spectacular catch today. We'll talk to Vinny about that when he gets here. But Jesse Minter talked about Lane, and you mentioned trust, where Bateman might get cundiffed in the grand scheme of things if Lamar's not feeling him in the connection. But right now, according to Jesse Minter, it looks like Lamar and Jacoby Lane are certainly on the same page right now.
We talked a little bit about yesterday with the guys, just like being able to bounce back and, like a 2nd and long turns into a 3rd and long, and then somebody has to make a play. Just keeping your head down, going to the next play, making a play can change the momentum. And so that was a great play by Jacoby. He's continued to flash and make those type of plays. As anybody, you're always searching for consistency and down after down. But again, talked about it, like the more he shows Lamar that he's making those types of plays, the more trust they build. And that's really what training camp and what practice is all about.
Yeah, Doyle even elaborated more with Lane and spectacular catch abilities, compared him to Michael Thomas when he was in his prime with the New Orleans Saints there. So don't want to jinx this kid, but so far so good. And he had that one snatch hand reputation coming out of USC. The athleticism was there. But I think he's so far exceeding early expectations, because a lot of people thought Surratt might be the guy that makes more of an impact as a young player.
We'll pump the brakes and not proclaim anything off of 2 training camp catches, but there's no negative that came out of that. And I think the point about that trust factor is actually important because this is now in the back of Lamar's head. So when he's out there and they're in the game, and it's the same thing, like I said, with Bateman, the reverse of that. Whatever the disconnect between him and Bateman was, I don't know what led to it, was there multiple years ago, went away for a year and then returned last year. Again, can't really explain it, but he doesn't look his way, even if he's open. So with Elaine, a guy like that, or Surratt, who also had some go up and get it ability, especially if they're in the red zone, I mean, that's who I'm looking for, right? And he doesn't even have to be open, right? If he's in the back corner of the end zone and he's got a guy on him, but that defender's back is to me, well, all right, jump ball, let's go get it. And the Ravens really haven't had a guy like that. Andrews could do it when he was younger, likely could do it, but they haven't had a wide out that could really do it. So this could be a way where, all right, you're not over the moon about these guys because you're going just off of college tape, and the Ravens don't have a track record of young guys coming in and contributing right away if they're not a round one pick at wide receiver. But their skill set could allow them to contribute a little bit quicker than guys we've seen in the past.
And not to nitpick too much about, the first week plus of training camp and staying with wide receiver, not hearing as much about Tez Walker as I thought we would, because we assumed it was Zay, Rashad Bateman, and then Tez. But right now, he's been kind of pushed to the second team by Jacoby Lane. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, just I find it curious that a guy going into his third year and who has 7 catches, 4 of them touchdowns, which is a great ratio, still can't seem to get regular run here right now. And I know DeCosta talked up LeJontay Wester when he was on the Fan a couple weeks back, but yesterday was the first day he even flashed at all.
I mean, the way I look at it, your 2 rookies this year, your carryovers, they're all kind of the same. They're all bunched together, and look, I want these guys to blossom, but the way I look at it is if you get one out of that group that actually turns into something real, that could be a number 3 wideout, or hey, why not a number 2, a fringe number 2 pretty quickly in their career, that's huge for the Ravens. I'm skeptical about them rolling into the season without another veteran addition. Don't give me Chris Moore. It's not a real veteran addition.
No, more.
Might not even make the 53-man roster, if we're being honest. If he's more of a special teams guy and you've already got Wester, I don't see them both making it. So if Moore makes it over Wester, okay, but there's not space for 2. So I would still, Keenan Allen's still available. I think he's attractive. Stephon Diggs thing, if Allen wasn't available, maybe I'd bite on that. But to put all your faith in these rookies, it's a dangerous game.
Sure. And I understand your concerns, and I think I have some of them myself. It's news from the National. I want to see Nate Wiggins make a run at a Pro Bowl this year, entering his 3rd year at Clemson. Nate told the media yesterday because, he's, I guess he was banged up, but after an off-season procedure, Nate's ready to rock and roll health-wise, right?
Sure. I said, I just got surgery a couple months ago, so I'm feeling the best I ever felt. Really seeing how I do, seeing how I feel. I feel great, moving great.
All right, that's great. Let's see it translate into greatness on the field, because with Marlon, we talk about descending players. Marlon Humphrey appears to be that guy, right? And Nate's going to be the next man up to be kind of that ball hawk shutdown corner that Baltimore has had over the years. Awuzie still very much part of the equation. Maybe a couple of the younger guys get it done, but is this a pooper pot, get off the pot kind of year for Nate Wiggins here? Nolan McGraw. I'm not saying he's been a bust. Don't misinterpret that, but we want more. More.
Yeah.
How do you like it?
I don't like that, so to never do that again. Okay. We'll start there. But yeah, I know. I'm just curious about this surgery thing, and this comes from the fact that he said that he's had this lingering issue, even going back to his high school days, that, as he put it, I was operating at 60-70%. I mean, it couldn't have been so bad, if you played your entire college career with it, a couple of years in the NFL with it. But I don't know. Only he knows. So if that helps his mobility, already a pretty quick-footed guy, I'll take it. I don't know how much the tackling can improve with him because of his size and frame, and just that's who he's been his entire career. But there's probably a little bit more to be gained there. Yeah, in general, first-round pick, this is kind of the move year. You want to see them take that next step. If it comes a year later, that's okay, but then you're up against free agency, and it just makes that decision harder. How many guys have we seen over the years with the Ravens? Multiple positions that it takes until that last contract year to really turn it on. And by then, the Ravens are like, well, you kind of played yourself out of here. Would have liked to have gotten this done a year ago.
Sounds like Adley Rutschman a little bit, doesn't it? Anyway, we'll come back. It's Buy or Sell. Talk about the midweek money. Talk about sports subjects of this day. Vinny will be joining us in the 1 o'clock hour. Going to have some NFL lunch. Got the American League East report. A couple of day games, Major League Baseball. Orioles taking on the Angels tonight down at Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. He'll join us at 1:30. Birds win last night, 3-1 behind Cade Povich, and 2 ribbies from Alonso and a home run from O'Neill. Cano gets the save. Trevor Rogers tonight for the Birds of Baltimore. 48 hours ago, we thought he might be an ex-Oriole, but he's on the bump. Birds with the win, moved to within 1.5 games of the last wild card. Does that make you feel any different than you felt 24 hours ago?
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in 1 day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com. Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send a request to the Window Nation guest hotline, and we'll get you covered there. Orioles back in action tonight. Ravens just wrapped up training camp for this Wednesday, the practice today. They'll be back at it tomorrow. Coordinators meeting with the media. Well, that coming your way, so stick around for it. And there's other things happening. Preakness is in the news. We'll get to that as well. But right now, let's count some dough by yourself.
All right. NASDAQ is down today, 144. S&P 500 down about 5. Dow Jones up 416. How about DraftKings down $1.62 for them today? Under Armour, another red day for them, only down 5 cents though. Over to the sports side of things, ESPN, remember those position rankings from about a month ago, generated a lot of buzz, always a good talking point. They assemble that committee of NFL scouts, execs, coaches, and they, pick collectively who's the best at each position. But ESPN doesn't do that for coaches. So why not put a panel of CBS sports experts together here to come up with the best aggregate ranking of the best coaches in football? I'll read them to you here, 1 through 10. Sean McVay in the top spot. Mike McDonald, defending Super Bowl champion. He's number 2. Kyle Shanahan, 3. Andy Reid down at number 4, followed by Sean Payton, 5. Ben Johnson, new guy, he's 6. Jim Harbaugh at 7. Braves at 8. D'Amico Ryans, 9. Matt LaFleur, 10. So Andy Reid, that's the one that jumped out to me on the surface, down at 4, who, has a case to be considered one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
Top 20 all time, top 15 all time. How can he be 4 of his current year, his current era? Well, quote here says, it's a what have you done for me lately sort of business. Reid is coming off a 6-11 season in which Patrick Mahomes and company looked simply ordinary. In truth, the offense has been just okay over the last 3 years. This will be a big year for Reid. The Chiefs are in a semi-reset after losing several top players. Are you buying or selling, Bob, that there are 3 coaches better than Reid today?
Oh, boy. See, that's a tough gig, man. And I know what have you done for me lately. I'm going to sell it. But they were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And they had a down year last year, and Mahomes is back, and we had Jeffrey Chadillo on earlier this week, and he thinks Patrick will be ready for week 1. Still isn't buying them being the powerhouse that they were, say, 8 years ago. But Andy Reid's built up enough equity that one bad year shouldn't cost him 3 spots in the rankings. And I didn't hear John Harbaugh's name mentioned.
Others receiving votes.
There's a guy that got stung by the recency bias because he had been on a nice little run there of a playoff. AFC Championship game, 23, division. All right, whatever. Jim Harbaugh still looking for playoff wins here, right, in the NFL. Yep. Well, with the Chargers, of course.
Mm-hmm. We go over to baseball here. Kevin Gausman, he was traded for the second time in his 14-year career so far. Got that one big payday from Toronto, but couldn't ride out the final months of it with the Jays. Instead, he'll spend it with the Cubs. At 35 years old, he now becomes a free agent again this winter with a much different reputation than he had before he got the big money. How much will this year's kind of shaky results, little up and down roller coaster type of season for him, how much is that going to impact his value? His ERA is over 5.8 since the start of June to give him 4.38 of the total on the year. It had been nearly a full run lower across his previous 4 years in Toronto, though. So, again, we're weighing the entire track record against what have you done for me lately. Buy or sell, Gausman will still be one of the most coveted free agents despite his age and step back.
Yeah, I'll buy it because he's got playoff experience, too. He might not throw as hard as he did when the Orioles drafted him and came up out of the minors, drafted him out of LSU, and he didn't really find himself until he got to San Francisco and then Toronto. I was reading about after he was traded how he outpitched the contract, and he got a ton of money, and he more than lived up to what the Toronto Blue Jays gave him. But with a dearth of pitching, he might not get a 5-year deal. But I could see Kevin Gausman getting a couple years at a pretty hefty price tag and signing with a contender as well. So, yeah, Gausman's still got some juice in the tank and still got some financial benefits coming his way.
How about this in the NFL? Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, we know they go way back to their days in Green Bay. So there's a level of trust there, certainly a deep knowledge of what works best for each other. Well, McCarthy thinks what's best for Rodgers this year is playing in the preseason. Not just one game, but 2, 30 to 40 plays, as Rodgers said, and he has no issue with it. Of course, many coaches shy away from that these days. The threat of injury is just too big, too scary, especially for the quarterback position of any. And regardless of position, though, kind of would be a rare sight to see, a guy over the age of 40 out there with rookies and undrafted guys trying to find their way in the league, and he's been there, done that. But buy or sell, Bob, the risk is not worth the reward here. Rodgers should not suit up in exhibition action.
I'm buying it 100%. I took the McVay, John Harbaugh kind of mentality. All it takes is an O-lineman stepping on your foot. You know what I mean? A blade of grass being out of place. Just something that could lead to catastrophe. Yes, the Chiefs played their starters and other teams have done it as well. But aged player, he'll be playing, like you said. He's not going to be throwing to DK Metcalf, I don't think, a lot in the preseason. So, shut her down. Let's see what old Drew Aller can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the other side of it. And like you said, wide receivers, who's protecting them up front? That would be the bigger thing to me. I don't want third-string guys protecting my most valuable asset or the guy that's the biggest difference between winning and losing.
And he's becoming immobile, as Jared Dubin told us about an hour and a half ago, because he's been at Steelers camps, and Rodgers kind of lugging the piano a little bit here.
I mean, would expect that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He used to be crafty, avoiding trouble and extending plays. He used to be a little more, he's never Lamar, but
he was like a Flacco type of runner.
Yeah.
Long legs, they get going,
Yeah,
it takes a while to build up speed, but
he can get himself out of some tough jams there for sure.
Hey, before we break here, more giveaways today on Vinny and Haynie. I got 2 more tickets for the Maryland State Fair happening starting up later this month into early September. We want to send you there, and if you're caller number 7, we're going to send you there. 410-583-1057. Thank you to the Maryland State Fair for allowing us to do this. We will also have a Bryan Adams giveaway a little bit later in the show.
I think I'm in heaven. Preakness news, pretty significant as well, as announcement was made within the half hour. So we'll share that with you. Orioles taking on the Angels tonight. They moved to within a game and a half of the last wild card. So did the Tigers, by the way. But are you feeling better about your team than you did 24 hours ago? Trevor Rogers on the hill tonight. The Angels aren't that great. They do have a tough pitcher on the mound and Reed Detmers. So are you still holding out hope that this group of Orioles could make a run towards the postseason? And on a scale of 1 to 10, would it be one of the most stunning things you've seen in the history of Orioles baseball? This team making the postseason.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den is everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen. A dead car battery. Bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Are you in the market for a Hyundai? Visit Kevin Brammer at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. He's a deal maker. Get low interest rates, $500 more than CarMax, and Jones for a lifetime. Visit jonesjunction.com today.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 1057 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It's not often that you see a team win a game when they've been out-hit 11-4, but that's exactly what happened last night at Camden Yards in a 3-1 Orioles victory. They pushed 2 runs across against Grayson Rodriguez in his return to Baltimore, but couldn't get anything else off of him as he lasted 7 innings. LA started to make a comeback in the 8th, but a Tyler O'Neill pinch hit homer kept them at an arm's length and helped Yennier Cano close things out. Here's Craig Albernaz after the much-needed win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. The game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing the main thing.
The series will continue this evening with a lefty pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Reed Detmers. Pre-game coverage on The Fan begins at 5:30 with Baltimore baseball tonight. First pitch a little after 6:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
A lot of talk about the future of the Preakness because of the new championship series announcement, Thoroughbred Racing. 6 races, including tracks like Churchill Downs and Belmont Park, among others. And the Preakness and Pimlico is not included in the process here. But news came out today, announced by Westmore, that the Preakness Stakes is not only going to be very much viable, Bob Baffert even said it, legendary trainer, that the Preakness has been around for 150 years and will be around 150 more, and he anticipates that the Triple Crown in its known state will continue to be a thing. But Preakness Stakes 2027 will move to Memorial Day weekend. Usually it's 2 weeks after the Kentucky Derby, which is the first Saturday in May. Since a lot of horses are bypassing the winners of the Derby in recent years, bypassing the Preakness because they want, you know, for safety of the horses. It is a quick turnaround. And I'm not an expert on thoroughbred training or anything of the sort. I'll bet on a horse, won't ride one. But I'll bet on it, and I've been to Pimlico and Laurel many times. But, we have seen trainers, owners say, nah, juice ain't worth the squeeze. We'll rest this 5 weeks and go on to the Belmont Stakes. Well, next year's Preakness will run 22 days after the Kentucky Derby. And it looks like it's going to be run on a Sunday, too, on the 23rd. And I'm reading this story here from Thoroughbred Daily News. The Black-Eyed Susan, which usually would run on a Friday prior to Preakness Saturday, that will now run on the Saturday before the Preakness. NBC, Peacock have all announced a multi-year extension with their partnership here for the Preakness Stakes through 2032. Still kind of kicking the short ones to not be part of that 6-race series, which they will crown a champion thoroughbred. Apparently that's the plan. But the Preakness Stakes will continue on strongly, and a refurbished Pimlico racetrack. So there we go. Governor Wes Moore proudly announcing the Preakness not only staying alive, will move up an extra week, now run on Sunday. And then the Belmont and everything else, I don't want to say it's going to return to normal because it's not. Usually it's 2 weeks on a Saturday. Nolan, you ever been to the Preakness before?
I have not. It's on the bucket list, and I might want to get on that before they take it away from me.
I've never been. Like I said, I've been to Pimlico a bunch of times. It's been a while, I'm not going to lie. And I used to go to Laurel because I don't live that far from Laurel Track. But Preakness was always kind of a Super Bowl-y event, like opening day for Camden Yards. I guess the first day of a Ravens season. 100,000 plus at Pimlico. Famous for the urinal runs. And you could bring your own beer. Led to a lot of mayhem, fist fights, debauchery, colossal mess. That all went away. I mean, when people were running out on the track and literally trying to punch horses, which happened a few years ago because people were kind of banged up, intoxicated, that got curtailed. Then they went to the concert series on the infield. Well, that got backed off a little bit, too. I mean, they were bringing in some heavy hitters for a while there. I think ZZ Top was actually part of that. That kind of kept people away. The younger crowd kind of disappeared, and that might be more of a thoroughbred racing in general dilemma. The younger fans following it. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. Churchill Downs looks crowded all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, how many of those people, all right, the people in the stands with all the fancy get-ups and everything, they're into it, right? Yeah. They're there every year. But the people in the infield, right, they're not diehard horse racing.
They're going to get bombed and hopefully, hook up.
So you'll never lose those people as long as you keep the entertainment value there. Right. But as far as saving horse racing, I mean, I feel like this is almost an extension of saving boxing, where I'm going to ask you here, is it even possible? But you're the only guy
boxing,
I know that's invested.
It's become a niche sport, pretty much. It used to be a mainstream event. I mean, the Preakness and the Derby and the Belmont are still on, regular national TV networks. NBC and I believe Fox has the Belmont. It used to be exclusive to CBS and ABC. It's kind of bounced around, but it's still there and free, air quotes, TV for you to find. Boxing, you need a streaming service to watch fights, even though ESPN's kind of getting itself back into it. I mean, boxing was a big deal. 60s, 70s, 80s, even into the mid-90s. You could see a fight on Wild World of Sports, which doesn't even exist anymore, on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. So boxing has fallen so far off the mainstream. I mean, wrestling gets more coverage, not collegiate wrestling. I'm talking your boys banging each other upside the head with folding chairs. That gets more love than boxing does right now. You could, I could probably name two of the heavyweight champs because Usyk sacrificed the belts, but that's the problem. Everyone knew who the heavyweight champ was. Everyone knew Sugar Ray Leonard was. Everybody knew Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns. Nobody knows anybody anymore. I know Baffert and some of the other trainers in horse racing, some of the jockeys. That's usually how I bet, which is why I always lose, just because I'm familiar with a jockey. It doesn't mean, I'm going to win the race. But thoroughbred racing, they have a lot of people. Boxing has people against it because of the violent nature, right? And it's not really regulated by one governing body. There are 5 different promoters and sanctioning bodies. It's all about the cake. The best fighters don't even fight anymore because of the promoters, and you know what I mean? Fleecing the audience. But there are a lot of people against thoroughbred racing because, the animal cruelty part of things. And people do protest outside of tracks.
Well, you mentioned the top fighters don't fight, but I think, at least to me, and I'll watch the Derby, because it's 2 minutes, whatever. It takes, there's no investment. You turn it on right before it starts, you're over and done with. But not really having the chance to see a Triple Crown because they're backing out of it. To me, that's the thing that needs to change. And I don't know what can be done. I mean, they're tweaking the schedule a little bit here, but it's certainly not going to help the cause of, keeping these the winner of the Derby interested in the Preakness and the Belmont. You know what I mean?
Sure.
We got to get that back. That's where the Belmont, that's all they're hoping on as the third leg, that they're hoping that we actually get something meaningful here. And usually it doesn't even get to the Preakness. So, I mean, they're probably complaining there, like, man, that's hurting our attendance numbers, even though it's a once a year event. Like, I think there's some easier hurdles that I try to get over before I dig deeper.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Triple Crown, there was a 30-plus year gap between Triple Crown Affirmed and American Pharoah. So that was still added to the intrigue because it hadn't been done in so long. And then it was Seattle Slew at 77, Secretariat, of course, 73, and then Affirmed. So you had 3 in a 5-year period. Then you didn't have one for over 30 years. So maybe it's lost its luster because people don't view it. It's still an accomplishment, but maybe the horse trainers and, even the casual fan, outside of betting to win money, maybe they don't give a crap like they used to.
And I mean, I'm trying to remember to earlier this year's events, like, was the gambling pushed from the TV side of things? Might be a little tricky. But, I mean, like NBC and stuff, I mean, they have no shame doing that for the NFL.
They have their little handicapper there.
Okay.
Eddie Olczyk, who we had on before the Belmont.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll get his wagers in, and he'll give you some advice. Now, if you choose to take it, I mean, he's not obligated to pay your debt if you blow the bet. He's just giving you advice. It's informed advice, but nobody's got a gun to your head forcing you to do anything.
Well, that just seems like, and that's always been a gambler's sport, even before it was legal. So I guess the infrastructure's there. But if we're talking about generating interest, like, you could say what you want about it. People have a thing against gambling. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but that is a way to get a younger audience in, or at least invested somewhat in it. And again, you couple that with the fact that it's not a long event. You turn it on right before it starts. You're only investing a few minutes. You pick your horse at random. Because that's I'm not attached to the jockeys. I'm not attached to the horses either. I don't know who they are. I just pick a funny name, So it should be the perfect sport or competition for casuals. But for some reason, it's lacking.
Yeah, and you can literally bet on anything you want on one of these things right now, depending on because I do have a horse racing app on my phone. Not going to pimp them because they're not sponsors, you know what I mean? But I can make a bet right now. There's got to be some trotters running around somewhere in the United States. But the good news is Preakness is sticking around. It's going to move up to 22 days. Now going to run on a Sunday. Black Eyed Susan will run on Saturday. So there you go, coming up on Memorial Day weekend, 2027, with a brand new fancy TV contract with NBC Sports. Got NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock, American League East report at 1:15, and Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, talked to him about training camp. About a weekend, started a week ago today. We're 10 days away from the preseason opener. Jacoby Lane has been one of the pleasant surprises so far of training camp.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
All the New York Yankee fans that are upset about the team's supposed inactivity at the trade deadline need to realize this. The New York Yankees are the best team in the American League, at least on paper. And I'm expecting Aaron Judge to return this year. And if and when Judge does return, the offense is going to rake, The postseason top three in the rotation are ridiculous. David Bednar's a boss at the back end of the bullpen. The Yankees will go to the World Series. I'm Nick Costa.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes at both locations. That's at North Point and in Timonium. It's summer in Baltimore, so enjoy some hot steamed crabs for carryout or in the comfort of their dining room. Either way, Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. So make sure you check out both locations, but stop in when you do. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Guys, it's summer, and if you're still dragging, unmotivated, and running on empty, low testosterone could be why you're not feeling like your old self. LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. With treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. Take the first step this summer. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. That's 410-575-1200.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory. regulatory.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles today taking on the Angels. Oriole Park, Camden Yards, 6:35 first pitch, as you've heard. 5:30, Baltimore baseball tonight. Orioles trying to win the series, make it 2 in a row. They pulled to within a game and a half of the last wild card last night with said win. Grayson Rodriguez pitched really well, best start as an Angel, but wasn't good enough because Cade Povich kept them off the board. Yanier Cano picked up the save. Pete Alonso, 2 ribbies. Tyler O'Neill pinch hit homer, his 3rd of the year. Coming off the bench, providing an insurance run for the Orioles. Rogers still in Baltimore, same with Detmers in L.A., and we'll break that one down more in depth coming up here around 1:15 when we get to the AL East report. Mike Elias said they're playing for the postseason, and that's a step in the right direction. But after tomorrow's game, Orioles hit the road for a long time. Schedule gets a little interesting. Got some first place, second place teams on the docket. Where will they be 3 weeks from now? That is going to be fun to follow. Every time we stick a fork in them, they pull the fork out and say, we're not done yet. But we'll keep following along because the power of the team's been lessened just a little bit over the last couple of days. But as we head into NFL lunch coming up, top of the hour, Jalen Hawkins. He was signed as a free agent in the offseason. Last year with New England, played in a Super Bowl. 45 tackles, forced fumble, 4 picks. So he joins the Ravens' secondary, real safety group that's already has got Kyle Hamilton, arguably the best in the business. Malachi Starks, last year's first-round draft pick. But here's Jalen Hawkins coming in as the new guy, but working on that defensive chemistry.
Have range and cover them, but like the defense so far has been really good, man. I feel like we've been gelling together. And, as we've been installing, we've been getting closer in scheme and learning technique together and seeing how we can play off each other and be comfortable. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Having that chemistry back there is, like, bigger than anything.
Ravens had 11 sacks as a team, 4 from Marlon Humphrey to lead the way. So at least based on his performance last year, Nolan, Hawkins has shown an ability to ball hawk there a little bit. Had 5 tackles in the Super Bowl in the loss to Seattle.
Yeah, we've talked about the importance of adding that third safety, but this guy could be a step above even some of the other recent names we've seen have success. Was Geno Stone had a pretty good year where he had a bunch of interceptions, but that was never truly him. I liked Ardarius Washington, but not really much of a ball hawk, just a good, scrappy, hard-nosed player. And Alohi Gilman served an important role because they really needed him before that trade, but there's a reason he didn't get brought back. So, I think Hawkins and the value they got him for, a pretty cheap signing. I'm all about it.
Yeah, and Gilman now in Kansas City with the Chiefs there as they've retooled their secondary as well. But here's Hawkins talking about, he mentioned the team chemistry, how that has kind of come together at this stage and how his mindset has changed a little bit over the years.
Oh, man, yeah. It's day in and day out, the little things. The way you practice, effort to the football, your attitude. It's the little things, waking up in the morning, staying on routine, being on time to things, coming out here, creating good habits, finishing on the right leverage, trying to finish, at the ball as much as you can. But those little things add up, man. And the connection part, we're all in a hotel, we all together, Coach put us in there together. So, it's a great time to try to connect even more, with your peers and grow that chemistry, man.
And historically, players would join the Ravens defense and know that they're going into one of the best units in the National Football League. Last year, they were not. Now he comes in, and he'll be 29 in a couple of weeks here, but he's experienced, started in Atlanta, played a year with the Chargers, half a season, and then this run with New England where he helped them get to the playoffs and the Super Bowl last year. It sounds like with the holdovers that they have and some of the name recognition, the Jesse Minter factor, and obviously with Mickens and with Anthony Weaver, that I don't know if they're going to be a vintage or quintessential Ravens defense, Nolan, but I'm way more optimistic about the potential than I was last year when I was saying it might be the best defense in the National Football League, which it proved to not be, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, you see how fast the depth can really get tapped into and exhausted when it comes to the secondary. Ravens history, just look around the league. It's always a position where everyone's like, oh, man, we're so deep, and then just one or two injuries, and it's like you're fielding high school teachers out there. So if even someone like Awuzie went down, who, all right, maybe he's the 3. I don't know who you'd consider the order behind Wiggins, but just losing him could be pretty devastating. So all of a sudden, you find yourself tapping into the Bilal Kones of the world, who are ultimately unproven. Even though they were selected and they were a drafted guy, they're very unproven. So I'm not saying like you got to rush to add another name there, but it's more so we've seen this before. Yeah. So I'm certainly not gonna do the thing that we do every single training camp and say, look at all this depth. I'm not going to do that. The group is okay. That's all I'm going to say. They're an okay group. That's all I got for you.
We'll talk more football, NFL lunch style coming up at the top of the hour. Hot mics are on, baby. We'll come back, get to it. AL East report coming up at 1:15. And then Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Get his thoughts on the impressive beginning to Jacoby Lane's Ravens career. Still in the training camp phase of it. Preseason opener is the 15th, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. And then you got the joint practice against the Vikings coming up in a couple of weeks.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market in the NFC South, Atlanta, the longest shot to win the division at plus 375. And I think all of these teams, Tampa, New Orleans, Carolina, Atlanta, are closely bunched together. And if Atlanta's free agent acquisition at quarterback starts all season, I think Atlanta can win this division at that price. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Play more, win big, all summer long during Horseshoe Casino's 12th anniversary celebration. Enjoy 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st, then join them on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally Literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The shock factor of Monday's deadline still lingers, but at 6:35 last night, it was back to business for the Birds, and they delivered with a 3-1 win over the Angels. Grayson Rodriguez made his return to Camden Yards and seemed to find a new gear against his former team. He gave up just 2 earned runs in 7 innings, but that was the only support needed for Cade Povich, who tossed 6 scoreless with 7 punch-outs in his first Major League appearance since May. The roster looks much different than the last time he was here, but he said he's just happy to be a part of the next man up effort.
We're just trying to stay together, stay as one. Guys have to kind of come up when guys go down anyway. So then for me personally, it just felt good to be back after my last outing going out with an injury, and then just kind of working on things with French and down in AAA and just waiting for my turn.
Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Dodgers' acquisition of Tarek Skubal has not immediately placed them in the World Series, contrary to popular belief. He pitched well in a new uniform last night by allowing 2 runs across 6 frames, but in the end, the Cubs still got the last laugh with a 5-1 win. The 4 runs allowed by LA's relievers moves their bullpen ERA to 4.08 on the season. That ranks them 16th in the league. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Time to feed you some football, NFL lunch style. Ravens just wrapped up practice about an hour ago. Out at one winning drive. The return of Corey Bullock, John Jenkins, among others. But reading some of the highlights, Vinny, you were there and you'll elaborate. Jacoby Lane just continues to make catch after catch after catch and really looks like, granted, it's only the second week of training camp. Yeah. If he keeps trending in this way, maybe Lamar has him a nice little red zone threat for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of red zone, Bob, I mean, that was predominantly 90% of the practice today was all red zone stuff. And the Jacoby Lane play, it was a nice play because Marlon was trying to cover him back at the end zone, you know, in man coverage, and he was trailing him. And he was not far. But what did Lamar do? Just threw it up, you know, and he went up because Humphrey can't cover him, you know, that way. He's 6'4", you know, his reach is forever, and he's got a 40-inch vertical jump. He just threw it high. And I think we're going to see a lot of that kind of stuff, you know. So that was a very, very nice play, I thought. And Bob, they were without pads today, so it was much slower, a lot of teaching, special teams, red zone. Mm-hmm. Basically, that was what it was. The one thing, and I sent you a picture of Matt Abike. He was working with a trainer down on the side. He looks damn good, Bob. I mean, he looked like, because he was working on some pass rush stuff, and his hands were extremely quick, but his burst, he had awesome burst. I mean, you know, the next thing for him is going to be, you know, doing drills and getting involved with everybody, but he looks really good, which is great for the, and I mean, they're in no hurry, whatever time that he needs, but physically and stuff, he looks really good. Now, mentally, that may be a different, he's going to have to adjust. I'm sure there's going to be an adjustment period there. And like you said about Bullock, I think Bob is probably doing conditioning type. He didn't look that quick or anything, and he didn't do any drills. He was off with one of the trainers on the side. But I was happy to see him back out there, which is big, because let him get in the competition. Because Pinter's taking every rep at number one, every rep at one. Pulsic's with the threes, So I right now I don't really see much of a competition unless we get into Minnesota and the preseason stuff where things change around. But otherwise, the first 5, it's been the same 5 the whole time.
But with Bullock missing the time that he did, he missed the end of mandatory minicamp too.
Yep.
Is he all right, put him aside for the center. Can he do enough work to at least ensure that he can get in there as a utility piece? Because he can do guard, center, and everything else that can help you on the interior of the line.
Well, I think Bob, with what his skills are, fits this offense perfectly. The athleticism, the quickness, and running off the ball. Because all they talk about all the time with the O-line, run off the ball, run off the ball, run off the ball. And it's about being a first quick step. So I don't think, there's still time for him to make a run, especially if he's, when he gets in there, and if he plays real good in the preseason game, and then when they're at the Vikings and stuff, there's a comeback to be made, I think, Bob, and we'll see how he looks. But I think he'll fit the offense extremely well.
How's Ronnie looked out there at left tackle?
Ronnie looks fine. Ronnie looks like Ronnie. Ronnie looks athletic. The only guy that he has problems with at times is Hendrickson. And Hendrickson's going to cause anybody problems when they block him one-on-one.
So who's, kind of question marking it on the O-line right now? I haven't heard you talk about Voorhees. You said Simpson hasn't, okay.
Yeah, Simpson's just
there,
okay.
I guess, doing his thing.
When they, they've been in pads, when they get it ramped up, I've noticed Venga, coming off and pancaking dudes and stuff. I've noticed him. Extremely impressed. Can't believe I'm saying this. Rosengarten has really taken a step. I just love his attitude, the way he just looks like a different guy, just so much more confident, and like he's kind of taking charge, which is pretty cool. I'm like, damn, and those guys are working their butts off, and because they got to be in great shape, because every time they come up, they're not big, they're running. And what do you say by running off the block? All right, if I'm the guard and there's a guy lined up on my outside shoulder, I'm the right guard, I'm Venga. My first step, Bob, is with my right foot to get to his outside. And what I'm doing is keeping my outside arm free and putting my inside arm on his chest. And then I'm running up the field. That's what they're all doing. They're all just running up the field. And what the purpose is zone blocking, and then the running back, they're stretched, and then the running back got to kind of find his hole. Now, speaking of running back, a guy who looked all right today, Ali looked like he showed some burst and stuff today, which was impressive. First time I really looked at him and say, yeah, looks much quicker. In fact, maybe because he feels more comfortable and he kind of knows what he's doing. But I think he kind of fits the zone stuff. So I think their 3 backs, Bob, are pretty well set with, Henry and Justice Hill, Ali, and then Randall will be the 4th.
Now, getting back to wide receiver, and we talk about Jacoby Lane, we've talked about Surratt. Not hearing a lot about Tez Walker so far, the first week plus of training camp.
Yeah, Tez caught a nice deep one. Was it yesterday? Where he went deep. Had a slant route today, down in red zone. Had another one where he dropped it. Now, wet ball, it's a different ball that you got. I thought the quarterbacks, threw extremely well throwing a wet ball, although Lamar did throw a pick in the red zone to Roquan. But with a lot of times, if it's really wet and stuff, a lot of times you got to catch more with your body, and Andrews had 2 drops today. Tight ends, Hibner, he caught a ball and then got it knocked right out of his hand. So the tight ends were kind of suspect today, I thought, Bob.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's been kind of a concern throughout the entirety of the offseason. So as we talk about the offense with Doyle, his first year calling plays, and he met with the media earlier today, how have things kind of evolved since you saw him at mandatory minicamp over a month ago?
Well, number one, the offense looks much better. It looks like there's an offense. During OTAs and minicamp, it looked like you just didn't know what they were doing. Now you're getting a much better feel and with pads on and stuff. And, I think Jacoby Lane taking that step up has really helped. Zay looks really good. He's a much richer guy today. He talked to the media today, too. But he looks quick. Said he added 8 pounds in the offseason. And they asked him, why'd you add 8 pounds? He said, because everybody got on me running east and west. So now I added 8 pounds so I could run through some tackles.
Yeah, and Nolan and I were talking about him earlier. Number 1 receiver by Raven standards. I think that's undeniable for sure. But last year, 1,200 yards, 86 catches, 5 touchdowns. Did have the 3 fumbles. 17 games, and Nolan pointed out, 4 of them were without Lamar Jackson. What's a realistic number you circle for Zay Flowers statistically? If he duplicates that, take away the fumbles, of course, turn those 3 fumbles into 3 more touchdowns, I think we're cool with it. But if he stays in the 85 to 90 catch range, maybe 1,300 yards, 14, 15 yards of reception, is that acceptable enough for this Baltimore offense?
Yeah, I think it. How many targets was it, Bob?
He had targets. Where are you at there? 118.
Yeah, I think he's going to have probably...
By far the leader of the team.
Yeah, and I would be shocked, Bob, if he didn't have over 150 targets. If he stays healthy throughout the whole year, I think he'll have over 100 catches, too. So I think they're going to utilize him a ton. The key to the whole passing game, Bob, is Bateman. Because they don't have a replacement for Bateman. Because they're going to go 3 wides a bunch. And then it's Jacoby, it's Zay, and it's Bateman. And then Tez Walker would be the other guy that would float in there. So Bateman is critical for the success of the offense.
Yeah, the target share dropped from 118 to 70,
right,
which was Andrews. Then it drops to 39 for DeAndre Hopkins. And Bateman last year in 13 games, 38 targets, 19 receptions, averaged 11.8. And we've talked about him enough that we know, everyone knows, it was a disappointing 2025. But are we seeing a spry, motivated, having a relationship with Lamar Bateman so far in camp?
Yeah,
we should be encouraged that the uptick will be there.
Yeah, like yesterday, Bob, made a really nice play, and then there was one that it would have been a tough play, but it's one he's got to make. A sliding type catch that he's got to make that play. But today, you notice Jacoby. You notice Zay because they run some short crossing stuff down in the red zone to get Zay and get him up. I didn't notice Bateman today. And every day, we got to notice he's got to do something that you're talking about at least, because today I didn't even notice him.
When we come back, we're going to shift to baseball. American League East report. Historic day for George Lombard Jr. made his debut for the Yankees, and it made it a memorable one. And his brother had a memorable night down on the farm as well. So that's some good stuff for the Lombard family. And the Yankees did win. Spoiler alert. Talk about everything else in the division. Look at the schedule. Preview the Orioles and Angels tonight. Grayson Rodriguez pitched his best game as a Los Angeles Angel, but Kate Povich was a little bit better, and the Orioles actually got some timely hits. Defense still a little bit shaky, but could win the series tonight, taking on L.A. They moved to within a game and a half of the wild card. That's nice. So did the Tigers. 2 sellers gained a game last night.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's a summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. He's going to give you a great sales experience, and you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrids. Now, you can test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon with gas starting to come down. That's a good thing, and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin is going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I've purchased now 20 cars over the years and been to every department, sales, service, parts, collision, been extremely happy with all of them. Save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See our great selection at BelAirHyundai.com. Get your Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance. Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Time for the American League East report here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Right now, rainy, but this will all be gone, we think, by the time the game starts tonight. Hopefully by the time we get downtown for Pickles Pub at 5:30. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Last night, Cade Povich, first game since May, because he got hurt, then he spent some rehab time, gets called up, 6 innings pitched, 7 hits, scattered them, as they say in baseball terms. No runs, just 1 walk, 7 Ks. So he does a good job. Outduels Grayson Rodriguez, and we talked about it yesterday. We talked about it this morning. You knew he was going to deal, and he did. Throwing hard, too, boy. So Grayson Rodriguez, who 2 years ago a little more then, was considered to be the future ace of the team, or at least someone that could pitch at the top of a rotation. Has by far his best start as an Angel, but didn't get any run support. Orioles only got 4 hits versus 11 for LA, but 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position were the Angels. 2-run single for Pete Alonso, and then Tyler O'Neill, pinch hit home run, adds an insurance run. Garcia almost gave up a 3-run homer. Oh, I was like, are you kidding me, dude? I would have drove down to Camden Yards and been like, what are you doing, man? You're killing me. Don't get this Haynie show slap rock away from us. Kittredge, all right, Encarnacion Strand could have had that ball down the third base line. The Orioles are still challenged defensively. Cano gave up a double, but got 2 Ks to get out of it for his second save. So the Orioles themselves only 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. But on a day which was emotional before the game, as Elias and Alvarez met with the team before the media got there. Then the media scrum was there. Gunnar Henderson was so distraught, apparently he couldn't talk to the media. He's going to have to sooner or later. Adley Rutschman, Andy Costco did an interview with him at Fenway. He had tears in his eyes because of the trade. So it was an emotional time for all. But as Mike Elias said, and as Albie said, this is a man's game. It's man's stuff. And the Orioles are still playing for the postseason. All right. Get to 500. We've been saying that since April, May 1st, because they haven't been there since April 30th. But get to 500, then we'll start talking maybe in real terms. I don't think they're equipped to make a run. I hope I'm wrong. They're only a game and a half out because you got Cleveland, you got Seattle, you got Texas, you got Minnesota, Detroit's on your heels. You got all these other teams kind of in the same boat as you are. That's why you're still afloat. But 6:35 tonight, Trevor Rogers for the Orioles. He's been pitching really well. The fact that he's still pitching in Baltimore surprises a lot of people. But 55-58, 31-29 for the Angels. 43-70, 18-37 on the year. But Reed Detmers is on the hill. He's a tough lefty. So the Orioles will probably be up against it when it comes to generating some runs again tonight because they struggle against lefties anyway. All right. Elsewhere in the division, Yankee Stadium. Cardinals, they put the crooked numbers up against New York in the opener. Not so much last night. And for George Lombard Jr., his major league debut became one to remember.
Hit in the air, deep left field, Torres back, George Lombard Jr. has entered the yard and left it.
Yeah, so the call, Jazz Chisholm also went deep, but George Lombard Jr. in front of his parents and his brother Jacob made his debut in the Marlins system, and he homered in his first game. So what a night for the Lombard family. Ruthers goes 6 scoreless innings, 4 hits. Bednar picked up the save. 2-zip. Yankees shut out the Cardinals. Red Sox, they just keep on keeping on, man. Taking on the first place White Sox. And it was Puffy Pants City at Fenway.
Swinging a drive. That one sucks high and deep. It's going to go into the monster seats for a grand slam. How much fun are we having?
If you're the White Sox, not a lot, to be totally honest with you. But for the Red Sox, having a ton of fun. Nesson on the call. Durbin with the grand slam. Abreu hit 2 home runs last night. Duran goes deep. Sandoval picks up the win. Brian Bayo gets the save, pitching in relief there. 14-2 was the final score as the Red Sox just keep rolling with Adley Rutschman. His debut, not ready to play yet. Still got to go through the rehab process and all of that good stuff. But he was there, introduced, wearing a Red Sox uniform. Yes, it was weird looking. Astros taking on the Blue Jays, and it was Houston lifting off.
That's one sky deep to right field. A 3-pointer. Taylor Trammell. Home run number 6, and the Astros now lead 6-2.
Space City Network on the call there. 7-2 would turn out to be the final score. Taylor Trammell, 3-run shot. Jose Altuve drove in 2 runs. Houston and un-Orioles like 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position as they do a number on the Blue Jays. And then in Colorado, the first place Rays taking on the Rockies. Free baseball, and a guy who brings a big stick came through again.
All the way to the outside corner. Junior up the middle, and the Rays get another run home. They pitch to Caminero, and he drives in run number 9, and the Rays have a 2-run lead in the 11th.
Boy, did you need that. Like we said, as the visiting team, you are playing for that second run at least.
That's Rays TV on the call. Junior Caminero, RBI single in the 11th inning. Hicks hits a grand slam. Jonathan Aranda, he drove in 3 runs, 9-7 in 11 innings in favor of the Rays. Brian Baker, remember him? He picked up his 32nd save, which leads Major League Baseball. So do your thing, Baker, and your boy Wells will be joining you. You got said little Oriole mini reunion going on at the Trop today in the American League East. Toronto is at Houston. That's 2:10. Tampa's at Colorado again. You got St. Louis taking on things going on with the Yankees trying to win this game and maybe the series. Chicago, the White Sox, that is. They're at Boston, and the Angels are here in Baltimore taking on the Orioles. Their standings update. Oh, this Woman Crush Wednesday. Tampa, 3.5 up on New York. Boston's 5.5 back. Orioles 12. Toronto's 14.5. As White Sox still 3 up on the Guardians, Minnesota 4 back, Tigers 4.5. Then you have Houston 2.5 on Texas, 3.5 on Seattle. Atlanta 7.5 on the Phillies in the East. Brewers 5.5 on the Cubs in the Central. Cubs beat Skubal yesterday. Skubal didn't pitch bad, but he lost. It's kind of what matters, not his Ks. The one-loss record, the outcome of the game. ESPN. Dodgers 9 up on the Diamondbacks in the Central, or the West rather. And in the wild card standings, Yankees, Boston, Cleveland in. Minnesota's 1 back. Texas is 1 back. Orioles 1.5. Same with the Tigers. Seattle's 2. Hell, Toronto's only 4 out. I mean, they're a 5-game winning streak away from doing something. In the National League, Cubbies, Phillies, Diamondbacks are in. San Diego's 1 back. Miami's 2. 3.5 for the Pirates, 4 for the Cards, 5 for the Reds. Hey, the Nats, they've lost 7 in a row, and they're only 5.5 out of the wild card. By the way, Nationals right now the longest losing streak in baseball with 7, and then the A's have lost 6 in a row. Longest winning streaks belong to Boston and Atlanta, both winners of 6 in a row. And even the Twins, who have lost 3 straight, still maintaining some sort of hope for the playoffs. Detroit, by the way, has won 4 in a row, so they're still hanging around, minus Skubal and Casey Mize. When we come back, Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, get his thoughts on the Raven 10 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. Joint practice coming up in a couple of weeks as well against the Vikings, so stay tuned. Funhouse trip, Nolan McGraw, and then the final drive takes over at 2, followed by Baltimore baseball tonight, 5:30 live from Pickles. Hopefully we're outside mingling with the people.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer, it's in full swing, and if your home or backyard isn't quite ready for the heat, it's not too late to upgrade those appliances that you've been meaning to replace. Now, whether you're perfecting your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the dog days of summer hit, you got to check out Town Appliances shopping event going on. From premium grills and outdoor refrigerators to ACs and luxury kitchen appliances, they have everything you need to make the most of the season. Their showroom, it's right off Reicherstown Road in Owings Mills. And I can tell you firsthand, old Mayor and Mayor, they made buying my GE fridge incredibly easy, and I promise they're going to take great care of you. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and their price match guarantee, perfect time to save. Tell them Vinny sent you and stop by the Owings Mills showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 ACE Law and come up ACES.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow.
My fridge looks brand new.
Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Hey guys, remember when you actually had energy? When summer weather meant let's go and not let me find the couch? When you were the one making plans instead of canceling them? If the warm weather has you run down, you need a fresh start, and low testosterone might be the culprit. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT that gets you back in the game with more energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the old guy that you used to know. You need to get back to your best self, so don't miss a thing this summer. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com for your free TRT consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles made a flurry of moves ahead of this year's trade deadline, and maybe the most unassuming piece to come back in return has made the fastest impact. Christian Franklin was acquired in a minor league deal with Washington, and he made his MLB debut for the Birds last night in left field. The 26-year-old worked a walk in his first at-bat and eventually came around to score the first run of the night on a Pete Alonso single. Here's Craig Albernaz on the great first impression.
The way he navigated the at-bats wasn't too big for him. He was on the control. Did a great job in left field. Our left field is not easy to play, especially first game in the big leagues, and he did a great job, especially in that catch against the wall. You know, there's a lot of things to like about Christian, and the clubhouse is really excited for him.
And in some NFL news, the Bears have made a move to protect their young quarterback asset by locking up right tackle Darnell Wright on a 4-year extension. The $116 million deal includes $93 million guaranteed and makes Wright the highest paid right tackle in league history, although Commanders left tackle Laramie Tunsil still edges him out by a little over $1 million in annual value. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Pick a song, we'll play it. Favorite female artist or band, send a request to the Window Nation. Text line 410-583-1057. Ravens practicing today. Zay Flowers met with the media, got him a big old contract. He's ready to rock and roll. Jacoby Lane continues to be very impressive, and Baltimore Banner's completion chart. Lamar's 8 for 12 and all of this good stuff. So accuracy seems to be there. As you said, though, Vinny threw a pick in the red zone to Roquan here to get his thoughts on what the Ravens have done so far in training camp. 10 days away from the preseason opener against Philadelphia. USA Today. It's the Ravens Wire. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He is our buddy, Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, good afternoon. How you feeling today?
Good afternoon. Feeling good. Lots of storylines from training camp and, yes, the Zay Flowers extension as well. So things are moving along pretty nicely, it feels like.
Now, go back to Eric DeCosta, I think, said it a couple weeks back or prior to camp. We're not in the market for a veteran receiver. They were never in on Diggs or any of the others that they're still out there looking for an employment situation. And Vinny's been out there, and based on what you've gathered information-wise, is that the right play for Eric DeCosta, or is this still something that could change over the next, 5 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally think they'll add a veteran. I think that their veteran was Chris Moore, and that's kind of what they planned to do there. And look, I mean, I think it's fine. There certainly is some risk in it where, if you don't get the production you're looking for, like, I have no worries about Zay Flowers, obviously, but if you don't get the production from Rashad Bateman and the bounce back you're hoping for, if you don't get the, production from Tez in an elevated role, you don't necessarily have an experienced guy to fall back on. It would be, I guess, Chris Moore if he makes the roster, but that's a big if right now in terms of whether they keep 6 or anywhere from 5 to 7 guys, I would say. So I think, to me, I'm okay with them giving their younger guys an opportunity, because it just feels like at this point, if they were to sign a Diggs or whatnot, I mean, they wouldn't get to see who Tez Walker is. And I think they believe in Tez. I think one of the reasons they didn't sign a veteran, or at least haven't to this point, is because of Tez Walker, and I think Rashad Bateman as well. So I think it's okay to give these guys a shot in the Declan Boyle offense and see what it looks like. But at the same time, there is the risk of if this plan doesn't work out, then, you might have to just sign a veteran anyway or trade for a guy towards the trade deadline. But I think for Rashad Bateman, it's a pretty big year for him. I think giving him a year in the offense is okay, and I'm definitely all right with it. But, if it doesn't work out, then I think you got to have some more serious conversations. I think obviously the ascension of Jacoby Lane early makes people feel maybe a little better if they weren't feeling great about the wide receiver room. But, I think they have a lot of talent in that group.
Well, the thing is, Kevin, I mean, looks like they're going to play 3 wides a lot, so Bateman's going to be critical, and then the fourth guy is going to be, Tez has got to, step up. Because like I was telling Bob, it seems like every day we're talking about, Zay doing this or, Jacoby doing this. And with Bate's got to show up every day, not being the inconsistent guy that he seems to be at times.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I don't love looking at things this way, but I think it's kind of necessary. Is when you're looking at really any positional group, I mean, you have to account that, look, this is football. Guys are going to get banged up. There are going to be injury situations. How good do you feel about your depth if someone has to miss 2 games? Do you feel good enough in your depth to say, hey, maybe Zay gets banged up or Rashad gets banged up? Because, again, you don't want to envision that. You don't want to, imagine that. But the reality is, guys are going to go down at points this season. It's football. Everybody deals with it. So do you feel good enough in the guys to, one, when everybody's fully healthy, how do you feel about that depth? But do you feel confident in the other guys as well? So, yeah, 4 receivers are going to be huge, especially if they're running a lot of 3 receiver sets. And I think that's kind of what I think it was Jesse Minter, maybe Declan Boyle also says something along these lines of these rookies are going to have opportunities, and, could be one of these guys has a pretty decent role their rookie season, whether it be Lane or Surratt. And then you might need a guy to step up in certain games. I mean, that's what happened with Tez, right? Is where when his number was called, I mean, he was going out there and it was limited opportunities, but he was scoring touchdowns. And so he was coming up with big plays. So if you get that production from a guy like Tez in a bigger role, then you have another guy who is now that wide receiver 4, whether it's Lane or Surratt, and they're stepping up when their number's called and making plays. That's the best case scenario. But you're right. You do have to, I guess, have everybody on their P's and Q's throughout this entire thing, because it's going to be a different offense, new responsibilities. I mean, my favorite stat is, the one that I say a lot, which is the Ravens only had 2 players with 30 or more catches last year. The Bears had 7 with that Declan Boyle, Ben Johnson offense. So I think there are going to be a lot more opportunities for guys, and they have to take advantage of them.
Yeah, that was Jesse said that. And right now, Kevin, Jacoby, when the ones are out there, Jacoby's out there. Tez is definitely behind Jacoby. So, I mean, Jacoby's done a hell of a job just because He's the guy that is kind of like when we would talk about Keaton Mitchell every day. That's Jacoby Lane right now because Jacoby is doing something every day.
Yeah, and that's how you earn reps and how you earn a role. And, he's a guy that, gives the Ravens a really awesome skill set in terms of the jump ball ability, the big frame, the ability to box guys out. Like he has that all. And when you make plays like that, and he's made, it's felt like he's made them pretty consistently, whether it's, the big highlight play or, doing other really good things, that is your way to earn a role, and whether a guy's a rookie or a 10-year vet, if you're making those plays in training camp and another guy's not, you're the guy that deserves that role. And I think that Jacoby, so far at least, from everything, has done a really good job of, because again, it's a really big boost of confidence for the coaching staff in putting him on the field, but it's also a big boost for Lamar Jackson and the connection that those guys are forming early in Jacoby Lane's career of Lamar getting that trust factor with him. I mean, obviously it takes a lot of time to build that and continue to build it. I mean, what Lamar and Mark Andrews have, right? That's something that's been built over years. Zay Flowers and Lamar are building towards that as well, et cetera, et cetera. I think we started to see it with Isaiah Likely at points before he went to New York. But that connection early is a really big deal because it is showing Lamar Jackson, like, hey, you can throw this ball up to me here and I'll go bring it down for you, which, Lamar has not had that type of skill set in his offense that he can trust. So I think that's big too.
I think what's probably been a good thing for the offense, to kind of gain some momentum this year at training camp at least is that their four best defensive linemen have not practiced yet. So the old linemen get a chance to get some confidence against guys that, are fighting to make the team, are going to be fifth and sixth guys in the defensive line, because Matabike's not there. Campbell's not there. Travis Jones is not there. And who was I missing? Who was the fourth?
Is it Jenkins?
Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins. Yeah. Well, no, Peoples. Yeah. But Jenkins, because, those 4 300-pounders that, because they've been able to run the ball somewhat, So to me, they're going to, when those guys come back, then it'll be the good time for the O-line because they're going to have to crank it up.
100% agree. And, I think that, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing when they're winning those reps against these guys because you're right, it's not the big four, if you will, calling them the big four there. But, I think when they do get back, 100% agree, it's a big confidence boost. And honestly, what I love about, the way this Ravens team is structured and kind of like, offense wins this day or defense wins this day. And it kind of has feels like back and forth a lot, but you're still getting, good days from both sides, is that it is the ultimate iron sharpens iron where, we talk about it a lot with this Ravens team, but this year, with the additions they've made. And, I think the roster is more balanced this year overall. This defense having to go up against Lamar Jackson and that Ravens offense on a daily basis. And the offense having to go up against Kyle Hamilton and that Ravens defense and, kind of seeing all the nuances and stuff along those lines. I think it's great for everybody so that when these defensive linemen do get back and they're back in the rotation at practice, these offensive linemen, while again, against these, guys who are further down the depth chart, they're supposed to be winning those reps. I do think when these other guys do get back on the field, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for them to get better. And even if they lose a rep, right, I think there's opportunity to say, hey, what can I do to get better here? And I think that's one of the big points that Jesse Minter and the coaching staff have made during training camp so far. But I think that this roster as a whole, everybody's helping everybody, and that's a really big deal.
Kevin Oestreicher, what's happening on the Ravens wire right now?
Yeah, diving into a lot of different things in terms of training camp, positional battles, and, kind of how everything is shaping up. Zay Flowers extension talk. Football's back. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, which is great.
Kevin, appreciate the time as always. We'll talk to you next Tuesday. Get back on the normal schedule here. How's that sound?
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much.
You got it. Kevin Oestreicher, everybody. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Go through the fun house with Nolan McGraw, who's having fun over there. And then it's a final drive. Talk about the Ravens training camp, of course. The Orioles trying to win a series tonight against the Angels. They moved to within 1.5 of the wild card again. And the Preakness going to be run on a Sunday next year. There's wild, wacky stuff for you.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Home buyers, they're trying to save every cent they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted or you have to flush the toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. That's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs, they're expensive to make. That's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront costs. Now, Lee's Rehab Refresh program will give you the money you need to get your home into its best shape. And you won't owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. It's going to help you sell your home for so much more money that the upgrades, they're going to pay for themselves. Now, Lee guarantees your home will sell for top dollar. If he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, it's so simple. Just start packing.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Atlanta Falcons made Bijan Robinson the highest paid running back in NFL history, signing him to a 3-year contract extension worth up to $75 million. Featuring a position record $51 million guaranteed, the deal solidifies the All-Pro star as the focal point of Atlanta's offense under head coach Kevin Stefanski. I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
All right, one more giveaway today here on Vinny and Haynie. 2 tickets to see Bryan Adams. He's going to be at CFG Bank Arena on August 9th. It's coming up here soon. We want to send you. Let's go with caller number 8, 410-583-1057, our last giveaway of the day.
What's up, Foos? Main event Jay Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now. Scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Let's see here. Alex Hoppe came over from Seattle in the Taylor Ward trade. He's been activated. Going to wear number 26 if you're looking for his jersey. Anthony Nunez was optioned back to AAA Norfolk. So there you go there with all of that fun stuff. So there's your roster move for this day ahead of Game 2 against the Angels. BBT live from Pickles starting at 5:30. Rain's going to be gone by 6:30. Hopefully it'll be gone by 4. You know, because we want to mingle. No, you're not there today. It's me, Bordy, and Joe LaCroix.
Right.
And we'll be mingling with the fans down at Oriole Park Canyon Yards. Didn't see a lot of Angels jerseys, got to be honest with you.
What a shocker, right?
One dude did rock a 1982 Reggie Jackson road jersey, though.
That was pretty cool.
That was cool looking. So if you're listening, fan, that was a good pull.
No, it was a party last night. Jonesy was there. No, everyone is hanging out. It's a good time.
Yeah,
so, I mean, hopefully the weather doesn't scare people away.
Yeah, come on down, and we'll be outside. You'll see the tent. It's the one that says Baltimore Baseball Tonight on it. Can't miss us. We're right there next to the lovely ladies of Pickles serving your crushes and your cold beers and getting you ready for some baseball fun. Any closing thoughts, Nolan, for the people?
Don't try to order a beer from Bob. He's got nothing for you.
I do like messing with people, though. They'll walk up and go, what can I get you? I'll take a Miller Lite. Take the guy over there.
We do both. We're bartending and hosting the pregame show at the same time, you know?
Seeing if they're paying attention.
Quick Draws Fun House.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about last night's O's game where this texter says, nice debut for Franklin, but just another name in an already crowded outfield. If you want to play him, go for it. But don't play him 2 times a week, someone else the rest of the games. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, showed some wheels, for sure.
Yeah, he did.
Mike Elias said he could be like Mike Yastrzemski was in Baltimore, blocked by a lot of outfielders. You know, the Mike Yastrzemski that Mike Elias got rid of, who's had a nice long career. So maybe Franklin will come up here. I'm guessing he'll be in the lineup tonight with Detmers on the hill. But let's see what he can do, man. What else do you have to lose?
How about this one here? Says, I wasn't against the Adley trade, but I have a hard time getting excited about these players coming back. This team can't seem to develop these guys to perform in the majors. So should we really be talking about the Red Sox kids being frontline starters?
Well, old Mike Bordick says, where's the player development going to come from? Yep. But, you know, this year with Jurua and with Quinn and Sanders, and we've seen it with Brandon Young and Gibson. I mean, there are guys who have developed And these dudes go right to the top of the line. So we'll see. I mean, it's a good dilemma to have, but as I said, Nolan, the haul looks great on paper until they translate into all-stars and wins on the Major League diamond. You know, it's still advantage Boston. Adley Rutschman is a 3-time All-Star. Adley Rutschman did play in the playoffs. Adley Rutschman is a dude. These guys are still prospect.
Very fair to be skeptical, but a lot of that negative development that we've seen has been position players or, non-linear development, I guess would be the best way to put it. Pitching side, they haven't really until recently had a chance to develop guys. Brandon Young is maybe their best example this year. He's the poster child, but I mean, Cade Povich has kind of taken a lot longer to get going than we would have thought. But other than them, I don't know who they've really been tasked with developing. All these new arrivals in the last 12 months, that's going to be the true test. So maybe, I mean, it's a position player thing. Hopefully they know what they're doing with the pitching. I think they've had success bringing like waiver claims in the bullpen over, figuring them out for a year or two. So maybe that's a sign that the pitching could be better.
And Grayson Rodriguez kind of developed in the real system when he wasn't hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Let's do one here on the Ravens. We'll wrap it up. Says these Jacoby Lane catches, very fun to watch on the highlight reel, but something tells me this guy could end up being the next name in a long list of Ravens wide receivers that show off in the summer but are nowhere to be found in the fall.
I'll say this. He didn't show up in OTAs and the mini camp, but he's really shown up now and putting pads on. He's still making plays. So he's made plays every day, every game, and their secondary, they got very good secondary. So I'd be disappointed if he didn't continue to make plays and be a big part of the offense. Like Jesse said, one of these rookie receivers had to step up. Jacoby Lane is the guy stepping up.
And how many of the guys in the past, the texter's not wrong. It's a lot of names on that list of camp darlings, but we don't remember many of them because they never did anything out here or elsewhere. But how many of those guys actually had some status coming out? I mean, Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt, they were not premium draft picks, but early enough. Right. We're aware of them. They should be here for multiple years. I think some of these guys in the past, they were, undrafted free agents, practice squad at best type guys. So, we'll see.
There is hope.
Yeah, but, I mean, he definitely looks the part and is playing them. He's confident. I can say that.
We'll be back tomorrow, 10 o'clock. It is Total Request Thursday. Vinny will be back at One Winning Drive with the Ravens, so he'll be checking in live from Owings Mills with Camp Report. Pads tomorrow?
He should be. I'm hoping.
The weather, it's going to be 90 degrees and sunny tomorrow, too, in the Baltimore metropolitan area. That's going to do it for us. Final Drives coming up next. We'll be at Pickles Pub for BBT starting at 5:30. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't have time to wait for your home to sell? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It's not often that you see a team win a game when they've been out-hit 11-4, but that's exactly what happened last night at Camden Yards in a 3-1 Orioles victory. They pushed 2 runs across against Grayson Rodriguez in his return to Baltimore, but couldn't get anything else off of him as he lasted 7 innings. LA started to make a comeback in the 8th, but a Tyler O'Neill pinch hit homer kept them at an arm's length and helped Yennier Cano close things out. Here's Craig Albernaz after the much-needed win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. The game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing.
The series will continue this evening with a lefty pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Reed Detmers. Pre-game coverage on The Fan begins at 5:30 with Baltimore baseball tonight. First pitch a little after 6:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
2-2. He threw it, and he gets the strikeout. Cano ends the game. The Orioles needed this.
Big time.
They needed some good vibes. After a strange deadline day yesterday, they needed a win, and despite being out-hit by 7, they get a win. It's a step in the right direction for what they believe will be a 50-game sprint to the finish. Orioles 3, Angels 1. Your final score.
Yeah, absolutely. It was awesome. At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. Like, the game moves on. There's no... Again, like I said it before, no one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing, and going out there and playing a complete game of baseball. And, yeah, it's not easy, but at the end of the day, you got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of that tonight.
So you heard the call from Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald. Orioles beat the Angels 3-1. Yanier Cano gave him the last out for the save. And then Albie afterward, it's a man's game. It's a man's world. This was a weird game, a weird vibe. Watching it last night, there was no energy, at least the microphones for Masson. There was no energy in that ballpark early. It's almost like it was a wake for fans, like just still mourning the loss of Adley Rutschman and others. But Cade Povich pulled the Houdini act. We'll talk more about him in a few minutes. But they got just enough offense. Of course, Grayson Rodriguez shoved against them because everyone shoves against them, Bowen. But they get the win, and they're only a game and a half out of the wild card.
Hey, give them credit. And you heard Kevin Brown in the call. They needed that one. And I think we were all wondering what it would look like, especially in the first game after the trade deadline. And we ended up finding out that Mike Elias, Craig Alvarez, they did talk to the clubhouse to explain things, and Pete Alonso mentioned that. But just hearing from all the guys talking in the clubhouse pregame, you could tell how emotional they were, and Gunnar Henderson in particular, because remember, he was in the same draft class as Adley Rutschman, so he's known him for 7 years, and you know, he kind of declined to get into everything about Adley because he's still processing all of his emotions. But you heard Craig Alvarez, no one's feeling sorry for them. The game goes on. You had 50 games, now 49 games to play. You heard in Nolan's update, this wasn't exactly the most aesthetically pleasing game when you're out hit 11-4, but you found a way to win. And ultimately, that's all that matters. You're still in the mix. You gained a game in the wild card hunt. So, hey, thumbs up for it.
Yeah, I think the result's the most important thing here today, right? When you get out hit 11-4, chances of you winning the game are slim. But, you know, I tip my cap to the polar bear. You know, he delivered the hit when it needed to be delivered. I like what I saw from Christian Franklin, to be honest. I'm trying to find the silver lining. Cade Povich, to me...
He can play the outfield.
I liked his confidence. I think he adds an element that I think the Orioles have been missing that we've been talking about. Maybe he's not the contact hitter that we would like him to be, but I think in regard to causing some havoc on the base paths, if I'm projecting, I can see that happening. He looks very competent in outfield. I like the one time I could see his arm. It looks strong. Cade Povich, you know, I know we're going to get him into him a bit more, but I think he's the first Oriole to have 7 strikeouts through 4 innings this whole season. That's a wild statistic. that happened last night, so that's another positive kind of feather in the cap. He eluded danger the whole game. You know what I mean? I won't break down any of the statistics now in the pitch mix and the usage and all that stuff because we have a segment. We'll get into that a little bit more. But I give him credit. He did what he needed to do. I tip my cap to Garcia. I mean, Neto was... You know, I mean,
tip my cap to Mike Elias for rearranging the stadium because
watching that man, Rico Garcia, he thought he gave up the home run immediately.
That's out of a lot of parts.
Yeah, no, I know.
Thinking it was a 3-run shot to take the lead.
The Garcia, Kittredge, Cano, Yanier Cano. I guess that's what it could look like. I guess on the back end of how to finish off games, but overall. It's a win. And so they're a game and a half out now. I think Detroit's a game and a half out now too. So they made up ground, and you take the win. And considering, and this is the thing, throughout the broadcast last night, I was listening to Ben McDonald. Who's his counterpart? Ben McDonald? Kevin Brown. I thought Kevin Brown did a great job of attempting to kind of address the emotional side of it and the loss side of it. He talked about the fact that the guys were on their way to go see Spider-Man when the call came in about Adley, and it just kind of put a damper on the whole day. It put a damper on the whole city. And so to get a win coming out of it, I don't care how it looked. It's the first game after something devastating, and it's the best outcome that you could hope for under the circumstances. So for me, I'm good. I'm good with it. Let's see what happens tonight.
So a couple things. Number one, they did get 2 in the third inning off Grayson. They probably should have gotten 5, and that's been one of the overarching stories of the season. They don't get the big hits, and they also they have run into some bad luck. Gunnar hits the crap out of a ball. Neto, who's a bad shortstop, makes a great play. Yeah. And then CES crushes a ball to left field, but it's at the left fielder. It happens. But, of course, after having him on the ropes there, did they get another hit off of Grayson? Like, I know at one point he retired 12 in a row. He hadn't gone 6 the whole year. He went 7.
12 in a row. Yeah. Ken, 5 of the first 6 innings were 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
He was able to do what he wanted, and it sort of goes along with what we've been saying. And they got great pitching all the way around, really, last night. This offense has not been anywhere near good enough. Mm-hmm. And if you just look back in the last 10 games, they're at the bottom, near the bottom in pretty much every single statistical category. And it only gets tougher, guys. Now that you traded away some guy, whatever you thought of Taylor Ward, he was batting in the top 4 of your lineup, and Adley Rutschman is a run producer. They should get Sam back soon, you would think within the next week or so, but it's going to be tough sledding. And guys like Pete Alonso, to your point, Femi, they got to produce. And I give Pete a ton of credit, man. He leads the O's in pretty much every offensive category. He has been as advertised, and I also loved his interview after the game.
I totally agree.
With Ben and Kevin, because that is the veteran leadership that they have been lacking.
I think we're going to see a lot of Tyler O'Neill, and tip of the cap to him too, right?
Yeah, pinch hit bomb.
It's his 3rd one in what? It's just in the last
10 days at least.
I think we're seeing what this is going to look like. It's pretty stripped down at this point. Obviously, we talked about some guys that might get opportunities, and I know we have more time to talk about that kind of stuff, but I feel like I really wish I saw a little bit more from Jackson last night. It looks like he reverted back a little bit, in comparison to what he had done.
That's the other thing, Femi. I saw a lot of bad at-bats last
I did
night.
too.
Jackson Holiday, bad at-bats.
A lot of swing and miss.
Cubby Mayo had the triple. His other at-bats were terrible. Yeah. Cowser's at-bats weren't great. He had the 1-base hit, but...
Well, Ken, you said it. Grayson has been awful.
Yes.
Grayson has been terrible for the Angels this year. It was his first quality start. It was the first time he went 7 innings, of course, this season for the Angels. So that was not peak Grayson Rodriguez from a couple years ago, top pitching prospect, all of that. He has been a bad starting pitcher for the Angels this year, and he absolutely kept them in the game. He just got no run support.
Oh, Dylan Beaver's bad at bats last night as well. It's just... At some point, and they're also fortunate, I do want to say, the Angels are a horrible hitting baseball team. And they got rid of a couple of their guys from a team that wasn't very good to start with.
Mike Trout looks like a shell of himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a base hit, but there were some swings that he took against
3 strikeouts. Yeah.
I don't is he okay? Is he
in
healthy?
His 16th year. He just got off the IL a little while ago.
There you go. Maybe he's not healthy, but I mean,
and Neto's a nice player, but he's incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, he swings at everything. But I like his flair, though. You know what I mean? Like the way he plays, I like it. But 155 strikeouts already?
Dude.
I mean, that's wild. That's a wild number.
I think that Povich was very fortunate he faced the Los Angeles Angels last night.
Well, you said it, Ken. They stink. They stunk before the deadline, and they sold at the deadline. And the Angels have been so reluctant to sell for years now. They actually did this year, so it's an even worse team than on Monday.
So the Orioles win 3-1. They're back in action again tonight. Game 2 of this 3-game series at 6:30. Baltimore Baseball Night live from Pickles at 5:30 here on the Fan. So we're done at 5:30, and we have a massive show. Though, unfortunately, in the joy of live radio, sometimes your guests have to cancel, and we had a couple cancel. So all we have today is Daryl Ryder from our sister station, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We'll preview the Browns and maybe get the little Guardians as well, as they made some moves at the deadline and look like a team that could be making the playoffs.
Yeah, plenty of O's talk still. We're not even 48 hours removed from the trade deadline. So how should Mike Elias approach the rest of this season? We'll get into that in the 3 o'clock hour. But Ravens, now we're a full week into training camp. So whose stock is up, whose stock is down? That's later this hour.
And I took about a half hour just wringing myself out from being out at camp today. It poured out there.
I'm glad I missed that. Sorry, Ken.
A completely change of clothes. But we got to hear from Zay Flowers, who signed his contract officially. So a lot to get to on that front as well. But coming up next, Cade Povich. What did we think of him? 6 scoreless innings for the Orioles. When you dig deeper, how was it? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code QUICK.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Support, assist, Care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown what he can do. We've shown with a variety of guys the depth we have in the starting rotation, and then some down in AAA. But yeah, Cade he's been great since coming up, and today he stepped up big time. He, like you said, he had to navigate some tough traffic but he made pitches. And at the end of the day, you got to make good pitches in this league, and there's some really good hitters across the way.
So that's Albie talking about Cade Povich. Cade Povich got the win last night, 6 innings of scoreless baseball. He did give up 7 hits and a walk. So as Albie said, he did have to do some navigating. He pulled off the Houdini act a few times, picked off 2 guys. First Oriole pitcher to pick off 2 guys in a game since Brian Mattis. So shout out Brian Mattis. But man, what did you think of Cade Povich last night?
Look, he had to work through a lot of traffic, but ultimately he kept putting up zeros. So I have to give him credit for that. And I didn't know what to expect from Cade Povich, because when we were previewing the series and we were talking about Cade in his recent stretch, remember he's missed a lot of time this year with left elbow inflammation, and his prior 5 starts at Norfolk, he had an ERA over 7, 990 OPS, gave up 8 home runs in those 5 starts. So you just didn't really know what to expect. And the walks were an issue again, because that was an issue these past couple of years. But this year, he's gotten away from it. I'm pretty pleased with Cade Povich. And what he had working last night was the curveball. And that's always his best pitch when it's on, and he got 4 swings and misses off the curveball. Femi, you brought up in the open, it just had the put away pitch, the strikeouts working for him.
Yeah, no, I thought the pitch mix was nice. I thought he used the changeup effectively as well, I think about 20% of the time. And he was really north and south. And I think Ben McDonald did a great job kind of isolating on the screen why it was working, because he was really up and down in the strike zone. Look, he's not going to blow you away with velocity. His fastball lives around 92. I mean, that's just above BP in Major League Baseball. But he was crafty with it. He's a slick lefty for sure. I think he has a career in the big leagues, potentially a good lengthy career, but I don't know if he's a starter, Ken. I look at him as a middle relief guy. Definitely, obviously can keep batters off balance because he's crafty. But I think he was living on the edge. I think I said he gave up 8 hits. He had 8 base runners, was it 1 walk and 7 hits? Yeah, so I correct myself. But I just felt like he was a pitch away from the whole thing being derailed. You know what I mean? And kudos to him for the pickoffs. He has a great move to first. Guys weren't even running. They just lapses in judgment, got picked off. You know what I mean?
You fall asleep, you're done.
Yeah, you're exactly. So I think I'm siding with Tim. I thought it was a good performance. I thought it was the performance that they needed. At the end of the day, you win the game. Does it buy him another start? I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not. I was at Starbucks today. I run into Chris Bassett. Didn't say anything to him, but he was there. I think he just had another start in AAA. Did he not?
He had his second rehab.
So
he's soon.
So I would assume he's close to being back. Me triangulating. Don't know that for a fact. I don't know what you guys have heard.
Some people have speculated whether Povich would get optioned after that start. And he did not. There was a roster move already. Anthony Nunez got optioned, and Alex Hoppe, who was a part of the trade deadline moves, he has been brought up for today's game.
I kind of want to see Trey Gibson too. I mean, I think this is the chance to.
It's funny, Femi. You talk about whether they're starters or not, and Bone. We've talked about this in the past when we watched Povich and Brandon Young a year ago. We're thinking these guys can be in the major leagues, but they're probably not starting pitchers.
And look what
but Brandon Young, look what he's done. And the crazy thing about lefties, so if Cade Povich, and he knows what he is, he knows he doesn't have a overpowering fastball, but control is such a thing especially with left-handed pitching. If he gets fine with his control, he could have a career as probably a 3 or worse starting pitcher in the major leagues.
I see that.
But I'm with you right now. I see him more as a bulk reliever than a starter. I also think, and I'm not taking away from Cade, but the Angels helped him out a lot last night.
Sure.
They're an incredibly bad, impatient, swinging baseball team. And they were, as Bone pointed out, before the deadline where they got rid of Joe Adell and others. But they're just not a very patient. They'll do you favors, kind of like the Orioles. They'll do the pitcher favors because they're not going to wait you out and build up your pitch count.
So real quick, sorry, Tim. You guys know how I feel about athletes and athletes performing and earning opportunity. Like, it's a big thing for me. And so I don't.
Well, you lived it.
I don't ever want to have someone have a good performance and then say, no, you're back down to AAA, or you're back on the practice squad. If you perform, for me, that should earn you another opportunity and another chance to audition and see where we go from that. I just want to make sure I interject that, at least parenthetically, like the idea that you could have someone go out there and perform well and then act as if it means nothing and then just relegate them back somewhere from whence they came, as Ben McDonald's loves to say. I love how I said that last night, but I'm stealing his stuff. But I think it should buy him another opportunity to get another start. I don't know when, but I'd love to see that.
Well, we're going to get more into it next hour, where for me, this should be the land of opportunity.
Yeah.
I understand you're still in the playoff mix, but you have to. Your GM, your president of baseball ops, already is operating with his eye towards 2027 and beyond. So I think you got to continue to do so in terms of giving these guys chances. And look, it kind of happened to Cade Povich. He had a great start against your Giants earlier in the season, Femi, and then he got sent down. I believe at that point, that was when Kramer got brought back up. There was a lot of shuffling early on in the season because of this rotation. But I think Cade can absolutely have a role in this club, and kind of putting a bow on the bullpen of it all. Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery.
He's done.
Can Cade Povich fill that Keegan Aiken role? Lefty out of the pen, a guy that can eat multiple innings. I think at a minimum, he could fill that spot.
That makes complete sense. Again, I think he's a major league pitcher. It's just what the role is. And the other thing, remember a week ago, we thought the Orioles were buying and selling, and one of the things they were going to buy was a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
So, even when they traded Dean Kramer on Friday, I'm thinking they're going to go get one of the Angels pitchers or somebody, but they didn't. So that should also give Cade Povich some opportunities. Because who knows what Chris Bassett's going to look like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, it's kind of like I want them to do two things at once, right? There's a strategy that we want enacted in regard to let's see what these guys can really do. I don't want to say throw the analytics out the window, but there's guys that I want to see every day, and there's guys that I want to see pitch. And yes, Ken, I think just to piggyback on your point, I was sitting here trying to come up with ways to make Robbie Ray an Oriole.
Yeah.
I don't think it was realistic on my part, because I didn't realize how hard of a sell it was going to be in regard to the moves that were made. And Tim, I watched you here on Monday, and it was all over your face. And I think everybody as a city has come to grips with the decisions that they've made. And here we are. And you made a great point about Pete Alonso. He did a great job. He's apologized. I don't think he has anything to apologize for, but he put it on his back. And I think they're going to have to really lean on him. He seems to be the voice of the clubhouse at this point. I haven't really heard much from anybody else. So I'd like to see guys that haven't gotten opportunities get them, but I'd also like to see them make a genuine push to actually be a wild card team.
Hey, before we step out, 410-583-1057. You want to win tickets to the Maryland State Fair. It's happening August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd through the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. You can win 2 tickets, 410-583-1057. But coming up next, we're a week into training camp. Whose stock is up and whose stock is down? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Get your home ready for summer at Town Appliance. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with premium brands and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com today.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It's not often that you see a team win a game when they've been out-hit 11-4, but that's exactly what happened last night at Camden Yards in a 3-1 Orioles victory. They pushed 2 runs across against Grayson Rodriguez in his return to Baltimore, but couldn't get anything else off of him as he lasted 7 innings. LA started to make a comeback in the 8th, but a Tyler O'Neill pinch hit homer kept them at an arm's length and helped Yennier Cano close things out. Here's Craig Albernaz after the much-needed win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. The game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing the main thing.
The series will continue this evening with a lefty pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Reed Detmers. Pre-game coverage on The Fan begins at 5:30 with Baltimore baseball tonight. First pitch a little after 6:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, on and off showers throughout the day, highs near 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I think Jacoby's a confident player, and I think a lot of the guys that are picked are confident players. The confidence has to come to do it day after day, period after period, and then the teammates gain confidence in them when they do that. So a lot of times, man, the young guys, they got a lot of confidence. They've been really good players, but it ultimately comes down to, you know, Lamar trusting him and the other offensive players and the defensive players trusting him to be out there and make plays for us. So that's the way it's always been. Those guys will have a ton of opportunities to gain trust of the coaches and the players. And when he made a couple nice plays today.
So that's Jesse Minter talking about the rookie Jacoby Lane, third round pick. They took Surratt in the 4th round in this year's draft, and every day he seems to make a play. Today was no different. Another great catch. I think this one was over Marlon Humphrey. Practice today was kind of half speed, no pads. It was raining hard at times, so they're not going to be doing too much. And they've been in pads, I think, 2 straight days. So now a day off, but off of the pads. But Jacoby Lane continues to impress, Femi.
Yeah, you know, this is what I expected, Ken. You know what I mean? I didn't expect it this fast, but it's just practice. I don't want to get out front of my skis here, but you can only meet the moments that you have, and he's meeting the moment. I think that everyone assumed that Elijah Surratt would be more pro ready. I don't, look, I get it. It's the middle of the summer. There's a lot of things that people want to discuss. Everyone wants to prognosticate something. They want to create a ranking. They want to make assumptions. I participate in that. Full disclosure.
Part of the gig.
It is part of the gig. And we enjoy it. But now we're actually into practice mode. And I'll tell you right now, and Ken and Tim, maybe I told you this, but coaches go into a room and they literally break down every single player. They go around the table and they talk about practice every day. They grade every player every day. Stock up and stock down is a real thing that happens in NFL boardrooms all throughout camp. And so all that we can say about Jacoby so far is that he's met the moment. I'm excited for him. I think he is a starting wide receiver in the NFL. I saw it when I watched the USC tape when I was scouting Mekhi Lemon. It's because he has traits that very few human beings have, and he's out there on a football field. He's 6'4". I think he's got a 6'10" wingspan. He runs 4.47.
Sounds like me.
Just like you, twins.
Yeah.
The thing is that like not a lot of humans can do that, and he has the confidence. He has the personality that you want in a pro.
I want to stress this again, though. Everything with a grain of salt. We're 1 week in the practice. Yep. These are not slapping labels on these guys. But look, Jacoby Lane has been really impressive. I've been out there 3 times now, and when I was out there yesterday, he had that really nice one-handed catch and a ton of contested catches. He has looked the part. And if he is able to translate this into real games, that's a serious game changer for this 2026 Ravens team. And Lamar Jackson just hasn't had that type of player throughout his career. So that in and of itself would be big. But you bring up Surratt, if we're going up and down, I was with you in terms of from jump, and maybe you still will. Again, it's 1 week in training camp. But I was thinking Surratt would be the guy more likely to hit the ground running as a rookie compared to Jacoby Lane. And Surratt, you're still waiting to see.
He looks like he's nursing something. He's got a hitch in his giddy up.
Look, no one said it out loud. He's not healthy. Let me give him a little grace. He's not healthy. I think he has a calf thing. I think he'll be fine in the long run. But these days, like when you fall behind, you just fall behind. And sometimes you catch the pack. Sometimes the pack comes back to you. It's very day to day, hour to hour, practice to practice. I think Elijah's kept his head down. I can't wait for him to go to the podium. I'm there the day he does go to the podium. Another thing I'll say is this. The defense has gotten quite a number of interceptions over the last couple of days. And I know, and look, let me say this about Lamar. I know he's thrown some picks. Lamar takes chances in training camps. He's always said this. He says he's going to try and do things that he wouldn't try and do in a game. Lamar does not turn the ball over. I think Lamar's turnover to touchdown ratio. This accounts for rushing touchdowns as well. It's something like 3.8 to 1. Like it's otherworldly. It's off the chart. One of the best in the NFL, in NFL history. So I'm not worried about what Lamar Jackson does in practice. But on the other side are guys that are getting that. Keon Martin, stock up for sure. Yeah. There's a kid, I'm forgetting his name right now. I think Olajiga. Is it Olajiga? I think that's his name.
He had an interception yesterday, I believe.
Has he had 2 now, I think?
David Olajiga, yeah.
So, and once again, he's relatively unknown, but obviously he's flashed a little bit. The defense in general, I'd say as of late, stock up for sure. And the offense is trying to find its way. The offense is always going to be behind when camp starts. When they're not in pads, the offense might be able to do some things. But being in pads early, I expect the defense to kind of have the advantage. What
have you guys thought of the tight ends in general?
I feel
like
that
hasn't.
Yeah. I'll let you go first, but I have plenty of thoughts.
I thought that Cuevas had a decent day today, and again, but I haven't seen much from him this week. And quite frankly, I'd maybe seen a little more from Hibner than I've seen from Cuevas. So if I'm being honest, and again, this is in the stock up 1 week into training camp.
Sure.
I'd have to, because they're going to need these guys. They're stocked down because I'm really, quite frankly, Mark Andrews had some drops early in camp. So the tight end room is kind of and again, this means nothing. They don't play for over a month.
Yeah.
But the tight end room has not really shown me a whole bunch early in camp.
Yeah, I've seen them move the ball. I've seen Hibner and Cuevas both catch checkdowns. I know that Cuevas early in camp had a couple of long catches, but I feel like the consensus. And by the way, I'm gonna divert from consensus right now. I think in general, it seems like it's stocked down on the tight end room. And I heard about Mark and a couple of drops. I get that, but what I'm watching Hibner show that he is a complete tight end. I'm projecting 12 and 13 personnel, mainly 12 now because I think 13 is going to be a thing further into the season. But I'm looking at 12 and 11 personnel. Obviously, Mark Andrews is going to be the starting tight end. I trust Mark. Mark needs to show me what he can do in the postseason. I know he was down, but who wasn't down last year? I think when it's all said and done, he's going to have around 700 receiving yards, probably 55 catches, and 7 or 8 touchdowns. I think that's going to be a good season for him. But I need to see what happens in the postseason with him. Let's set him to the side for a minute. Hibner has one of the best, and once again, I'm going to start with the combine. I'm going to move my way through minicamp and into where we are today. He has one of the highest scores ever as a combine tight end, like top 3 or 4% ever. You can go look at his RAS score, off the chart. A lot of people don't know who he is because of where he played. He had an outstanding college quarterback, has a lot of Lamar traits. He's not Lamar yet. I can't say that, but he's got a lot of Lamar traits. Hibner has shown me that he can be a complete tight end. And when I watch the way that he blocks, when I look at his size and I look at his speed, once again, this goes back to what you said, Tim. It's the first week of training camp. I'm projecting that he's going to do really, really well. So my stock is not down for the tight end room. It is flat for me right now.
It's also worth pointing out, we know Eric DeCosta does not trade up much at all. He traded up to get him.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
This needs to be said, even though we know he's not full go. Nnamdi Madubuike even being on the practice field is way stock up. Yeah, way stock up. The fact that he's on the field, I did not expect him to be practicing day one last week, and it's been a really good sight to see.
Femi, I'm curious because you live this. So, and Moan said he's practicing. He's essentially out early for the early portion, and then he does nothing else. And that continued today. When do you think they start the ramp up process with Nnamdi?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're ramping him up now in regard to probably what he's doing pre-practice and during practice. So my guess is his conditioning is getting to a certain point. They're going to continue to ramp that up. He's definitely ahead of schedule. I sat here with, I think it was both of you guys a couple months ago, and I ran through different scenarios. Yes. This scenario is better than my best case scenario. Yeah. You know what I mean? So Optimus Prime, I was in my Optimus Prime bag, and I still couldn't have projected this. You know what I mean? My assumption is sometime probably after the first preseason game, his participation will elevate. I will expect to see him in team drills, like with non-padded practices. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. You want him in those joint practices, right?
No, I don't think I do, because I think he needs to do shorts and helmets practices first and get through probably a week of that, and then they'll have to reassess again. Then he'll do some team padded practice work and see how that goes, and then maybe expose him to another team.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more name that I know you're stock up on is Elijah Tolliver.
Yes.
You've been really impressed with him.
I am. He's shown, look, if you look at him on paper, he's 6'1", undrafted rookie free agent out of Michigan State. I think he ran a 4.58. He's not going to blow you away, but the kid has balance. He has hands. He seems to be a good learner. His jump cut capability, Ken, we both talked about it.
It's impressive.
He's a football player. And I see the little things that most rookies can't do. He's already able to do. And that tells me that he has an accelerated growth curve, and that this is a guy that I'm going to single out. I'm going to have the laser on during preseason football games, because I think after Adam Randall gets his run, I can't wait to watch him cook. One other person that I'd be remiss if I didn't give love to, Tavius Robinson. He looks freaking phenomenal. I've been keeping my eye on him. They've been kicking him. They've had Mike Green outside. They've been kicking him down.
Yeah.
He's showing
he can play in and out.
He can do some stuff, and he looks way bigger to me. I'm not saying, I don't know if he's much heavier, but once again, he's another example of a guy that took his offseason seriously. He looks like he's in phenomenal shape. I love the energy. I love the confidence, and I love the ownership that he's taking. If he shows that he can play multiple roles, watch out. Tavius Robinson, stock up for me.
I think it needs to be mentioned. One of the guys stocks up is Zay Flowers. He's got 140 million reasons.
His bank account
he met with the media today. He officially signed the contract this morning. That he can afford more stocks now.
Yes.
I think what bothers me about the whole Zay thing, and look, I know that we're a hyper-local show. I'm very invested in the Ravens for numerous reasons. You all know that. Mm-hmm. I can separate my relationship as a player, being an intern under Coach Harbaugh. I can separate all of it. And I think what bothers me the most is the analysis that I hear coming from outside of Maryland. It's very mixed, but there are certain people, and I'm not going to even say their name right now, but they have a podcast. They're formed of a couple of number of certain players. I was shocked at the disrespect and the way they talk down this decision as if they have no idea what Zay has done. They've not looked at any of the statistics. They have not looked at the relationship him and Lamar have built. They have not done their Ravens study. If you're going to make certain assertions and statements about the value of a player and a contract, first of all, you never talk about someone's money and you never talk about their family. They talked about his money and they act as if he was undeserving. I don't understand what they're watching. Zay has met every challenge. When everybody regressed, this man stepped up last year. Yes, there's a couple little things that we all can critique, but what player doesn't have a thing that we can critique? He is ascending. He is showing me that he is I've been saying he's a top 10 receiver for quite a long time. I call him a 5-level player. I won't break all that down again right now, but he's earned his money, and this contract is going to look amazing 2 or 3 years from now.
It's the final drive here on a Wednesday. We'll continue the Ravens talk coming up next. I don't know if you're aware of it. If you aren't, you need to pay attention. But Femi's been writing these pieces for the Baltimore Beatdown, He calls them Lamarticles. It's a whole series on Lamar Jackson. The new article is out, and we recap next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and, of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Cubs beat the Dodgers last night 5-1. Tarek Skubal's debut for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Skubal went 6 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, and had 6 strikeouts in the losing effort on Tuesday night at Wrigley Field. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
More rain this afternoon. It turns humid after that, and maybe some severe weather on Thursday and Friday.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses, and enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Final Drive here on a Wednesday, and we are very pleased to have Femi with us. But Femi can't just have one job. So Femi also is doing pieces for the Baltimore Beatdown, and you've got a series out. You've called them Lamarticles, and the new one has dropped, and it talks about Lamar Jackson, this narrative tax. For people who haven't read it yet, explain.
Yeah, I think that because Lamar is a natural introvert, he's not going to do pressers. He's not going to be out there volunteering things about his personal life. And I think when it comes to trying to understand where Lamar is coming from, because he doesn't give things for people to hold on to, they make stories up. And when it comes to his contract and not having an agent and the idea that he hasn't signed a long-term deal, I think that the negativity gets clicks. And what ends up happening, in my opinion, is that I think journalists and content creators always assume the worst, and there's never any fact checking done with that. So there's this narrative tax that Lamar suffers from, that because he doesn't defend himself and people don't research, fact check, or verify anything, they just assume that it's true, and it couldn't be further from it. Think about Lamar off the field. He's not out there partying and popping bottles. We know that. He loves his family. He loves Christ, God, and his religion. He talks about it quite a bit. He talks about lifting up his teammates and positivity. He trains with his teammates in the offseason. He trains with other guys across the league in the offseason. I can't understand why there's always a projection about Lamar, and it tends to be negative. And when something goes wrong, like if he gets injured, right? We understand that injuries are part of the game. Mm-hmm. Joe Burrow is a perfect example. People will use time against Lamar. Like, I think it's Nick Wright. He has this... Well, over the last 5 years, they've missed the same number of games. Well, first of all, Lamar's been in the league longer than Joe Burrow. Second of all, Lamar's never had a significant surgery. Lamar's missed 9.87% of his games. Joe's missed like over 30%. It's just a disingenuous comparison. And this narrative tax is something that Lamar always deals with. And it's never objective and it's never balanced, in my opinion. Or let me say this. Let me not use the word never. Only the Sith deal in absolutes if we're talking about Star Wars, right?
Wow.
So, yeah,
wow.
But
Sith.
Let me just say this. I feel that Lamar's is the worst treated two-time MVP in NFL history. You look at these rankings and these lists, it's almost as, and I've talked about this in the previous Lamarticles, it's almost as if people have amnesia. The negativity is zombie-like in the way that it's hard to put down. It never goes away. And even in the latest rankings, there was another ranking that came out. Lamar's a tier 2 quarterback. He's the 5th ranked quarterback. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion. And this kind of mercurial moniker that gets put on Lamar, it's just because he doesn't tell you what you want to hear. He doesn't make himself available for what you want from him. He's different. He's not your typical kind of boastful, loud speaking, always available to talk to media. That's just not who he is. And I think there's a narrative tax that comes with that. And this part 3 of the Lamaricals focuses on that kind of narrative tax. And the title is literally called Narrative Tax.
I say this all the time when it comes to Lamar Jackson. People hate being wrong. There were so many people wrong about Lamar Jackson. And we've seen it. I think this was your prior Lamarticle where you got in, or maybe the first one. Yeah. The goalposts always move. Yeah. And, when he first came in the league, he can't pass. And then he can't come from behind when he's down 10 points. And he can't pass the ball 35 times in a game and win. And he can't. And I'm firmly convinced when he wins a Super Bowl, well, he can't win 2.
He can't win 2. Exactly.
He'll never catch Mahomes.
And if he's not the Super Bowl MVP, they're going to say, well, he's not the Super Bowl MVP. You know what I mean? They're going to say
exactly. And you touched on it, but one of the things that a lot of people bring up when it comes to Lamar Jackson, and yes, it is a very unique circumstance when you're talking about a superstar of his caliber, that he doesn't have an agent. Clearly, he did pretty well the first go around because guess what? He holds all the cards. Mm-hmm. He can ask for the moon and get the moon because next year, assuming he doesn't agree to a contract extension this year, he is entering a true walk year of his deal. He negotiated the no franchise tag. He negotiated the no trade clause. He negotiated all of the money being backlogged where he has an untenable $80+ million cap hit. He holds all the cards. So when he signs his next contract, he will be the highest paid quarterback by probably a decent margin and reset the market because of the first contract that he negotiated last time around.
Yeah. Can I add a couple things?
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen to this. 102.65 career passer rating, number 1 all time. 7 games with more passing touchdowns than incompletions, number 1 all time. 4 career games with a perfect passer rating, number 1 all time. 5 games with 140 plus passer rating in 2024, first player ever. 4,000 yards, 800 rushing yards, first QB ever. 40 plus passing touchdowns, fewer than 5 interceptions, first player ever. 2 perfect passer rating games in 2019 season. I guess that tied him for number 1 all time. Let's see, 200 plus yards. Sorry, there's so many numbers here. It's all starting to blend together. 200 plus passing yards and 150 plus rushing yards in one game. First player ever. 10 straight games with 2 passing touchdowns and a 90 plus rating. Tied for 7th all time with that. So there's a number of other quarterbacks that have done that. There's more here. I can only fit that on one screen.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that, and look, he has to win a Super Bowl. Let me just say that first. Yes, and I say this in every Lamarticle. There's only one question left, and it is a fair question, and it's a fair thing to request from Lamar. The Ravens have underachieved in the Lamar era as a team, not as an individual, as a team. I acknowledge that. I've never said anything but that. But don't tell me that this guy is not one of the best players in NFL history, one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. The statistics bear that out. So when I see people asking for this narrative tax on Lamar, I've never seen someone with so many accolades be so mistreated. And when he does win a Super Bowl, they're going to win it as a team. Lamar's not going to do it on his own. I've never condoned the idea that Super Bowls are a quarterback statistic. No, it's a team thing. It's a team achievement. And I'm not going to change that on my own. And I understand that people that will compare Lamar to his peers and Pat Mahomes. But guess what? Joe Burrow hasn't won a Super Bowl, right? Josh Allen, last I heard, hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Hasn't been to one.
Exactly. So the idea that these guys keep getting stacked ahead of Lamar, to me, is nonsensical. Lamar should probably have 3 MVPs, but getting another MVP isn't going to get him what this organization and what this city wants and what the pundits that judge him want. I understand that. He has to win a Super Bowl. He knows that. I'm not saying anything here that he doesn't know, that we don't know, that the organization doesn't know. What I can't handle and what I won't sit back and do, and Lamarticle Part 4 will be out next week.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to continue.
How many parts?
There's 4. But I may not stop. I may just keep going. But the bottom line is that I'm here to have an open discussion. I'm here for the critique. I'm here to acknowledge the postseason play. I'm here to acknowledge the achievements and what hasn't been done yet, but what I believe will be done. In the last Lam article, I actually put a projection out on his next contract. I put a projection out on what the Ravens will do over the course of the next 5 years, because I think it's going to be a 5-year deal, and the achievements that I think that they'll reach. And yes, I put them out there, pretty far out there. So I'm sure Tim, Optimus Prime in full effect.
Yeah.
You won't be surprised by my projections.
Yeah. Ravens back on the practice field tomorrow. Let's get back to the Orioles. And the Orioles, they were sellers at the deadline. So with that in mind, they are only a game and a half out of the wild card. But how should Mike Elias treat the rest of the season from the roster perspective? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep your game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Tickets are on sale now for Congress, the band, with Overserved Again and Tucker Wyatt performing live on track at the Maryland State Fair on September 11th, presented by M&T Bank. Get your tickets at MarylandStateFair.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Zay Flowers signed his 4-year, $140 million contract extension earlier today. Flowers has experienced plenty of success throughout his first 3 years, but knows he can hit another gear.
Super Bowl. We still got to get a Super Bowl. That nothing don't change. I'm still doing the same thing. 5 in the morning, getting in here and working every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound as the O's try to win a second straight game against the Angels tonight. Last time out versus the Tigers, Rogers had a setback as he allowed 7 runs, 4 earned on 8 hits in 6 innings. L.A. will start Reed Detmers. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 74. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Mike Elias has been doing a lot of talking since the trade deadline ended. He was on with Masson last night. He said nobody was more emotional about the Adley-Rutschman trade than him. I would argue the guy who named his kid Adley that we talked to yesterday, probably slightly more emotional about Adley leaving. But anyway, he also did a Zoom presser on Monday night. And among the things he talked about is the ways this team got better.
Our record's below 500 right now, so we've got some work to do to catch up. We have a chance. We have talent. We've had the talent all year. I really believe that, and I think a lot of people have believed that. But we've put ourselves into a bad position record-wise, and we've got ground to make up. Our odds, they're stacked against us a little bit, but we have a good shot. I clearly would have approached this trade deadline differently had our record been in a different place. This is something that you take into account. But I think, despite the fact that we moved some players off this team, veteran players, and brought in younger players, brought in many players at the minor league level, that we've got a team that's got a shot to make it in, and we've got a great coaching staff and a great energy in the clubhouse, and these guys can do it. I think there's been a lot of examples the last few years of teams that have made late surges after the trade deadline and make the playoffs, and I hope that this group does.
So he thinks they still have a shot to be a playoff team. To his point about getting younger and adding talent, Fangraphs has the Orioles with the second best farm system in baseball now, only behind Tampa Bay. So he has replenished the system. We've been there, though, before, Bone. So what about the current roster and what kind of decisions? Like, I got one off the bat. Why isn't Heston Kjerstad here? Like, Heston Kjerstad, he should be playing anytime they face a right-handed pitcher. Heston Kjerstad should be in the lineup.
To me, and I mean this with no disrespect to the guys that I'm going to bring up, but this is just the reality of the Orioles situation. Mike Elias on June 27th, at that time when they were 2.5 games out, he said if they were in a similar situation, they were going to go for it. Mm-hmm. His words. They did not go for it. They ended up trading away 5 players and a lot of impactful players. We were talking about them needing bullpen help. Tyler Wells was one of their best bullpen arms. You traded away Kramer. I get it. He was really struggling the last couple starts. Adley, one of their better players, their only all-star this year. Those were not win-now moves. So to me, Mike said the quiet part out loud. And Fangraphs right now, to go back to them, Ken, has the Orioles with a 14.7% chance to make the playoffs.
Tell me there's a chance.
Their projections plummeted after the trade deadline, where it was over 20%. I think it's the land of opportunity again. And for me, you have 2 months, a little under 2 months. I want to see Jackson Holliday play every single day. I don't care if it's a left-handed starter. I want to see him play every single day. I want to see Colton Cowser play every single day. I want to see Kobe Mayo play every single day. I want to see Dylan Beavers play every single day. I don't need to see Leody Taveras. No. I do not need to see Tyler O'Neill. I do not need to see, quite frankly, Chris Bassett. All of these guys are not going to be in the Orioles' plans in 2027. I want to get a look.
O'Neill might.
At the hopefully not. Hopefully they eat the contract.
Yeah.
But I want to see guys a glimpse into 27 and beyond. And that includes a Heston Kjerstad. That includes an Enrique Bradfield Jr. It includes a Trey Gibson, maybe a Cade Povich last night. I want a runway for these young guys. And maybe you do end up making the playoffs, even doing that, Femi. Yeah. But these young guys, Mike had an eye towards the future at the deadline. You need to continue to have an eye towards the future with your roster down the stretch.
Yeah, everything you said is literally in my notes. I piggyback, and I'm with it 100%. I want to see CES every day too. I just think he's one of your better hitters. He hit the ball really hard last night. Sometimes he hit it right at somebody, but I want to see him. And look, I know that they could have probably called that play at third in error. They didn't. Yeah. They didn't call it an error, but that's a play you need to make because that can cost you a game in different circumstances. But I'm so supportive of CES when it comes to let me just talk about starting pitching. Look, I don't want them to shut Bradish down. What I'd love for them to do is move to a 6-man rotation or have him skip starts. I want him to be part of this team for the rest of the season. He might have the best pure stuff on this team. I still think, and look, it shouldn't be the priority. Like being the third wild card, like you play to win. I understand that. Like I get all that. But I will probably put having Jackson out there every day, Cowser out there every day, CES out there every day. I want to see Christian Franklin out there. You already said it. No disrespect to Leody Taveras. I don't need to see him. I don't mind seeing Tyler O'Neill get some pinch hit opportunities. I mean, he did great last night. Once again, you know how I am. If someone proves they can handle an opportunity, I want them to get more opportunities, maybe in similar roles just like that. The starting pitching for me, especially when it comes to Trevor Rogers, and I know we have a segment on him later. He's pitching tonight, right? I want him to be part of this team's future. Absolutely. And I want him to get every opportunity to pitch from now until the season ends to establish the fact that he needs to be here and they need to pay him his value. Big left-handers like him just don't grow on trees. You know what I mean? So I think you and I are exactly on the same page, Ken. I mean, that's where I'm at.
So I do want to take this from a perspective, Mike Elias looking at long-term fits. The CES part of this equation, I like him. He was a guy that was DFA'd by the Reds. I do wonder if the Orioles even see him as being a future piece of this team. Whereas Kobe Mayo, despite the fact that we have seen diminishing returns, I think they still think that it's in there. So if you think it's in there and we're sitting in this land of opportunity, and there is a world where both of them can play because Kobe Mayo can DH, you can put CS at third base. But I do think if you're looking to try to figure out, hopefully there is a season next year, and you're like, well, who are these guys who are going to be here next year? And that's why Leody Taveras, like, I don't need to see Leo. I'm completely with Bone on that. Like, I don't need to see Leody Taveras anymore. Like, Christian Franklin can do what Leody Taveras does. But the Cowsers and the Mayos and the Holidays
and the Beavers,
those guys have to be out there.
And Ken, it's worth getting into more. This seems like Heston Kjerstad's last chance. So I understand.
How is he not here already?
It's been such a rocky, bumpy ride for him, and some of it's not his fault at all. Between the myocarditis, him getting hit in the head a couple years ago when he was really starting to heat up against the Yankees. But doesn't it seem like now or never? Like he either gets some chances in this last month and a half, 2 months, or what are we doing? Like,
this is the land of opportunity. Let's cliche it up. You got the land of opportunity plus the last chance saloon. Like that's Heston Kjerstad. Like that's right there for him. I'm shocked he's not here already. Like, especially after the deadline, you're like, Taylor Ward's gone. I know that it's not apples to apples, but he should be here, Femi. Like, that's a guy, like, he's on, 27 almost now? Like, he's older than you think. Yeah, like, so, like, if it's ever going to click, and again, it takes me back to the fact that a couple of years ago, they probably could have traded him for value, and they hung on to him, and now he's got no value. He's underwater. So that part of it bothers me. But as we look forward, he should be here.
Yeah, all the questions that need to be answered, this is the time to answer them, right? You've got, is it 49 or 48?
49.
40, you got 49 games left. That's a good chunk. I mean, it's a third of the season. Yeah. It's not nothing. You know what I mean? I also, look, I want to dismiss what happened last night to some degree. I want to see Jackson batting leadoff. I do. I want to put him in a true pro position. Let's take the training wheels off completely and just let him play. Let him play every day. Put him where you think he's going to be. Is that second? Is it batting leadoff? I don't know. But I want him to just go out there and play free. And sometimes especially when it comes to younger athletes, they just don't know what they don't know. And there is a freedom that can kind of come with the idea that, hey, look, we're behind closed doors, right? Like we want to be the third wild card team for sure. But we also, there's some reconnaissance and some business intelligence that we need to gather around these players too, and balancing that. And that's why I understand the whole CES Kobe Mayo of it all. I get that. I just feel like, and look, it's a small sample size, but since he's been here, he's been a professional hitter for me. You know what I mean? And I still, the part of me doesn't just want to give up on the season completely. You know what I mean?
But that's where I was going to, like, doing this for me, guys, and please jump in if I'm wrong, like, that's not me throwing in the season. I think, like, Leody Taveras has been struggling for a while now. I understand Colton Cowser has been struggling too, hitting, but, like, it's not much of a difference there. Like Dylan Beavers compared to Tyler O'Neill, like I'm going to take Dylan Beavers. And the fifth starting rotation spot where I said, with all due respect to Bassett, he really struggled before going on the IL. So what's the difference between Cade Povich or Trey Gibson or even Michael Farrett? Apparently, Mike was saying he's a call away. If you want to get a look at him, I don't see it being all that different. And right now you're going against a terrible Angels team. This is a series that they will win, maybe sweep, but then it starts to heat up. The Orioles still have the toughest remaining schedule in the American League. And the next 16 games after this series, all against teams you're chasing. Rangers, Twins, Rays, Yankees, Rays. All of those teams you're chasing. So I think this is a good opportunity to put the young guys in. Hey, man, you're in the mix. You're a game and a half out. Let's see what you got.
Hey, we've seen it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. We saw it happen 2 years ago. The Tigers were sellers and then made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So stranger things have happened.
Yeah, where's Jeremiah Jackson end up in all this?
I think he ends up like he's just not. He's a platoon kind of backup kind of guy.
I just felt like there were parts of the season early on where he was playing so well.
In April he had so many big moments.
I just haven't seen much from him since. You know what I mean? So it's unfortunate, obviously, but obviously with Jackson coming back and him needing to get as many reps as possible, Jackson just needs to be in second base, every day. There's just no reason for him not to be. I mean, this is making up for lost time right now. And I don't care what the outcomes are. He just needs to be out there.
Yeah. He's had just to be noted, he's had a bad homestand so far. He's 1 for 12 and some bad at bats.
He had an amazing July. And August has not been good.
Yeah. We come back. We're going to look ahead to tonight when the Orioles take on the Angels. Trevor Rogers on the bump. What's to be expected of Trevor Rogers tonight and the rest of the season as he is still here? We'll also hear from Trevor Rogers, who spoke before the game yesterday. That's next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million.
That's right, $786 million.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing.
amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles beat the Angels last night 3-1. They're back in action again tonight. It's Trevor Rogers and Reed Detmers. I thought Reed Detmers was going to get traded too. He's still an Angel. Trevor Rogers spoke yesterday before the game, as a lot of guys did, talking about the trade deadline. And here's Trevor Rogers talking about how everything went down yesterday.
It's one of the longer days of my life, for sure. Just seeing the trades that went down yesterday, obviously Hadley was, a shock to me personally, what he meant to this organization. And, he was, the star of the rebuild here, and he had a lot of really good years. And just a great teammate, great person. I wish him all the best. And I was actually with Wells and his family when he got the news, so that was pretty tough for me. I loved Wellesley. He was a good friend of mine, but he went to a team that's in first place, and he's going to help him really well. And for me personally, I was, honestly, I was waiting for the call, and thankfully it never came. So, I'm just so happy and stoked that I get to be here with this organization for the remainder of this year and get to be with this group of guys. We're only 2.5 games out and go compete for a playoff spot.
So that was Trevor before the game yesterday, and he says he's happy to stay. He thought he was going to get traded, but it did not happen.
I can't imagine him, man, because it was an off day, and he said that he was with Wells when he found out the news. And Rodgers, to me, was the ultimate 50-50. It wouldn't have surprised me if he got traded. It wouldn't surprise me if he's still here. Now he's still here, and I think everyone's just wondering, what is his future? And we know that the qualifying offer is still in play. CBA expires December 1st. My gut reaction, I think Mike views the compensatory pick that he would get if Trevor Rogers declined the qualifying offer and signed elsewhere would be greater than the return that he would have gotten for Rogers. That's
which is crazy to me.
But that's my view on it.
Because and we talked to Kyle Glazer yesterday. I think Trevor Rogers is going to get over $100 million on the open market. You would think, and I know it's a rental, and he's not going to get what Scooble got, but I think he's going to get more than that sandwich pick if you traded Trevor Rogers. The other thing, there's a theory in the ether that because the qualifying offer is still there, and what the reason they're getting rid of it is it's put such a damper on the market for free agents because teams don't want to give up that pick anymore. So there's a theory that the Orioles create leverage by holding on to Trevor Rogers, and then hopefully they get him back and they're able to work out a contract in the offseason. My only response to that is, why couldn't that number have been worked out right now?
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. And it definitely does create that for the player and the organization. But look, I think we all want Trevor Rogers here long term. I would love to see it. And even last time out, he scuffled against the Tigers, but you can still go back to June 1st, and this is a 10-start sample size. He's pitched to a 2.21 ERA. Yeah. That's fantastic, Femi.
Yeah, no, I want him here. I know that he I was at opening day, and I thought he looked pretty good opening day.
He did look good on opening day.
And obviously, Helsley looked good on opening day, too, but we don't have him either. But I digress. The point is that I think his ERA at one point ballooned, to near 7?
To 7. Yeah. It was 6.96.
The month of May, it was over 10.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And then, so, I think that, for me, I keep saying this over and over again, the size, the pitch mix, the different things that he can do, it's just hard to find. And it's not like it's a mystery on what his salary is and what he's going to command. What I don't understand is the hesitation. I just don't understand why it hasn't been consummated yet. He's too good to let hit the open market. And then on top of it, if you were going to trade him, then you should have got something for him, and you didn't do that either. So maybe there's something going on that we don't know. And maybe one of you guys can confirm this. He said out loud that he wants to be here.
Yes,
right?
Multiple times.
And was there ever a point where he declined negotiating any further until the season was over?
So what he said has been that they have it's the best. Now, granted, and we talked to Jim Bowden about this. There's a world where the Orioles have approached his representation, and the offer, hypothetically, I'm going down a rabbit hole here, was a low-ball offer, and so the agent never passed that along to Trevor. But as far as Trevor has said out loud, he's never had any contract discussions with the Orioles.
And he said on this show, a week prior to opening day, that he was open to still negotiating in season. He said that on this show.
Yeah, I must have heard something contradictory to that, because I was taken aback when I heard that. I think I heard that yesterday, but you know how it is. I mean, there's all kinds of different rumors floating. I take it all with a grain of salt. I mean, the bottom line is that there's not a good reason that I can think of that he shouldn't have been signed to a multi-year deal by this point.
Here's the reason that and again, I'm speculating, they don't think he's worth the money. That's the only conclusion I can come to.
How many baseball insiders have we had come on this show and we've asked that question and they've all been like, we don't know what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
I mean, this is consensus objective thinking.
It's the opinion of one guy mainly. I don't think Mike Elias thinks Trevor Rogers is worth a $100 million deal, which is what it's going to cost to keep Trevor Rogers.
And the qualifying offer, just for context, this past year, and it'll probably go up, it was a little more than $22 million on a one-year deal. And if you're Trevor Rogers, you're declining on a heartbeat because you're absolutely going to command more than that in a multi-year deal.
We have more from Trevor Rogers from yesterday. Alex, let's hear from Trevor Rogers. This was in the pregame. Did he think he was going to get traded?
Yeah, when I saw Wardy go, I was like, okay, that's, it's most likely going to happen. And, I just stayed by my phone all day, and thankfully it didn't, and I'm really happy to be here.
Do you still want the extension?
At this point, there's bigger fish to fry, and we're shooting for the playoffs, and I'm really focused on that right now.
Oh, that's Cordell hitting him with an extension question there, and he's like, we'll figure that when we figure it out.
He said $1 million. He said even in the first quote, Ken, I'm so happy to be here. I love it here. He says it every single time, and takes two to tango.
I mean, it just kind of feels like we're a little bit in the upside down. You know what I mean?
Stranger Things.
Yeah, Stranger Things.
I love Stranger Things.
Yeah, me too. I hated the way it ended, but anyway, I digress.
The whole last season.
Yeah, it was kind of Game of Thronesy on that.
Not that bad. Not that. I'm with you. I watched it.
Okay.
But Game of Thrones, the last 4 episodes of Game of Thrones was trash.
It was bad. It was bad. We need to remake that. We need to start a petition.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, though, and I've had, man, you know how many people have come up to me, guys, since we started working together. Today I was at the gym, and there's actually this lady. She's a fitness instructor, big Orioles fan, growing up in Baltimore. I think that the thing that she communicated to me was kind of the take that we all had in regard to the way that Mike Elias talked about if they were in position to challenge for a wild card position, that they would make the moves to do that.
And go for it.
And then to lose Adley on top of it. She was a huge Adley fan.
Sure.
And the thing I took away from her was that she didn't care how Adley was playing or the reasons or the injuries. She was invested in him because in her mind, she still believed that he was still part of the solution even now. And I think a lot of fans still feel that way. Now you have a guy like Trevor Rogers, I'm going to come back to him, who actually has performed in a manner that is worthy of a long-term extension. So you have a guy that you were going to build this change around. You don't keep him. People don't necessarily understand why. And if they do understand, they don't agree, which is fine. Fans have a right to feel however they feel. I'll always say that. I'll always support that. And then you have a guy that can actually be part of your long-term solution and you're not locking him down. I think this kind of moving of the goalposts, this kind of lack of understanding, like, what is the new plan? I don't think that's been clear yet. That's still not clear today. And I think that's what has fans feeling whipsawed. And that's kind of the consensus vibe that I'm getting as I talk to people kind of like around the city. I live right in the heart of the city. People love their O's. They love their Ravens. And I'm pretty approachable, so they feel really comfortable kind of sharing these thoughts with me. Obviously, I'm approachable, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I understand it. And, you know, once again, I hope Trevor's here. I think he's part of the solution long term.
Orioles back in action tonight. Trevor Rogers on the bump. That game's at 6:30. Baltimore Baseball Night live from Pickles at 5:30. Coming up next, though, Zay Flowers spoke to the media, held a press conference. The Ravens officially got the deal done with Zay. He signed it this morning, so we'll hear what he has to say. But before we step out, 410-583-1057. You want to go see Bryan Adams this weekend? It's the 9th of August. We got 2 pairs of tickets. 410-583-1057. He's playing CFG Bank Arena. You can win tickets. Talk to Alex. Give him a call, and we'll hear from Zay Flowers next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on The Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles took the field with multiple new members of the team last night following a trade deadline that saw 5 players leave Baltimore. Manager Craig Albernaz was proud of how his team responded with a win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. Like, the game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing.
The O's will try to pick up a Series W tonight against the Angels. The starting pitching matchup features Trevor Rogers opposite Reed Detmers. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 74. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I'd like to thank God for putting me in this position. Without him, none of this would be possible. And I'd like to thank my family for always having my back and being there for me through everything we've been through. And my friends, and everybody in this organization, EDC, Nick, Mr. Bashadi, for believing me and giving me a shot. And, you know, taking a chance on me for somebody from Boston College. I know it's not a lot of people at receiver or like skill positions that really come out of there. So I really appreciate them, man.
So that was Zay Flowers' opening statement today as he held his press conference after signing the 4-year, $140 million extension. You know, I do remember he mentioned that the Boston College part of it, Femi, he was offered money to go into the portal for his last year, and he wanted to play it out at BC because that was the team that believed in him. You know, so the kid had some conviction. He's like, you know what, I can go run to the money and go somewhere else, but I want to stay where the team that brought me in, you know, was a guy that didn't look like everybody else as far as the size and measurements of a wide receiver. I'm gonna play it out here, and now here he is. He's proving that at the next level as well.
Yeah, I think loyalty means a lot. And I think maybe George Pickens had a similar opportunity when I forgot the smaller school that he went to, but he had opportunities to jump in the portal and go somewhere else. He didn't. Sometimes when you have success somewhere and you know that you don't want to sacrifice what you can have tomorrow for what you want today. You know what I mean? Those people that have short-term sight and they do something that sacrifices the future because they think they're going to have some better piece of grass, you know, a month from now. I appreciate Zay's having that long sight to stay with the, you know, kind of stay with the horse that he rode in on. I totally understand that. The thing I love about Zay, it's really what Lamar said about him. The idea that a lot of what Lamar did this offseason was fueled by Zay dragging him along. You know what I mean? By Zay pushing him to be up early.
Oh, we'll get to that.
But Zay helping Lamar have a sidekick to get kind of down in the dirt and do the work that was required. Let me throw these things at you. I had someone actually reach out to me on X today because they heard our show yesterday. They reached out to me today because they heard the show yesterday. And if you're listening, brother, this is for you. So get your pen and pencil out right now because this is what you want. I'm going to give it to you right now.
Wow.
YPRR.
Femi takes requests.
Yes. Yards per route run ranked 3rd in the NFL, next gen stats. 4th in the NFL from PFF in regard to efficiency tier. ESPN Open Score ranked Zay in the 94th percentile of all receivers in the NFL in regard to separation mechanics downfield. He was ranked in the 96th percentile in regard to his ability to in yak yards. When it comes to passer rating when targeted, he was 4th in the NFL. Lamar had 113 passer rating when throwing to Zay Flowers. In regards to fantasy points per route run, he ranked 4th among all wide receivers and tight ends. In regard to receiving yards, he finished 6th in the NFL. 7th in the NFL per traditional yardage in regard to total yards and 1,211 total yards. And then in regard to explosive touchdowns, he was 5th in the NFL. And I think he has 4 separate touchdown receptions spanning 50 plus yards. So these are some of the things that Zay has done recently that to me just kind of validate where he is in the NFL wide receiver hierarchy and also validates the contract.
It was cool being out there yesterday because the news broke in the middle of practice and Zay was not practicing yesterday. But Jesse Minter, when he was at the podium, he was asked, what was it like as a defensive coordinator in 2024 when the Ravens played the Chargers in LA, game planning for Zay Flowers? And he gave a really cool answer. And he said, some receivers, like, you know where they're going to be. Okay, this guy's always going to be in the slot. He's always going to be outside. Zay can play all over. And that's what makes him very unique. And I remember being out at training camp last year. And something that, he didn't do a ton of prior to that, his first 2 years in his career, he didn't catch a lot of deep passes. And I asked him about that. Like, is that something you're working on? He was like, yeah, I'm trying to get faster and quicker. Well, you look at, he had the 3rd most receiving yards on deep passes last year, which is 20 plus air yards. Caught 11 of 18 targets. That's a great completion percentage when you're talking about deep passing. So now if you're looking for, okay, what's another area of Zay's game where he could get better? And I think that's where it comes down to the red zone. And if there is a shortcoming, pun intended, Zay Flowers is not a big-bodied guy that you would think typically would shine in the red zone, but I'm not going to roll it out for him.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Femi.
No, I think one of the things, too, is that when you look at, and this is what I love about the Declan Doyle kind of additions and changes, is that Zay does a lot of his, this is to piggyback on what you said, Tim, he does a lot of his dirty work between the 20s. And because the Ravens have run the ball more than any other team in the Lamar era in the red zone, that takes away throwing and catching opportunities. And I thought there was a statistic that you threw out last week that I thought was outstanding. Although Zay, I need to go back and see what that statistic was. But I think because the Ravens are so run heavy inside the red zone, it diminishes the opportunities. But based on the opportunities that Zay's had, the numbers are actually better. This is a qualitative thing to summarize the stat that you threw out. I don't have the number in front of me, but he's actually done better than people think. And I think that Declan is going to make a point now with the rise of Jacoby Lane. That could maybe change things up a little bit. But my hope is that the Ravens have more red zone opportunities and they convert more of those red zone opportunities a la 2024.
And it's not impossible, 2024 being the perfect example. Rashad Bateman was great in the red zone that year. He was great. And it's not like Bateman is this big-bodied guy, but he's such an effective route runner, he's able to create the separation.
Yeah. More from Zay Flowers. Hey, Alex, let's go to cut 3. Femi had mentioned about Zay getting Lamar up early for those workouts. Zay talks about that.
Oh, no, ain't nothing changing. I'm still going to get him every day. he gotta be ready. Next offseason, we're doing the same thing.
Yeah, so if you're not aware, and Femi alluded to it, like Zay was getting Lamar up early every morning for off-season workouts. Early.
Yeah, I love following Zay and Lamar on Instagram because there's a lot you can glean, kind of like what they're doing and what they're working on. I thought the boxing thing, I don't know if any of you have ever done like stand-up like mitt work or Muay Thai or Jiu-Jitsu or rolling. Dude.
Yeah, look at me. Of course I've done all those things.
Well, I could tell you were doing something, bro.
Yeah.
But it's grueling, and I love the cross combination and cross training benefits. I won't. Once I start talking about working out,
come on, nerd out, dude. Nerd out.
It makes me want to go down.
We're into it.
The fitness rabbit hole. I'll spare you today, but there are so many VO2 max benefits, resting heart rate max benefits that come from that cross training, and Ken and I were talking about this off air. Lamar is gliding out there. Yeah. Doubt Lamar being at peak powers at your own risk. I hope people do because they're going to be in for a big surprise.
So obviously we know that Lamar Jackson still has a contract the Ravens would like to get done. Zay Flowers was asked about wanting Lamar to remain his quarterback.
You know, that ain't really my conversation to have, but I'd love for him to be my quarterback I'm done playing. No matter whether 12 years, 13, no matter how long, I want him to be my quarterback because to me, he's the best in the world.
I think the way the question was phrased was like maybe pushing him to get a deal done, and Zay's like, you know what, that's above my pay grade. But yes, I'd love for Lamar Jackson to be my guy.
We all want Lamar to retire a Raven, and I think that there's a bit of PTSD on the last contract, and we know that Lamar wanted a fully guaranteed deal, and we know why. It was Deshaun Watson related, right? As soon as Jalen Hurts signed his deal, Lamar signed his deal, right? He was higher paid. He had the highest paid deal at the time. My prediction is, and I've been saying this since the offseason, until I have something to worry about, guys, I am not going to worry. There's a lot of change that occurred in the 2026 offseason. There's a whole new staff. There's a bunch of different players. It's a lot of change for a guy like Lamar, in my opinion. This is me triangulating what I know about Lamar from how he's grown up and what he's done, how he surrounds himself with people. This is a lot of change for him, but he's been fully engaged. If I'm reading tea leaves and I'm triangulating outcomes, I'm not worried about what Lamar is going to do in 2027. And I do not think this is just about money. I do not believe that. I believe that this is about Lamar proving something to himself, proving something to this city, and putting football first right now. He's going to be the highest paid player when he signs his contract, whether he does it now or whether he does it in March of 2027, which is when I think that his new long-term deal will get signed.
Well, I'll say I'm not worried today, but I am worried thinking about next year because make no mistake about it, the $80-some million cap hit will absolutely hamstring the Eric DeCosta's ability to build the team around him. Right now, it's the worst salary cap situation the Ravens have had in quite some time. They're $65 million over the cap projected next year. And it is a deal to me, and quite frankly, kind of a big deal. Steve Bisciotti said at his press conference he wanted this done prior to the league year. He did not want to restructure the deal. Obviously, they opted to restructure the deal and kick the can down the road. So it's not a nothing burger to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's nothing. But what I would say is, and I think maybe it was you or it was Ken who said it today, Lamar's holding all the cards. It's on Lamar.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sure that Steve knows why Lamar's done what he's done. I'm sure that Eric knows why. And I think Lamar's next decision is going to be the biggest one of his career. So although it's extremely important, and I think you said it appropriately, I'm not worried about it right now. I'm probably worried about it less than you because once again,
you're an optimist.
Well, I'm an optimist, but I also feel like there is a method to the madness here that a lot of people don't feel like they get, like they don't understand why it didn't happen. Look, I know Steve personally. I have a great relationship with Steve. I never talk about football with Steve. I talk more about the Baltimore community and nonprofits and things like that. We talked about the 2000 Super Bowl team, the 2012 Super Bowl team that my brother was on. He asked me about my family. We don't talk about football stuff. I'm sure that Steve, when he said that at the time, he probably felt like he could get it done. But knowing what I know about Lamar, there's something bigger at work here for him. And I think that the importance of that decision, I don't think his intention is to hamstring the organization. I also don't think he's going to drag it along to a place where the team can't make moves in the offseason. I truly believe that in 2027, once we see what this team is through 2026, all these things will be addressed. And I know that not knowing is what makes it difficult to process. I totally get that.
Ravens back on the practice field tomorrow. We continue looking at the AFC North during the program. him. And coming up next, by the way, Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland is going to join us at 4 o'clock. But we will preview the Browns. I can tell you this, Femi's a little bullish on the Browns. How bullish? We'll tell you as we preview them next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The college football season kickoff is just a couple of weeks away. The preseason coaches poll was released yesterday. The defending champions, the Indiana Hoosiers, are ranked 6th. Ohio State at number 1 received 38 first-place votes. The Buckeyes open the season against Ball State on September the 5th. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep the game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore, but check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Scattered storms this afternoon. It turns humid the rest of the week. We'll be in the low 90s through the weekend and maybe get some severe weather on Thursday and Friday.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
We all evaluate it, but not to that extreme. Nothing's going to be decided over these install practices. We're just getting it in, letting the guys compete, see where we're at. That's all positions. And then once we get further along in pads, the full installs are in, we get to compete against other people. That's really when I'm going to be able to see it, because I haven't coached any of the 4 quarterbacks till now. I have not been around them. I don't have any preconceived notions of who they've been or where they're going. I just take it day to day, we install, and as we get further along, we'll have a better idea.
That's our guy Monk. He's now the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, Todd Monk, and he's mentioned 4 quarterbacks. They have this year's 6th-round pick, Taylon Green out of Arkansas, Dylan Gabriel, kid out of Oregon, Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado, and of course Deshaun Watson's still rolling around the building. So that seems to be the biggest issue with the Browns, because I think we can all agree they've drafted well the last couple of years. We'll know for sure about this year as the season goes, but last year's draft looked great. They just don't have a quarterback, and you can't win in today's NFL without a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Coach Monken, it was probably the best decision that they've made in a really long time. I really like the Jared Verse acquisition. Spencer Fano was probably top 2 or 3 linemen for me in the draft. He's extremely versatile, extremely athletic. I love Casey Concepcion.
Me too.
Their 2025 draft, Carson Schlesinger. Wow, tongue twister for me. You know who he is.
Yep.
Quinshon Judkins, to me, is a beast. Harold Fannin is outstanding. I think Shedeur is going to end up being the long-term solution. I believe that Shedeur can get it done. I also I like Denzel Boston from this
love
draft.
Denzel Boston.
Yeah, I think that was a steal for them.
Femi, let me ask you this, though, because there is, and we're about to have Darryl Ryder on in about 5 minutes, there is some smoke that Watson could win that job, and that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm with you in terms of, I don't know what Shedeur is going to be, but I want to find out this year.
So I think that I would not be surprised if Deshaun started the season. I just don't think he's going to finish the season as the starter. And I'd be remiss if I don't talk about this. Taylon Green, for me, is one of the most athletic quarterbacks I've ever seen. Legit 4.3 speed. He's 6'5". I mean, has a rocket of an arm. He was a kid that I hoped the Ravens were going to draft just for developmental reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some people have talked about him not staying at the quarterback position. I hope he does stay at that position, because I feel like he has a lot of traits that transfer to the league. So we'll see what his future looks like in Cleveland. But you guys already know what I've said. I think that I'm taking the over on, and I've seen 5.5 wins. I've seen 6. I've seen 6.5. Whatever it is, I'm taking a
Book of bone.
I'm taking a half a win above that. I just think that their defense is too good. And I don't think the loss, look, Myles Garrett is probably the best defensive player of his generation. Like that's not hyperbole. That's just facts.
He's a monster.
He's one of the best pass rushers in NFL history, and he's doing it in this era where the defense really has no advantages at this point. You know what I mean? As an offensive guy, I can admit that. I am so happy that he's out of the AFC North. I'd love to see him the only way we could, and you know what that game is. I won't say it out loud. We know what that game could be. I hope that's the time we do see him. But in regard to what Cleveland's lacking, it's stability. It's a coach that is not going to be a politician when he gets out front of the microphone and have players roll their eyes in the locker room when he starts talking about all the things that he's done, because that's what Kevin Stefanski was. There's not a lot of players that are going to miss him. Yes, is he an offensive I won't use the word genius, but was he an offensive-minded coach that kind of knew what he was doing? Did he squeeze a lot of juice out of the Baker days and certain things? He absolutely did. But I don't think that's what Cleveland needs. Cleveland needs a head coach that's going to be honest, that's going to be transparent, that's going to meet you where you're at, and really develop a culture. I don't think Kevin Stefanski did that. I think Todd Monken can.
I'm still skeptical. I do not like this team, and I think, look, Andrew Berry, first off, he didn't make the trade for Deshaun Watson. It's the ownership that's doing that and signing that contract, so I'm not going to put that on Andrew Berry. He's building a roster with one hand tied behind his back because of those cap hits, and they keep kicking the can and kicking the can. And losing Garrett, well, not even losing, trading him away, that tells you what they're thinking about this year. Clearly, they're not trying to compete this year. And if I'm the Browns, I'm starting Shedeur Sanders every single game because you know what? I'm going to get one of two outcomes. He's either going to prove that, okay, maybe there's some clay to mold there. Maybe there is a possibility he's my franchise quarterback. Or he's going to fall on his face and we're going to have a top 5 pick and I'm going to get my franchise quarterback.
It's a great quarterback draft.
So the offense was so horrible last year. They replaced their entire offensive line. I think the defense is going to be good again, but it's also going to be, are they going to overcome the potential inept play from the offense like it was last year, and then it just snowballed?
But Tim, you're kind of answering the question that I think is going to get answered. I think Todd Monken is going to have solutions for
and
that.
I love Todd Monken. I root for Todd
Just so
Monken.
everyone hears this, I'm not saying they're going to have a winning record, right? I'm saying they're going to have 6 or 7 wins. They're going to have more wins than people think. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's not atypical for the Browns every once in a while to surprise you and not look like a total mess. You know what I mean? So I just don't think they're going to be a total mess. I think they're going to be better than that. One correction of myself that I made earlier. I mentioned George Pickens. I was talking about, I think it's Ted Hurst from Georgia State.
Okay.
He was in this year's draft.
Yeah.
He's the receiver that I was thinking of, by the way, that could have gone to a big time like Power 5 and stayed at Georgia State. Sorry. Just want to correct myself. Back to Cleveland real quick. I just don't think they're going to be a total mess. And I think that these kids that they've drafted are actually really talented. Can you squeeze out of them like the best version of themselves? I believe that Todd Monken has a chance to do that. We'll see where they are in a couple years, but the AFC North traditionally has been a really tough division. I know it's been down a little bit lately. I don't expect that to last forever. So that kind of rolls into the kind of the longer version of what Cleveland can become under Todd Monken. But by the way, they're not going to be a winning team this year.
So let's continue the conversation about the Cleveland Browns. We gave our thoughts. Darryl Ryder covers the Browns for 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. How good does he see the Browns this season? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
This summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. You can visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn. And when you swing by there, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's The Final Drive this Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Watershed Restaurant as Tim, Ken, and Femi broadcast live. Watershed Restaurant is a classic Maryland seafood house located in historic Cross Street Market.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Zay Flowers signed his 4-year, $140 million contract extension earlier today. Flowers has experienced plenty of success throughout his first 3 years, but knows he can hit another gear.
Super Bowl. We still got to get a Super Bowl. That nothing don't change. Nothing don't change. I'm still doing the same thing. 5 in the morning, getting in here and working every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound as the O's try to win a second straight game against the Angels tonight. Last time out versus the Tigers, Rogers had a setback as he allowed 7 runs, 4 earned on 8 hits in 6 innings. L.A. will start Reed Detmers. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 74. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
A lot of mamas cry.
So we were just discussing about the Cleveland Browns and just how good they could be this year. Femi, I think it's fair. He's more optimistic. He is our show optimist. He's more optimistic about the Browns than we are. But let's go to Cleveland. Daryl Ryder covers the Browns and the Guardians, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And Daryl joins us courtesy of the Fan Guest Hotline, sponsored by Window Nation. And Daryl, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So let's go out. Let's start with the big picture and then go in. Just how good do you think the Browns are going to be this year?
Well, I think that they're going to be a little better than they were last year. They got a better offensive supporting cast. It's a good young core of players as long as they're healthy. I've got them right now. I've got them in the 6 to 8 win range based on the strength of schedule. They've got one of the easiest strengths of schedule when you look at the opponent's record from last season. So I think 6 to 8 wins, and as Jimmy Haslam said on Friday, the odds makers have the Browns at 5.5. Jimmy's taking the over, and so am I.
It's interesting, Daryl. I think we're all locked in on that. I totally agree. Being here in Baltimore, when I talk positive about the Browns, people look at me sideways. I think that this is what I want you to tell me if I'm getting right or wrong from the outside looking in. There's a lot of Kevin Stefanski speak that just felt disingenuous to me. When I would see different things around the locker room and different players, I just didn't believe that they were buying what he was selling, especially lately. What you're going to get out of Todd Monken is the opposite of that. Todd Monken is the adult in the room. He's a culture setter. When he says things, I believe them. I think he's going to be a better head coach than a coordinator. And I think he's going to force this offense to be productive. I'm a big fan of Carson Schwarzenegger. Why can't I say his last name? It really bothers me. I think they had a heck of a draft. So I'm taking the over 2 on the wins. But the real distinction, the reason why for me is because of Todd Monken.
Yeah, and I wasn't crazy about the Todd Monken hire compared to some of the younger candidates they were looking at. I wasn't sure that it was going to work. However, having watched what Todd Monken has been able to do to this point, I absolutely love the fact that he is not afraid to stop a play and cuss players out in the middle of said play because they made a mistake or they didn't do what he just got done telling them that they were supposed to do. I love it. And you're right. He's genuine when he does say things. It's you can tell it's exactly how he feels. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. I'll give you a perfect example of the difference between him and Kevin Stefanski. And I like Kevin Stefanski a lot. I didn't enjoy his press conferences a lot, but but I did think Kevin was a good coach. But I do think that Todd maybe connects better with the players than Kevin did. And case in point. On Saturday, I posted a video on my social media of Mike Hall Jr. getting decleated by Quinshon Judkins. They were in shells, and it was a bit of a cheap shot on Quinshon's part. Todd Monken was asked about it on Monday. That was their first practice after the fact. And if Kevin Stefanski were asking the question, he'd just say, we keep conversations with players internal. And then that's all you're getting out of that. Todd Monken said, yeah, I talked to Quinshon. It was a mistake. We all make mistakes. We're human. Things happen. That's a learning lesson for everybody involved, not to allow the emotions of the game, which is an emotional game, to overtake you and do something that hurts the team. And I thought that was a perfect answer. He didn't throw Quinshon under the bus, but he also made it known, hey, that was not what we want there in that situation. Your teammates, you got to protect each other in camp, and let's not do that again. And I think that is the most perfect, genuine way to approach things. And I'm sure some folks in the Browns don't like that Todd is open and honest as he is, but it is refreshing. And I do think that his ability to connect with players is really, really strong. And Andrew Berry, I think, had the best description of it. He compared him to Billy Bob Thornton's character in Landman. And Berry said something to the effect of, hey, he can talk to the 20-year-old kid running the rig. He can talk to the billionaire business guy, or he can talk to the leader of the drug cartel, and everybody's on the same page. And I just thought it was such a great comment. But, thinking about it, I'm a lot more optimistic today about Todd Monken's ability to be successful here than I was when they hired him. That said, his success will be as far as whatever quarterback they can put on the field or find is going to take them, and that's going to be the key. They got to find a quarterback.
There we go. We've gone far enough without the quarterback question.
Yeah.
Who is going to start week 1 for the Browns?
Well, if you happen to have an answer to that, I'm all ears.
Who do you think?
We don't know. Look, today it's interesting. I'm on today because I was on our sister station in another market this morning, and I was killing the quarterbacks because they up until today's practice have not looked great at all. And we're asking Todd Monken questions about whether or not maybe Dylan Gabriel should be the starting quarterback after what we've witnessed from Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. But then today, both Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders had, without question, their best practice of training camp. It was really impressive. The ball was coming out on time. They were decisive. The footwork looked good. The velocity on the throws were on target. Like, it looked really, really, really good today. And then I leave practice thinking to myself, can we see that every day from here on out now? And then I'll feel a lot better about the situation. But as far as who the starter is going to be week 1 in Jacksonville on September 13th, your guess, honestly, is as good as mine, because they really seem to be torn between Deshaun and Shedeur. So there's a lot more to go with this competition. The real grading begins starting on Friday. Tomorrow's practice here is the last of what Todd Monken referred to as the first 8 installation practices. So the installation is done after tomorrow, and then I guess we start really, really grading them after that, because then they get into some scheme and rhythm and those type of things.
Talking with Daryl Ryder, it is the final drive here on the Fan. And Daryl, Jared Verse, obviously he's not going to be Myles Garrett, but he's a really good football player. But he's going to be. There's a connection because he was part of that trade. Just what do you think of Verse and his fit there?
I love him, and I think he fits like a glove. I really do. He might not pile up the sack numbers that Myles Garrett piled up here, but his impact already is being felt. Case in point, Verse is a third-year player. We talked to him a couple days ago, and he's very vocal on the field as far as helping his teammates out. And we asked him about that, and he said, yeah, when I was with the Rams, Sean McVay had to keep telling me to shut up. And they're not doing that here. They're letting him be himself, and he works on a regular basis with the first-round pick Spencer Fano, the left tackle that the Browns drafted in the first round back in April. And he doesn't have to do that. And so I think that, I think that Jared Verse, Browns fans are going to come to love him. I don't know that Ravens fans are going to like him very much. Because really the next step for him in his game is the sacks, right? He's still, it's Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, and then Jared Verse as far as the top 3 players getting after the quarterback in the National Football League when you're talking about quarterback pressures. So one thing Verse did tell us that he's been focused on working on here this offseason and in this training camp, refining his game, refining his moves, so that he can finish. That's the word that Jared Verse used. He wants to finish more this season than he did his first 2 with the Rams.
I thought the Browns had a fascinating draft. Big fan of Spencer Fano, big fan of Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Can you talk about the receivers, how they looked in camp? And I know you mentioned that it hasn't been great because the quarterbacks haven't been playing well, but is there anything you can extract just from the receivers themselves?
Yeah, they're really good. And the Ravens fans, if these guys stay healthy, you guys are going to hate them. They are really good. I can't remember the last time. I'd probably say Josh Gordon, supplemental draft, I think 2013.
Yeah.
As far as Denzel Boston just jumps out at me. Todd Monken was asked the other day to try and maybe, if he sees a little Mike Evans in him. And Monken was like, hey, let's slow the roll here, okay? We're talking about Carson Schwarzenegger and Luke Kuechly. And now you want to talk about Denzel Boston, and Mike Evans. He's like, we might want to pump the brakes here, but there is a little bit of a Mike Evans game. But yeah, both guys catch the football. Both guys show the ability to make plays after the catch. They're a lot of fun to watch. They are very hard to miss on the practice field. And the thing that impresses me about both players is the consistency. We're not talking about, hey, one day, Casey Concepcion has a great day, and then the next day, Denzel Boston's having a great day. But no, every day for those 2 guys, they jump out at me. And again, I can't tell you the last time I was that excited about Browns rookie receivers the way I am about these 2 guys. They're really impressive. Now, they have to take it to the field during the season, right? I understand that. But as first impressions go, my expectations for both of those players is elevated based on what I've seen through the offseason and now the first 7 practices here in training camp.
Darryl Ryder covers the Browns for 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Darryl, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
You betcha. Thanks for having me, guys.
We are a week into camp for the Baltimore Ravens. Whose stock is up, whose stock is down, we'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and, of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy from after 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Stevenson Road. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 295 northbound, there's delays between Route 32 and 175. And Route 40 westbound at Marriottsville Road, there's a crash in Howard County. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
It definitely validated how the front office feel about me, how those guys feel about me, how about my teammates feel about me, and they see the work that I put in, and they see everything I do, and everybody felt I definitely deserved this. So the work don't stop now. We got to keep going.
Zay Flowers press conference earlier today at one winning drive after training camp practice. It was a very rainy practice. Actually, I want to officially apologize to my wife. She begged me to take a raincoat out there today, Femi. I said, I don't need a raincoat. I got soaked out there today. I literally had to go home before I came in. I'm not wearing a stitch of clothing I was wearing earlier today because it was just, I was just completely soaked.
You weren't prepared.
No, I was ill-prepared. Zay Flowers is never ill-prepared. He seems always to be prepared, and he is now $140 million richer, and he is a definite stock up because of that.
Yeah, I think I've been beating the Zay drum all day today, right? So we know his stock is up. He's earned every dollar. He's a top 10 wide receiver in my book. He's got a great kind of built-in sonar with Lamar. I call him a 5-level player. To add to the additional stock up guys, Jacoby Lane, obviously stock is up. He's been probably the toast of training camp so far. It is only a weekend. I understand that, but you can only perform in the practices and in the opportunities that you're given. So stock up for Jacoby Lane. Mike Green, stock up for him as well for me.
That's a good one.
Yep. Tavius Robinson. I talked a little bit about earlier what I've seen from him physically. He looks more fit than I've ever seen. I like the kind of the different dimensions that he can play. You can kick him down on third down. Shoot, you can kick him down on first down if you want to. I think he has the size and ability to hold up. I like him and Mike Green kind of lined up side by side. Keon Martin is the nickel. Stock up for him. Defense overall, stock up. I didn't get into the stock down earlier, but there's been just a twinge of Tyler Loop stock down a little bit. I heard a couple of questions about some kicks at practice on Saturday. Some of them haven't been confirmed. I'll give him a soft stock down. I need to hear more. Obviously, we all felt going into, or maybe during last season, he didn't get an opportunity to build trust with me. I think most of us can say that most people that I've talked to, I'll let you guys speak for yourselves, I didn't think he was going to make that kick at the end of the game in Pittsburgh. A lot of that is just because I think that you have to be in high pressure situations and overcome them to build trust. So I still have a little bit of concern about Tyler. Look, I think he has the ability. The staff believes in him. So that's all good for me. I just need to see a little bit more. Elijah Surratt, softly stock down. He has not been healthy. So it's not that he's underperformed. I just don't think he looks like he's healthy. I think he's been nursing a calf thing. I think I'll leave it at there right now for my stock up, stock down.
Bum, before you move, I got two questions for Femi. Number one, how much are these stock downs hurting you, Femi, as you were the ultimate optimist?
He's saying soft. He's saying soft. He's not going full.
I can hear the pain.
Yeah. I mean, I got to do it, but I also don't want to get too caught up in this short analysis, this short amount of time. It's just the beginning of training camp. But somebody has to be on both ends of it. So,
The other thing is, I watched Tavius Robinson, and I liken him to Jarrett Johnson. Do you like that comp?
I think it's a good comp. Yeah. He's probably, I think Double J squeezed every ounce out of his ability. I think that Tavius probably has a higher upside, but that's saying a lot, though. If he can be that's pretty darn good, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because
absolutely.
Double J in his prime was
a really good career.
Damn good. Yeah,
a really good
at the
career.
point of attack, all around player. So Tavius is probably a little bit bigger, a little bit more athletic, but that's not how football games are won, right? There's a lot of it is motor, a lot of it is believing in what you see and reacting to it. So I think it's a good comp.
We didn't touch on this guy the first go around, and I'm not saying that he's really jumped off the screen like crazy, but it's been fun seeing Adam Randall. Randall
he looked good today. Dude. I'll say there's not a lot of highlights. He looked good today.
Yeah, he's a big dude, and obviously he catches the ball extremely well, being a former wide receiver. But he's one of the guys that I'm very excited to see come preseason.
Yeah, no, I like Adam Randall a lot too. I think I've seen the receiver skill set and how it translates to the running back position. I think the biggest thing about him is going to be pass protection. Right? Can he figure that out? Yeah, exactly. But I think he'll be able to figure that out. He'll be great as a check down back. He'll be great in individual one-on-one route running on linebackers and safeties. We already know that. And I think he's found his way. Watching him carry the ball, I wouldn't be like, oh, this guy's a converted receiver to running back. He looks natural at it, and I think we can see that the ceiling is high. And I don't think that Derrick Henry is anywhere near being done. Personally, I've told this story. Well, people ask me, well, why do you feel that way? I got the pleasure of playing with Emmitt Smith in his final season when he was 36 and almost rushed for 1,000 yards behind an Arizona Cardinals offensive line that just wasn't that good, honestly. And when you look at the way that Derrick takes care of himself, from nutrition to fitness to recovery, second to none. So I think he has a couple good years left in him. I do believe that Emmitt's record is in jeopardy. And as long as Derrick Henry is in this backfield, Adam Randall is going to have time to learn, and maybe he'll develop into that lead back. But I like the upside for him as well, for Adam Randall.
Ravens will be back on the practice field tomorrow. We'll be at the Cross Street Market tomorrow, by the way. So coming out and see us. Orioles playing a day game. So come watch the game at the market, or if you come after the game to see us at the Cross Street Market. But coming up next, we want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the O's. Have you recovered from the deadline yet? And what are your impressions of the Ravens through 1 week of training camp? It's the final drive. We're taking your calls next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer. Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy after 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Falls Road. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 895 northbound heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 795 northbound before Owings Mills Boulevard. There's an accident. It's heavy from after the Beltway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles took the field with multiple new members of the team last night following a trade deadline that saw 5 players leave Baltimore. Manager Craig Albertaz was proud of how his team responded with a win.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. Like, the game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. You know, we still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. We're trying to win. We got to go out and play, and our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, you know, keeping the main thing.
The O's will try to pick up a Series W tonight against the Angels. The starting pitching matchup features Trevor Rogers opposite Reed Detmers. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 74. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
But I can't right now, so baby, kiss me through the phone. Kiss me through the phone.
Time to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the Ravens through 1 week of camp. Your thoughts on the Orioles as we're still processing what they did at the trade deadline. Let's start with Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
Oh, what's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing?
What's up?
I guess I can start with the Orioles right fast. It's just I look at the Orioles and you look at Craig. He's talking about it's a man's game. Well, I've been saying that all year because all I've been hearing from him all year is the boys, the boys, the boys. Now somebody lose somebody. Now you got to be men. Treat them like men, hold them accountable, and let's go. That's the Orioles. Bye. The season's over. I wouldn't care if Ken played.
Thanks.
Whoever plays. It doesn't matter to me. It's over. Plain and simple. Now with the Ravens, I look at the thing, just the optimism versus being very pessimistic, or just the subjectivity being very objective with the Ravens. I love what they're doing. I love what I see. It ain't necessarily about they're not in. I hear Tim, they're not in pads yet. It's only been a week. I look at what they're doing. I look at how they're breaking down these people, how they're breaking down Lamar and the whole team. They're teaching them. They're showing them how to do it. They're talking to them how to do it, and they're walking them through it. I look at that.
That's happening.
And we got to get rid of this kicker. Get rid of this kicker.
Wow.
Get rid of Loop. Get rid of Loop. Plain and simple. Because you know why? If he makes a kick in February, what are we going to say? We're going to say nothing. But if he misses it, what are we going to say? Well, he missed it last year, and he missed his first 2 kicks of this year.
So you want to get ahead of that? You want to get ahead of that and just get rid of him now?
Get ahead of it. Pick your own guy.
Yeah.
We can get one. Just pick your own guy.
I thought there was no pessimism during training camp. First week. Why are we being pessimistic about Luke?
Can
What's
I
happening?
say for the record also, I wasn't being positive or negative about them not wearing pads today. I was just pointing out that in the rain they weren't in pads after being in pads on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't know what Jonathan's point was, honestly. I don't know. I lost it. But I understand his point about the O's, I guess.
Yeah.
But look, in regard to Tyler Loop, he's not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
No.
He's talented for sure.
Now he missed the game winner. The leash, things started to get a little shorter.
Yeah,
but
you look, to earn trust, you have to do it in high pressure situations. There's not going to be one right now. You can manufacture it all you want. You can bring another kicker in to compete with him. We're going to learn a lot when the season starts, and I don't think that they're going to put him in bubble wrap. And I say that figuratively because I feel like John did a little bit. I felt like there were kicks and opportunities that were high pressure kicks that they could have given him and attempted that would have prepared him for what he faced in Pittsburgh in January. But the reality of it is that we are where we are, and I think that this coaching staff and special teams and everything that I hear from Coach Minter on down, that they believe in him. They're going to give him a chance, and the fact that they haven't brought in competition says that like it's his job to lose, and no one's talking about him losing anything at this point. So I'm going to sit back and watch. Obviously, I did my stock up, stock down. A lot of a lot of my stock up, stock down is about what's happened in the last week.
Yeah.
Honestly, the last week. So my stock up, stock down could change dramatically between now and what is it? Wednesday? Today's Wednesday, right? It could change again. If we do it again next week,
we'll do it every Wednesday.
Maybe Tyler will be stock up because he performed well in practice, and I heard something good, and I was there to observe something good. This is where we're at today. Don't put too much stock in my stock up, stock down right now.
410-583-1057 to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Kevin?
Real quick on just a follow-up point on the Ravens before I get to the Orioles. I appreciate your perspective, Femi, on it, but if Tyler Loop ain't going nowhere and the game's in his hands, we ain't going nowhere either, in my opinion, at the moment. Like you said, he's got a lot to prove. But as a 50-year-old man, the Orioles have predominantly been losers my whole life. Those 2 winning seasons were just moral victories for a dude that's been a failure as a general manager, because very little of what he said has come true. I'm glad we leaned out the roster. I'm glad we got to make these dudes play like men, because they were playing like little babies. And, I think unless we really win the World Series as an Orioles organization, it's just going to be, we come from a losing record most of my life as a supporter of it. So the trade deadline just kind of puts the icing on the cake for me as a longtime fan. But I appreciate y'all taking my call today.
As someone who's of similar age to Kevin, I'm a little older, but so 80, they win the World Series in 83, and then from 84 to 88, they kind of stunk. 89 was the why not year, and they went to the final weekend with the Blue Jays, but there were no wild cards then, so you lose to the Blue Jays that final weekend, you miss the playoffs. And then, they moved to Camden Yards, and early on they were okay, but they didn't do anything until 96 and 97, where they made the ALCS both years, but lost in both ALCSs. And then they were terrible again from 98 to 2012. 2012 was the Adam Jones, Chris Davis era, where 12, 14, and 16, they make the playoffs. 14, they go to the ALCS. Did not win a game in the ALCS, but went. And then, as he pointed out, you had 23 and 24 where they make the playoffs. They have not, and Bone brought this up the other day, Femi, they have not hosted a World Series or played in a World Series since 1983. Like they have not won an ALCS game since 1997. It's there is a lot of losing that has happened.
This is a fan base that is just starved for a winner. And I mean this with all due. We all love Buck Showalter. And Buck Showalter walks on water in this town, and it's deserved. And the huge reason why is he broke a string of 14 consecutive losing seasons. And Buck in 2012, won the first ever wild card game, took the Yankees to the brink in the ALDS, went to the ALCS in 2014. Buck Showalter has a losing record as a manager of the Orioles, but he's beloved here. That just tells you where this organization has been at. And it's sad because this was supposed to be different. And Buck, when we had him on a few weeks ago, we asked him about 2018, and everything has their expiration date. Mm-hmm. And that's when they blew up the team. And then the rebuild started with Mike the next year. And Mike talk to sustain winner, a winner for 10 plus years, and to sell 6 of 8 years is a failure. There's no way around that.
Yeah, let me speak to the other part of Kevin's statement around Tyler Loop. Let me create a scenario. Ravens go in week 1 to Indianapolis and they play the Colts. And in the fourth quarter, they're down by 2 and there's 10 seconds left. And it's 4th and 10 from the 40. They're marching him out there, and he's going to have to make that field goal. You're not going to put it in Lamar's hands. This is what the kicker is for. Mm-hmm. You can't ask your quarterback to make miracles, because I think last year's team, they would have put it in Lamar's hands on 4th and 10 in that same position from the 40 and said, Lamar, go get a first down for us. No, this is what the kicker is hired for, especially in the era where kickers are making kicks from 50 like it's
They're
nothing.
So much better than they used to be.
All the time. He has to go out there and make that kick, and guess what? No one is going to believe that he can make that kick except for hopefully himself. the players on that team and that coaching staff. That's all it's going to take for the fans and the rest of us that have doubt and have PTSD about it. He just has to make one when it matters. If he makes that one, then it starts to snowball. Then you start to build confidence, and all this talk that continues and all this doubt that continues, and deservedly so, will evaporate. But until he makes one when it matters and it's do or die and it's a walk-off kick, we're still going to have these questions. So I understand, but he has to do it on the field in a game that's going to affect the win and loss column.
410-583-1057. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, I'm going to try to be, on the little positive side. I ain't going to be negative Nancy like Jonathan was, though. The O's, they only a game and a half out. Anything can happen. And people like Jonathan, if we make the playoffs, be the first person down there in line, cheering, let's go O's, this our season, we can do this, But as far as everybody talking about, Fire, Elias, and all that other stuff, man, I think we got to get a guy at least two more years to get this right. Because,
Wow.
2 more?
Yeah, because listen, that athlete trade, we're not going to know until at least 2 more seasons if them guys going to pan out, right? That's not going to be like a next year.
So we're just going to wait.
Rashawn, who else in sports, if this ends up finishing with a losing record, who else in sports survives 8 years without winning a playoff game?
I mean, it's probably a lot of teams. I don't got the the data in front of me that haven't won the playoff games.
I would love
season,
to.
So.
I don't think there's a lot of teams that keep their guys in place when they don't win at all.
But listen, it ain't really his fault though. He got the talent, it's just not producing. Is it his fault? Gunnar Henderson is not hitting, or Jordan Westburg can't stay healthy, or Zach Effeling got hurt.
Let me ask you this: who hired the fitness and the health staff that work for the Baltimore Orioles?
Who's in charge of player development? Who's in charge of player development?
That hired these people.
He hired. It is him directly.
I don't know, man. Listen, the guy's a Yale graduate, man. He's not an idiot by far, man.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying he's dumb. I'm not questioning his intelligence.
You just said he can't run the baseball team.
He's got a high IQ.
Yeah,
that's a different.
He's way smarter than me. I'm not saying that.
Rashawn, he's the president of baseball operations. The buck stops with him on everything.
No, he just hired somebody under him, and he just got promoted. Somebody under him now that's making these decisions, right or wrong?
No, he's making the decisions.
Rashawn, even if he hires a GM, the GM doesn't have much juice. The buck stops with Mike.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, and I got to let you go. But Preston Mattingly is the GM of the Phillies, but Dave Dombrowski is the president of baseball operations. He does everything. That's the guy who makes the decisions. But Mike, who at first said, well, we got to hire a GM now, he's like, well, it's not pressing. Well, duh, because he does everything.
We know how professional sports works. We know how when you're the leader of an organization, every person that you hire and every collateral thing that happens as a result of that hiring, the person at the top is responsible for. That's just the way that it works. That's not a new thing. So yes, he is responsible for every downstream effect for every single person that holds a seat in leadership. Whatever decisions they make ultimately tie back to the person at the top. That's just how it is. I mean, that's a fact. There's no getting away from it. There's no denying it. That's how it works in the real world.
We wanted this to work so bad. I think I said the story yesterday or 2 days ago. 2023, that trade, okay, that was his first one as a buyer. We'll see what he does in the offseason. You get Corbin Burns, you don't build on that. The 24 deadline, quantity, not quality. All right, 25, a lot of injury. At some point, the excuses run out. At some point, it's the definition of insanity.
By the way, and I love Rashawn. He listens all day, every day.
I love Rashawn.
But can you imagine any other job where you don't have success, but let's give you 2 more years? And because the guy you just flipped that was supposed to be the reason you were successful, the guys you got back, they're not going to be, we won't know what they are for a couple of years. So we got to give you a couple more years.
It can't always be about the future. It can't always be about the farm system.
But you also can't disassociate the people that have been hired from the results. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Someone's got to be held responsible.
Yeah.
And I
by the way, he fired his manager a year ago.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate Rashawn's kindness.
No, I do.
For sure. But
it's
just not the reality of how things work, especially not in Major League Sports. I mean, if you draft a player that doesn't perform, the person who drafted him, if you have multiple drafts where players don't perform, if you have multiple hires where the coaching staff doesn't perform, I mean, everybody loses their job.
And let me also say this, because I know Rashawn a little bit. I'm not going to say where he puts his money where his mouth is. He goes to a ton of games.
Absolutely.
He goes to a ton of games. So if he, as someone who's he's a P1 with us, he's a P1 with the Orioles, he's a P1 with the Ravens, and I mean, like, he's a guy, he goes to a lot of games. So if he's satisfied with the way it is, like, that's a guy that's putting his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. I always say this. I think that fans, every single fan has a right to their opinions,
Absolutely.
right? And so I'm not going to begrudge the feeling or the sentiment that they want to have or feel. But the reality of it is that I learned this from my tight ends coach at San Diego State, Dave Schramm. It's always stuck with me, and I don't know why. I was 19 when he told me this. Femi, we live in a production-oriented business. If you don't do your job, I get fired. That's the first time I ever realized, like, oh, man, like, this isn't my high school coach. This isn't my JC coach. Like, there's consequences if I don't perform, because he's the one who wanted me to come here on scholarship. He could have taken some other kid from some other JC. He brought me here. Oh, wow, I made that connection then. That hasn't changed since I was 19 at San Diego State. All it's done is gotten crazier and wilder.
To put it to the Ravens, Brian Billick won a Super Bowl. Yeah. He got fired.
Yes.
John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl. He got fired.
Yeah, John Harbaugh was in an AFC title game, 3 years ago?
23.
Yeah, like, the Orioles have not won a playoff game since 2014. It's been a minute. Coming up next, Orioles and Angels. What do we expect from Trevor Rogers tonight in the lineup? It's interesting. We'll get that for you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Tarek Skubal left last night's start trailing 2-1 and having given up 4 hits and striking out 6 in 6 innings. The difference was this time Skubal was pitching for the mighty Dodgers, who lost their 5th straight game, and not the Tigers. The Tigers won their 4th straight game, shutting out the Mariners 8-0. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O-Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg. 1-800-INJURED.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Hi, this is attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at 83 of the Jones Falls Expressway. There's a crash. It's on the right side. It's backed up to Falls Road. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. And 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 northbound heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 795 northbound before Owings Mills Boulevard. There's an accident heavy from the Beltway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles and Angels, game 2 of this 3-game series tonight, 6:30 BBT, live from Pickles at 5:30. By the way, I saw Adam Jones stop by the BBT tent last night while at Pickles. I saw that on social media, so always good when good people are around. We had Adam on the show, earlier this week. The days kind of blend. Orioles lineup is interesting tonight, Bone. Christian Franklin leading off and playing center field.
Who had that on their bingo card for August 5th?
Yeah, wow. Yep. Guy was a AAA guy for the Nats a week ago. Pete Alonso was batting second and first base. Gunnar Henderson short batting third. Tyler O'Neill's the cleanup guy. He's in right field. Kobe Mayo, the DH, batting fifth. Christian Encarnacion Strand at third base, batting sixth. Jackson Holly, second base, batting seventh. Jeremiah Jackson in the left field, batting eighth. And Narvaez is the catcher, batting ninth.
Yeah, I think it was Craig Albanez. Someone was talking. He's gotten a lot more work in the outfield recently prior to games, so I guess they're going to try and test that out. And the lineup is different in part because they're going up against a pretty solid left-handed pitcher in Reed Detmers, and I think a lot of people thought that he was going to get dealt by the deadline, and a lot of people were kind of connecting the dots. Maybe you could come to Baltimore.
Yes.
But Reed Detmers, man, his breaking balls, that's his bread and butter. His slider and his curveball, opposing batters are hitting under 180 on both of those pitches. Trevor Rogers on the bump tonight. We talked about him and his possible future earlier in the show where we played the cuts. He sounded very surprised that he was here. He thought after Taylor Ward got dealt that he would be soon thereafter, but it sounds like he's happy to still remain in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm looking at the silver lining as I always do. I'm excited to see Trevor, obviously. I'm excited to see Christian Franklin a little bit. You know what I mean? I liked what I saw from him last night. I mean, got on base, obviously scored a run last night. Looks like his arm is fairly strong when he was in left field. I'd love to see him. He's in center tonight, right?
Yes.
So I'm happy to see him in center. I mean, I'm still of the belief of kind of straddling the fence, right? Like we want to see all these young guys play, absolutely, no doubt about it. I still want to see them. I don't want to see any white flag waving for sure. But I want to see Colton Cowser out there. You know what I mean? I want to see Holiday at the top of the lineup. I want to.
I'm happy he's in against the lefty because we've seen him sit a lot against lefties.
But I want to get him as many at bats as possible. Totally. You know, from the front end of the lineup. Obviously, you know, there's been a lot of talk about Gunnar. Whether it's Jonathan calling in, I think Jonathan called in earlier on Vinny. I think it was Vinny and Haynie, and he was talking about about Gunnar and Gunnar underperforming. And I think that the consensus is that a lot of it seems like it's psychological. And I'm wondering. I'm not going to get answers to these questions about where his head is and what headspace he's in, but I think that all is not lost. There's 49 games left. I'm hoping that now that everyone is kind of past the trade deadline and kind of this is the team going forward, I'm hoping there's some relief psychologically. And you're kind of, look, the place to be is probably that this is house money to some degree. We know Gunnar's not going anywhere, at least, well, I assume that, right? I mean, after the rest of the season, trade deadline.
A year from now, assuming there's baseball,
exactly.
like that's a different conversation.
So what I'm hoping for is that the line in the sand was basically August 3rd, right? How do guys perform going forward? How does the starting pitching perform going forward? Does Trey Gibson get another shot? What happens with Cade Povich, right? You mentioned Heston Kjerstad, right?
Yeah.
Like I'd love to see him get an opportunity.
Yeah.
I'd love to see, it's Brakefield, correct?
Bradfield.
Why I keep saying Brakefield. I'd love to see Bradfield come up and get an opportunity to play as well. Don't know much about him, obviously. I know that Tim, that's more kind of your wheelhouse, but I'd love to see some of these younger athletes get a chance, but also, once again, while not waving the white flag.
Yeah, well, we're going to get really into that coming up next, and that's how is Mike Elias going to treat the roster for the rest of the season? I have a question because a couple of interesting names got DFA'd, and that'll give us some insight into how Mike Elias is going to treat these last 49 games. Does he try to grab either of these guys? We'll answer that question. And how do we think he's going to handle the roster? Next, it's a final drive here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. The Final Drive is brought to you by FanDuel. Listen up, guys. Think you know who's going yard today? Well, FanDuel's giving you a free chance to prove your baseball expertise with Daily Dingers. Here's how it works. Make your pick on who's hitting a home run, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a shot at extra winnings. Now, when your favorite superstar knocks it out of the park, it'll feel that much sweeter. Daily Dingers is free to play, and you can lock in a pick every day of the MLB season. That's why FanDuel's the home for home runs. So are you ready to play your game? Make your first pick at FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to play Daily Dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer today. This is your chance to call your shot on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The top 25 preseason coaches poll is out in college football, and the defending national champion Indiana Hoosiers are the number 6 team in the country. IU is plus 900 to win it all, and even after losing Fernando Mendoza, I think they're worth the bet. It is a very real possibility Indiana could go back-to-back. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
Zay Flowers signed his 4-year, $140 million contract extension earlier today.
Flowers has experienced plenty of success throughout his first 3 years, but knows he can hit another gear.
Super Bowl. We still got to get a Super Bowl. That nothing don't change. Nothing don't change. I'm still doing the same thing. 5 in the morning, getting in here and working every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound as the O's try to win a second straight game against the Angels tonight. Last time out versus the Tigers, Rogers had a setback as he allowed 7 runs, 4 earned on 8 hits in 6 innings. L.A. will start Reed Detmers. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 74. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
So Mike Elias has done a mini media tour to the Zoom on Monday. It was on the Masson broadcast last night. But on Monday, he was asked about the team and how he's going to look at it moving forward. And do they have a shot at the playoffs?
Our record's below 500 right now. So we've got some work to do to catch up. We have a chance. We have talent. We've had the talent all year. I really believe that. And I think a lot of people have believed that. But we've put ourselves into a bad position record-wise, and we've got ground to make up. Our odds, they're stacked against us a little bit, but we have a good shot. I clearly would have approached this trade deadline differently had our record been in a different place. This is something that you take into account. But I think, despite the fact that we moved some players off this team, veteran players, and brought in younger players, brought in many players at the minor league level, that we've got a team that's got a shot to make it in, and we've got a great coaching staff and a great energy in the clubhouse, and these guys can do it. I think there's been a lot of examples the last few years of teams that have made late surges after the trade deadline and make the playoffs, and I hope that this group does.
So the most recent example are the Detroit Tigers, who sold and then made the playoffs. So it is possible, and they are only a game and a half out of the wild card. But I am curious to see how they play it, and obviously Christian Franklin leading off tonight. So that maybe that tells us a little bit. The guy that was in the minor leagues a week ago, and that guy when they acquired him, they said he can play all 3 outfield positions. So he's in left last night and in center tonight. I do have a question though, and I will be interested to see. Marcell Ozuna and Jorge Soler were released by their respective teams in the last, 48 hours? Do the Orioles try to grab one of these guys? If not, that tells me they're going on. And why is Heston Kjerstad not here yet?
It wouldn't make any sense to me to grab those guys. I just think Mike said it. They're in a really bad spot from a record standpoint. They're in a really bad spot in terms of projection. Fangraphs has them at 14.1%, but they are still a game and a half out despite all of that. And there were 2.5 games out when he decided to sell. And that was a future thinking move. And I've been saying for a month now, that's what they should do. And Mike did really well in the return that he got. But now the job's not finished. For me, you need to take these 49 games, and this isn't waving the white flag to me. Mm-hmm. You need to take these 49 games and see what you have in these young guys. See if they're going to be a part of 27 and beyond. The lineup's out. Obviously, he's not in it. Colton Cowser needs to play every single day. I don't care if it's a left-handed starter like tonight with Reed Detmers. Jeremiah Jackson playing in the outfield. I don't get it.
Yeah. Doesn't do anything for you, right?
Kobe Mayo needs to play every single day. Yep. Jackson Holiday, I'm very happy that he is in the lineup against a left-hander. Dylan Beavers, why is he not in the lineup? Dylan Beavers needs to play every single day. See what you have in these guys. Ken, you brought up Heston Kjerstad. For me, this is the last opportunity. See what you have in him moving forward. Enrique Bradfield Jr., I would love to see him brought up at some point. I mean this with all due respect to these guys that are not going to be around here after October. I don't need to see Leody Taveras anymore. I don't need to see Chris Bassett anymore. I don't need to see Tyler O'Neill anymore.
He might be backbone.
I understand that. But I'm saying I need to see these young guys. I need to see guys, are they a part of the future or are they not?
Yeah, no, everything you said I agree with. I want to see more Trey Gibson. I want to see, I want Kyle Bradish once again. I don't care if it's piggyback starts. I don't care if it's a six-man rotation. I want to see Kyle Bradish finish out the season strong. I think that I'm a big fan of giving players opportunities when they've earned it. The same way that, and once again, I know we have this kind of tongue-in-cheek joke about Brandon Young. And once again, I came out of nowhere paying attention to the O's this year, like full transparency, right? Like I fell in love with his stoicism, the command. I've watched his fastball. I think earlier in April, it was probably topping out on 94. I've seen him hit 97 on the gun. You know what I mean? He's shown me that he is a major league starter, not a fourth or fifth. He could be a 3. Maybe he can work his way to a 2. I don't know. Once again, maybe I'm Optimus Priming that. I understand that. But my point is that
he's still good.
He's really good, and people were down on him for whatever reason. And it's probably from the past. I understand that. But I want guys that earn the right, like Cade Povich did after last night. And I know, look, it wasn't necessarily perfect. And I know he navigated a lot of traffic, right? 7 hits, he had a walk. But look, I saw the curveball. I liked it. I liked the way that he used his changeup. The pitch mix worked for me. I know that his fastball tops out around 92, but there's not a ton of crafty lefties out there. He's crafty enough to be on a major league roster. What is that role? Let him keep starting right now. That's fine. I'm fine with that. If he's the number 5 guy and he's going to come up once a week, or however they're going to use him, move him up and down, I would like to see him kind of finish the season on the roster. I like what I saw from Christian Franklin. So I hope he continues to play. I agree with you. I think you've moved me to a place on Kobe Mayo where we need to see him every day as well.
And maybe it doesn't work out.
Then you know.
That's what I'm saying. And maybe Colton Cowser proves he can't hit lefties, and Kobe Mayo proves that's fine.
But
that's fine.
Let's get some answers, though.
Yes.
And this is the thing, too. And I don't want to dismiss CES because I like the swings that I've seen. I like the hard contact that I've seen. Even last night. I mean, if you just look at his box score, I don't think it's an indication of how hard he hit the ball last night. He hit the ball right to the left fielder, I think, liners twice. And so, yes, I'm with you 100%. Let's get some answers and agree it's not a waving of the white flag, right? The idea here is that there were guys that were moved and there were guys that were kept. And we need to get answers around what these guys can be.
And I do want to clarify my point, by the way. I'm not saying that I have the utmost confidence that Mayo and Cowser and all these guys, but we need to find out. We like you said, Femi, we're trying to get answers at this point. And even the guy, how much difference is Leody Taveras going against left-handed pitching and Colton Cowser? It's marginal at best, and Colton Cowser is a much better fielder.
Leody can't hit lefties.
Yes, I need to get answers on these guys, and you have 49 games to do so.
So it's interesting. We've had conversations with a lot of people about this. The over-platooning of these guys, and it stunts their growth, and maybe they're not as good as we thought they were to begin with. But let's take the training wheels off and see what these guys can do. It's low pressure. Let's see if these guys belong, and then we turn the page, and hopefully we have baseball in 27.
You know what would even be better is to go to these guys individually and say, hey, look, we got 49 games here. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to use you. I want you to come to the field every day, the stadium every day, knowing that this is your role and this is the role that we're going to use you in, and you have an opportunity to show us what you think, or who are you going to be going for. And look, there's a little bit of pressure in that because obviously there's nowhere to hide at that point, right? But I think answers are important, but I also think clarity is important. And I'm a fan of transparency, and maybe some of this stuff is going to be worked out as we go, but there is a freeing, almost an unlocking of pressure as an athlete when you know your role. And this is kind of why you have a guy that, hey, you're going to come in the 7th. You're going to be the bridge from this, from the 8th to the 9th. This is why people have roles. And I think it's good to have these kind of one-on-one conversations and let these guys know in advance how they're going to be used from now until the end of the season.
Come back, hit the 2-minute warning. Zay Flowers, a generationally wealthy man, and an interesting name working out for the Rams today. We'll tell you who that is. Plus, we'll get you ready for Baltimore baseball tonight. They're live at Pickles at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together as Rob Long returns. We'll get his take on everything that happened at the trade deadline. Talk a little Angels, Orioles, and of course, Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at the Jones Falls Expressway at I-83. There's an accident on the right side, backed up to Falls Road. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from Park Heights Avenue off and on to the Harrisburg Expressway. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 795 northbound before Owings Mills Boulevard. There's an accident. It's heavy from the Beltway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's the Final Drive's 2-minute warning.
Interesting quote from Craig Albernaz. This is from our friend Jacob Calvin Meyer, because we've talked about this a lot in the show. Kyle Bradish. He said the Orioles have not discussed a workload restriction innings limit on Kyle Bradish in light of the front office's selling at the deadline. He said that could change and Bradish will play a large role in dictating it. But for right now, there are no restrictions on Kyle Bradish.
It's such a weird situation because Bradish acknowledged that there was an innings restriction during spring training, and then Mike has sort of alluded, like there really has been zero transparency with all of it. I just view it, and obviously the key part of that quote, things could change, and if they fall out of it, you sign Bradish to a 5-year contract. I'm playing it safe with him. If there's anything that starts barking, if there's anything that acts up, this isn't exactly a pennant race that you're in right now. I think you got to be very smart with how you handle Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. My assumption is that these injury situations are dynamic. They're not static. And as the season has gone on, maybe they've learned something. And I'm sure that there are touch points with the athlete and the medical staff to kind of say, hey, like these are the range of outcomes for people that have had this surgery. This is usually where they are. This is the treatment protocol. This is how we're going to move forward. Let's check in and talk about it. But I agree with you, but not knowing more details, I'm a little bit reluctant to say anything else.
Yeah, and they're not going to give you any more details.
And this is the thing. You can't leave it in the hand of the athlete alone because you already know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm sure that the beautiful thing about baseball is we have spin rate data, we have velocity data, we have command data. There's so many data points that they can aggregate to make projections on where he is and where he should be.
And like we brought up several times, like you don't necessarily have to shut him down. You could do a 6-man rotation. Piggyback. You could have someone piggyback. Yeah. Rosters expand in September, so you're going to add another arm in your bullpen or your starting rotation. So there's several ways you can go about it.
Zay Flowers' contract, he signed it officially this morning, met with the media today. Well-deserved, right, Femi?
Absolutely. We love Zay. We're Zay fans over here.
Yeah.
We love the idea that he's not the archetype nor the prototype when it comes to what people want in a receiver. But if you're paying attention, which I don't think a lot of people are, you'll know that he's a number one. There's nothing that he cannot do at the receiver position. And I understand that you want more red zone touchdowns. I get it. But the way that the Ravens play football, which could be changing in the Declan Doyle era, is that in the Lamar Jackson era, no team has run the football inside the red zone more. And no team has been more successful at rushing touchdowns than the Baltimore Ravens. So I expect that to change a little bit. I expect Zay to be more involved in red zone play calling, but I don't want to shine a light on something that no one's heard of so far. But there's a guy named Jacoby Lane, right? And Jacoby Lane is making himself known. So this is the thing I love about this receiver room right now. And I know it's early. I know it's the first week of training camp. I'm being super Optimus Prime right now. I understand, but let me do what I do. Zay, Jacoby, Bate, they're all three extremely different. I love the diversity of the room. And Surratt has his own kind of skill set, right? Who else?
Tez Walker.
Tez.
Bate.
And I think I already mentioned Bate, but because I look at them as the kind of the starting 11 personnel package. But I didn't give Tez his love. And then Wester, you saw Wester yesterday.
Yeah.
The people internally have been raving about Wester. Jeff Zebreck has talked about Wester and how they feel about him. I don't want to leave him out. So I like the diversity of the room. There's not any duplicates in this wide receiver room.
Interesting note. By the way, I did want to mention Jacoby Lane. Declan Doyle was asked about Jacoby Lane today. His comp for him was Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas was a really good wide receiver.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm going to let coaches. They see more than we see. The comp that I've been using because it's a convenient one. A lot of Ravens fans may not remember Michael Thomas, but I look at a guy that just left here, Isaiah Likely, as the comp, and it's a possession comp. I think that Jacoby's way more dynamic, but I think he can fill the role of the big play receiver that Isaiah Likely has been.
I get Michael Thomas's career fell off a cliff.
Yeah, it did.
The dude set the catch record.
Yeah, he did.
So I will take that comp.
Yes.
I will take
that guy was a stud until he wasn't.
You have his first couple years where he was off the chart, right?
Yeah.
Talk about his reception numbers with peak powers.
Dude, his first 4 years combined, he had 470 catches for 5,500 yards and 32 touchdowns.
Yeah, I'll take that.
He had this is 3 years in a row here. 104 catches, 125, and 149 in a 16-game season.
Bonkers.
In a 16-game season.
Yeah, that guy was pretty good.
Ridiculous.
One other NFL note. Aaron Donald was at the Rams facility today. He worked out. It was on the NFL, it comes out, the who was brought into camp thing. Wanted to see what it looked like in pads and a helmet. That's according to Jordan Schultz.
Yeah,
he's coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
He's coming
exactly.
back.
He is coming back. And if I were him, I would come back too.
Yeah.
To play with Myles Garrett and Matt Stafford and Puka Nacua and all these guys. Yeah, why not?
But Femi, like with him being 35, and I was looking this up the other day, his final year in 23, played over 80% of the snaps. You don't need that out of him right now. Like you can keep him 50%. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Keep him fresh, get after the quarterback, and ultimately you just want him fresh for January.
I mean, look, Calais is 40. Is Calais 40?
Yes, Calais is 40.
Calais is 40.
Going to be 40.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Aaron Donald is a Hall of Famer. Aaron Donald is years younger than Calais.
Yeah.
So for anyone that thinks that this isn't going to be successful, that he's not going to be good, he doesn't need to be what he was. He needs to be some version of that. And you look at who he's lining up with. I mean, come on.
That's ridiculous.
Look, it makes too much sense. I kind of want to see it. I mean, you don't want to face it, but I kind of want to see it. You know what I mean? As a football fan, I kind of want to see it. But yeah, I'm excited for him. I hope he comes back. You know, there's no hate over here. He's an outstanding player. He's obviously a great dude. So I've been watching his workout stuff on Instagram. Dude is still jacked, still strong. I mean, he's young. In the real world, he's still really young, Ken. I mean, he's a young dude still.
Yes. Yeah, we're old in sports and young in life can happen at the same time.
Exactly.
You're going out to Ravens tomorrow? Is that the plan?
That's my plan right now. It is. I plan to be out there, and I'll take some notes, and we'll see where it goes. And
you guys made the right decision to not go out today. Yeah. I went out today, and I was a wet dog by the time it was over. Thankfully, they did the pressers indoors.
Yeah, we appreciate your sacrifice.
Oh, yeah, my clothes sacrifice is what happened. Bone, what's on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, we got Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Mike Sando put out his quarterback rankings, the tiers for the Athletic. He'll be joining us. John Mioli, O's columnist for the Banner, and Brad Brock. All-star.
Boneyard.
Birdland territory with your boy and Steve Molesky.
We will be at the Watershed tomorrow at the Cross Street Market, so come on out and see us. If you want to come over after the Royal game, if you go to the game, you just want to come over and watch the game, we'll be over there. We're there from probably 1 to 6. We're on from 2 to 6, but we can't just show up at 2 o'clock. No. That doesn't work.
We'll be there at least by 1:30.
Yeah, so come on out and see us, and we'll talk to you then. Coming up next, it is a Baltimore baseball tonight. They're live at Pickles, and it starts at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
The summer sellathon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at 83 of the Jones Falls Expressway. There's an accident there on the right side. It's backed up to Falls Road. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from Park Heights Avenue to the Harrisburg Expressway. Then it's heavy between York Road and Providence Road. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And southbound on 95 at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There was a disabled vehicle on the right side at Bore 2. Watch for direction there. 895 northbound heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Live from Pickles Pub.
Now the pitch.
Just a long fly ball from the yard.
And the pitch is drilled.
It's Baltimore baseball tonight.
That ball is gone!
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's. Here's the host of Baltimore Baseball Tonight, Bob Haynie.
It is Baltimore Baseball Tonight here on this Wednesday night, downtown Baltimore. We are live from Pickles Pub, second floor, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, because as we saw on Sunday, the weather here can be very unpredictable in the Charm City, but I'm going to go out on a limb and predict no rain, but it's all good. The air conditioning is working great on the second floor. If you're coming to the game, then stop by and say hello. We are here for you. The Orioles taking on the Angels, game 2 of this 3-game series. Birds won the opener last night, which we will get to. But for them, Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, Bob Haynie, Mike Bordick, Joe LaCroix, live from Pickles Pub. To get that win, it might not have been the most exciting win in regards to a run production standpoint. Was a pitcher's matchup for sure. But emotional day beforehand as Alvarez and Elias met with the team. The players themselves had to face that media gauntlet and to go out and handle their business against their former teammates.
Yeah.
No less. What's going through the mindset of those dudes out there.
There was a lot going on, man, for 24 hours. So, the challenge was really for both of these teams. The Angels have been not good all season long. The Orioles, of course, underachieving here in the early going. But both teams traded a lot of their, top players. So there were emotions on both sides. Of course, a couple young players going at it head-to-head, and that of Cade Povich and Grayson Rodriguez. So there was a little bit of intrigue there. But for either one of these teams to battle through, whoever came out on top, I think, was a huge just moral success for that team, for that organization, to find a way to somehow step up and come up with a W. Was it a pretty win? Oh, no. It was not a pretty win, but somehow to get the W is a good thing. Listen, Bob, this is the start of the dog days, the true dog days. Mentally, you are tapped, man. You're over 100 games. You're saying, oh, my gosh, we still got 2 months to go. We got to dig deep, especially for a team that's been struggling. So finding ways to overcome like they did last night, I think, is a huge step in the right direction.
And before the game, too, to have to go through the media gauntlet where Colton Cowser got emotional talking about Rutschman being traded away. Gunnar Henderson apparently was so overcome with, grief, if you will. He didn't want to hear it because I'm assuming, too, Mike, they would have been coming hot at him with, what about you? You're next. What's the deal? And then go out and play a ball game and get a win. It's just air quotes the Angels, but a win's a win. Yeah. And a win that moved them within a game and a half of the wild card.
No doubt. You talked about Colton Cowser there, and I kind of got chills. It's really eerie to think that, I can kind of go back to the same feelings about teammates I had that got traded and just wondering, oh my gosh, you feel like you let your teammates down, you let the city down, the organization, because guys are getting traded away because you're a seller. You've underachieved. So there's a lot that goes into that look in the mirror. And, you hear Alvarez talk all the time about a pitcher having a real fastball. Well, this is the reality of it all right here. This is the human side of it all. And it sucks. And at some point, players really step back and say, wow, this is a cold-hearted business, man. You got to go out there and do what you can to survive. And hopefully, as a team, you come together enough to where they're not selling guys off.
Before we get to the highlights of last night's win, the difference emotionally, mentally, between signing as a free agent like you did leaving Oakland to come here. I mean, you could spin it any way you want. Well, maybe Oakland didn't want Mike Bordick anymore because they had another guy, but the Orioles did. What's the emotional difference between getting traded and signing as a free agent? I mean, looking back, were you the leverage guy at that time for the A's?
It's a choice kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? No, well, they had Miguel Tejada coming up behind me, so they were probably thinking about me going to second base, but there weren't many offers, and the Orioles they made me feel good. Like they wanted me and thought I could be an integral part of a championship caliber team. And it was winning that was the motivation factor, because in 96, that was a playoff team. And if it wasn't for Mayer, who knows where they would have gone. 97, we had the best team. I just got in an argument with some former Indians fans that are sitting here coming over to see Camden Yards, and we talked about that 97 series. I said, we were the best team in baseball. Yes. And they said, yeah, well, we got to go to the World Series. I said, well, screw you. And then I left. But, so there are true raw emotions there. But when you have a choice, that should be the direction. It shouldn't be a money thing. It should be, do I have a chance to win? And when you're all of a sudden traded, it's a more emotional thing. This wasn't my choice, and you look internally and say, wow, this was a huge letdown. I think everybody on that 2000 Oriole team that got traded felt like we let the Orioles down. We let the city down, man. We underachieved, that's for sure.
It's Baltimore Baseball tonight. We're live from Pickles Pub. Second floor brought to you by Jerry's Home Services right across the street from Memorial Park, Camden Yards, Game 2 of the Los Angeles Angels and the Birds of Baltimore. Let's look back at the series opener, which was a win for the Birds. Last game's recap.
0-2 on the way. Baltimore Baseball tonight looks back at the Birds' last game.
Ball game.
Sponsored by Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center. Your home for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-95 across the street from the Yard. Call 410-685-5000 and earn your Hilton Honors points today.
First pitch beat into center. That's a base hit. Franklin's in. Cowser after a late jump will run in the face of Trout, and he scores sliding head first. A two-run single for a jumpy polar bear.
Well, I'll tell you what.
In there for strike three.
Slim Shady, folks. Now he's doing his thing right now.
To get there. Down to third. That's off the glove of Encarnacion Strand, and that'll put the Angels on the board. This is in Minnesota. Slammed by O'Neill. Left center field. Is it too high? Get up, and we'll go. Another pinch hit homer for Tyler O'Neill. The 2-2. He threw it, and he gets the strikeout. Cano ends the game. The Orioles needed this.
Big time.
They needed some good vibes. After a strange deadline day yesterday, they needed a win, and despite being out hit by 7, they get a win. It's a step in the right direction for what they believe will be a 50-game sprint to the finish. Orioles 3, Angels 1. Your final score.
Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald on the call. Masson Sports, and it was a much-needed win and a big win. And it was a game in which the Angels had 11 hits to the Orioles 4, as Kevin said. They were 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. I mean, the Orioles were 1 for 6, so let's not get all carried away here. And that one was Pete Alonso, who we'll talk about during this player spotlight. But how about Cade Povich last night? First start since early May, coming up in a needed situation. He wasn't called up until yesterday afternoon, and has one of the better performances of his career.
Yeah, no, that's pretty special, and I think we're all too familiar with the 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
Right.
Yeah, it was nice to see another team wear that one night. But the story of the night was definitely Cade Povich. I mean, 6 scoreless innings, scattered the 7 hits, and I think that's kind of familiar with Cade Povich. He might give up his hits, but the ability to control the damage. He only had 1 walk. He had 7 punch-outs. So he does have the ability to have swing and miss in there. I love how he moves his fastball around a little bit. It gets kind of sneaky. But the pickoffs were, I think, just incredible, right? We just don't see that too often from the Orioles' left-handed pitchers. And, wow, this kind of came out of nowhere to snap 2 to really help his cause. So I love to see that at Cade Povich. You know, there's a lot to think about, though, with Cade. I love his versatility, but, you know, the Orioles' bullpen's going to need some left-handed help eventually. And I know there's been talk. Is Cade Povich going to stay in this rotation, or is he going to end up being a piece out in the bullpen? And I think this is what kind of is intriguing about the next 2 months. These guys can show their versatility. Cade Povich could end up being a monster in the Orioles bullpen. I know he's got the versatility of, say, a Tyler Wells, but to have a left-handed arm like that is really important.
Let's talk about a former Oriole pitcher, Mike, a guy we thought was capable of being, if not the ace, the solid, strong number 2 in the rotation. That's Grayson Rodriguez. Hadn't been all that great for the Angels so far this season. Had it been 2 years, over 2 years, barely since he last pitched here. But by far, best performance of his season. And he was bringing the heat, too. We were talking about it yesterday. Yeah. He still had that velo. He's cranking 98 on the gun last.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of extra emotion behind his start last night, that's for sure. And I will say this. I don't know that there's anybody that was probably rooting against Grayson Rodriguez. No. I think everybody wanted him, to have some success just the way it happened. Have a great game, but let the Orioles win. He had one of his best career games. I mean, very rarely in his career. As a matter of fact, the last time he went 7 innings was a couple years ago, back in 2024, in June 26th of 2024. 7 innings last night with the 2 runs and just the 3 hits. Nice fastball. The 1 walk he had ended up hurting him because he hit a batter in that inning, that he only gave up the 3 hits, man. So I was impressed and happy for him, because coming into that game, he was like one of the worst pitchers in baseball. So for him to show the Angels, listen, it's in there, man. Trust me, I hope he gets more great opportunities like that.
And still controllable for a couple of more seasons as well. It's Baltimore Baseball tonight, live from Pickles Pub, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordy, Joe LaCroix. Orioles and Angels, game 2 of the series coming up at 6:35. Let's get you ready. Tonight's starting lineup.
Leading it off.
Start things off.
Here we go.
Baltimore Baseball tonight, starting lineups.
For the Birds of Baltimore, 55 and 58 on the year, 31-29 here at home. 4th place American League East. 12 games back of the Rays, but only a game and a half out of the wild card. Minus 33 run differential, 5-5 last 10. Craig Alvarez, rookie skipper. Christian Franklin's in center field tonight. Made his debut at Camden Yards on Tuesday. Pete Alonso's at first. Gun show shortstop. Tyler O'Neill hit the pinch hit homer. He's cleaning up in right. Kobe Mayo DH batting 5th. Christian Encarnacion Strand, he's at third base. Jackson Holiday's at second base. Jeremiah Jackson, Mike, is in left field. And Carlos Narvaez is behind the plate, where we probably will see him a lot down the stretch.
Yeah, I think so. I hope so anyway. But yeah, this is the, they're facing a tough lefty, so he doesn't want to give his suspect against the lefties like a Beavers an opportunity against a tough lefty, or Cowser an opportunity against a tough lefty. He'll use those guys coming off the bench, and hopefully they can come up with a big hit. And we'll talk about the pinch hitters, but Reed Detmer is obviously going against this lineup. I'm a little bit surprised that Franklin's getting 2 days run, and you can't run Colton Cowser out there to find out exactly what you got. But hey, this is good for him. Get a good look at him. He had a nice game last night. And as far as Jeremiah Jackson goes out there, we all knew he was a versatile type player, but I don't know, man. Don't you want to see your outfielders be outfielders? So that's my little argument there. But hey, it's righties against the lefty tonight.
I guess that's the new rules, Mike Bordick, in Major League Baseball, as we give you the lineups for Game 2 against the Angels. Let's talk about tonight's starting pitcher.
2-2 pitch. Let's take a look at tonight's pitching matchups.
Swung on and missed.
Let's see. We got, my goodness.
Trevor
Rogers. There he is. I was thinking about Reed Detmers, but I'll tell you about Trevor Rogers. Yeah, the stud lefty that we thought was going to get traded did not. So the Orioles have him, thank goodness. So here's an opportunity for him to stay strong down the stretch. He's got back-to-back great months. And when we were leading up to the trade deadline, we were talking about Skubal being number one lefty on the market, but Rogers right behind him. And there was a lot of anticipation that he was going to, draw a lot and that he would be gone. But obviously didn't get enough, I'm thinking, for him. So let's hope he can carry it over. He is their best lefty, that's for sure. He's merged right back into 1 or 2 starter, and he's got command of his fastball, so I expect him to finish strong, much like he did last season.
It's Baltimore baseball tonight. When we come back, player spotlight. Mike Bordick's going to talk about a guy who manned up in the clubhouse and a guy that manned up on the field last night, because as Craig Alvarez said after the game, it's a man's game. And that's what they did. And also, speaking of Craig, going to hear from him as he talked about his ball club getting themselves within a game and a half of first place. It's Baltimore baseball tonight. We're live from Pickles, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, and Joe LaCroix here on 105.7 The Fan.
Fellas, stop playing defense against your own energy. If your version of summer fever is just a regular fever or worse, you're too wiped out to even notice the season changed. Low testosterone might be turning you from a cleanup hitter into a bench warmer. Less energy, brain fog, zero motivation. That's not aging. That's fixable. Life Med Institute specializes in TRT designed to get you feeling like yourself again. It's game time. Call Life Med Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Tonight's injury report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight's Players Spotlight.
Can this kid play baseball?
Brought to you by Pickles Pub, home of Baltimore Baseball Tonight. And just a home run away from the yard is your destination for every home game this season.
Look out, Utah Street. First pitch, Pete into center. That's a base hit. Franklin's in. Cowser after a late jump will run in the face of Trout, and he scores sliding head first. A 2-run single for a jumpy polar bear. And Pete Alonso puts the Birds on the board and on top against Grayson Rodriguez.
Kevin Brown on the call right there for Massive. Yeah, huge hit. First pitch slider. One of the few mistakes that actually Grayson Rodriguez made, and Pete Alonso, the polar bear, was ready for it, picking up a couple RBIs in that ball game. One of the few hits that Grayson Rodriguez has given up. Listen, Pete Alonso's had his struggles here recently, but came through big, and I think what happens, and we're going to find this out, I guess, as the season goes, is that Pete Alonso is the man. Like everyday guy. Whether he struggles at the plate or not, he is as team a player as you're going to see. He will give you everything he's got defensively, and if he can't get it right, he'll work at it to get it done. Offensively, he's shown the incredible ability to pick up the RBI when this team has just struggled so much with runners in scoring position. He's one of the top RBI producers in baseball once again this season. But I guess my biggest point about Pete Alonso, not that I want to underscore the fact that I think he's just a great pro, is how he handled himself actually after that game last night. We talk about the importance of just the W in and of itself. But for Pete Alonso to come out and say to the fans, literally, listen, guys, we need you, man. We love your support. We know these are hard times right now, but we are here for you. And he's talking about himself, giving his own blood on the field, and my teammates are going to be right behind you. We're going to give you everything we got. I thought that was a really compassionate thing for the Orioles star player to do. And I know, Alvarez talked about a man's game. That was as manly as you can have from your team leader to step up and say, these are tough times, boys, but we got to find a way to grind through it, put our nose to the grindstone, believe in the talent we have, and push to the end. Listen, you said it, a game and a half, right? I mean, They're so close. They are right there. And just the idea that they have potential to make it in the postseason, when this team all of a sudden reaches to the point where they are in the wild card, and then all of a sudden a 500 team, they could take off like the Red Sox. That belief in themselves, that kind of confidence. And listen, I'm not going to say they're going to be world beaters if they make it in, but that potentiality is there. And for the star player, Pete Alonso to step up and make those comments and continue to come through and fight with big at-bats, I think is huge for this team.
And not saying that, Mike, he didn't have respect within that clubhouse before, but to make the statements before the game, they were the reason basically Adley got traded.
Right.
Because we are where we are record-wise. We didn't do our jobs. And then to go out and help them win the game, does that even put more street cred to the occasion?
No doubt about it, because first of all, he's holding himself and his team accountable for what just happened.
Yep.
This is our fault. Let's pick ourselves up and go out and do it the right way. And he did. He backed it up. I mean, that is so much street cred. It's unbelievable. Yeah, he's a different level in that clubhouse. And this is a guy that's been through it. We talked about it before the show. Pete Alonso, when he came up with the Mets, you think about the Mets, their trajectory, and he has experienced so much in the game. This isn't new to him, what just happened with Adley, but he's a resilient pro and knows how to go about it the next hour. Let's keep going, boys.
Yeah, and I'm sure, real quick, Mike, when he signed with the Orioles, he thought Adley was going to be his teammate for a couple of years.
No doubt.
He probably got a little stunning turn of events there for sure, like the Oriole fans did and many others. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Bob Haynie, Mike Forty, Joe LaCroix, live from Pickles, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Craig Alvarez talking about his team after last night's game. It's the Manager's Report.
Let's go inside the clubhouse for the Manager's Report. Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary, non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown what he can do. We've shown with a variety of guys, the depth we have in the starting rotation, and then some down in AAA. But yeah, Cade he's been great since coming up, and today he stepped up big time. He, like you said, he had to navigate some tough traffic, and but he made pitches. And at the end of the day, you got to make good pitches in this league, and there's some really good hitters across the way.
Craig Albernetz talking about Cade Povich last night. First start in over 2 months, almost 3 months to be exact, but getting through, much needed performance. He was brought in the purge, if you will, Mike, of 22 when Lopez and Trey Mancini got traded. He came over. We've seen flashes like last night before, but injuries and inconsistencies have prevented that from happening. As we look at Cade Povich, what are we ultimately seeing here with him and his Orioles role?
Well, we touched on a little bit about his versatility, and I think it's great that he's kind of bounced back and being able to, step up and really give this team a nice start in last night's ball game. But listen, he wasn't doing that great down at AAA. Let's face the facts. So the Orioles just wanted to see what he could do up here. The reality is, I really think he's ultimately going to be one of those bullpen pieces. And if he does indeed kind of bounce around and show that versatility that he has, so be it. But I see him as a guy that can fill in nicely in the bullpen. He's got a nice repertoire of pitches, and the fact that I think his fastball will even play up even more if he's limited on his innings. I don't know. I know this is a nice start, and I know he's shown flashes.
Right.
But I don't know that he's a rotational piece, to be honest with you. I think they can find opportunities for guys like Cade Povich, especially with that left-handed arm.
Hey, Keegan Aiken 2.0, perhaps?
Hey, there you go. What a great example, right?
Yeah.
Keegan Aiken was a starter. Well, let's try your mediocre fastball out in the bullpen, and it played up for years. It really did.
He was at one time, Keegan Aiken, as you know, Mike, the Jim Palmer Minor League Pitcher of the Year.
There you go.
For the Birds of Baltimore, but they've had a lot of depth. When Bassett comes back, and he's making another rehab start tonight, I believe.
Yeah.
Where does he fit in, too?
Yeah, well, I guess we get to look forward to that. Let's hope his command is on, because if Bassett's command isn't on, it's just going to be another, one of those shows where you're just wishing that you turn the page a lot quicker. They need him to kind of finish strong and hopefully get into middle ball games and show some consistency. But I don't think it's a priority, to be honest with you.
Sure.
I just hope for his own sake he's healthy and he can go out there and pitch and they can utilize him well. But there are other arms that I'd like to see, and I think when we look at these next 2 months, if you want instant energy and newness, put young guys in there as fast as you can and as often as you can. They'll have blinders on and they don't care. They just want to prove they belong. And I'm not saying Bassett won't give you everything he's got, but you got to be honest with what you have in this time.
Speaking of newness, before we hit the break, Alex Hoppe was activated today, acquired in the Taylor Ward trade from Seattle. Hard thrower, numbers aren't overly impressive. Mike Nunez was sent back to the minors, another guy with big stuff, and we've seen flashes of what his potential could be. Before we get to Hoppe, Nunez keeper, right?
Yeah,
maybe
I think so. And I think
workable piece for sure.
I love his arm. I think he's got incredible life. Command's always going to be a thing with these bullpen arms. Can they harness it or not? Because they're all very similar. You know what I mean?
That's the guy tonight.
Exactly. They throw hard. They got a nice, nasty slider, but they can command it enough. That's the issue.
Hey, it's Baltimore baseball tonight. Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer, Mike Bordy, Joe LaCroix. We're live from Pickles Pub. We're brought to you by Jerry's Home Services right across the street from Oriole Park and Camden Yards, where the Birds and Angels get it on game 2 of this 3-game series. When we come back, Mike Bordy's going to analyze things, speaking of bullpen arms, so stick around for that. And we'll give you the ballpark forecast. The eye test says it looks pretty cool outside. But anyway, we'll get into all of that and more. It's BBT, brought to you by Jerry's, live from Pickles, here on 105.7 The Pick.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com. HamptonInn.com.
The newly renovated Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center is the place for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-395, across from Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and steps from the Convention Center, Inner Harbor, and M&T Bank Stadium. Enjoy a free hot breakfast, indoor pool, and fitness center with the comfort and service you expect from Hilton. Need parking for the game? Hampton Inn offers a prime spot right across from the stadium with parking managed by PMC for a smooth, stress-free experience. Call 410-685-5000 to book your stay or secure your spot today. When riding a motorcycle, there's no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
Taking a deeper dive into tonight's game.
Hammered deep.
It's the Analyst Corner.
Way out of here.
On 105.7 The Fan.
The 2-2. He threw it, and he gets the strikeout. Cano ends the game. The Orioles needed this.
Big time.
They needed some good vibes. After a strange deadline day yesterday, they needed a win, and despite being out-hit by 7, they get a win. It's a step in the right direction for what they believe will be a 50-game sprint to the finish. Orioles 3, Angels 1. Your final score.
Kevin Brown from Bassett on the call right there. Yeah, they needed that win for sure. It was not easy. Now listen, the Orioles bullpen, which has been kind of, stepped up and been a stalwart of theirs, at least for the last month and a half, unfortunately has been dealt with not only injuries, but Tyler Wells, their closer, interim closer, just got traded away. So no Helsley, no Wells anymore. Now that closer role is kind of up for grabs, and I think we've seen in the past some of these guys fill in that role. The guy that started the stress was Rico Garcia, who's had a lot of troubles here recently, and last night he had 2 runners on and hit a ball right to the wall. I mean,
that was gone.
I did too, and so did Rico Garcia, and I think everybody that's followed the Orioles, fortunately, it stayed in the park, but there's some risk right there for sure. Kittredge came in. There was that error at third base that led to that run. I think it was an error for sure. It's unfortunate that for Kittredge because the defense, it seems, has let him down so many times. So there are a lot of unearned runs there. And Yennier Cano, who I don't believe is the closer of the future for this team by any means, but it's nice that he's on his game right now. I mean, he is back to all-star level. His split finger is filthy. He did give up a hit last night, but did have a couple Ks. So I think this is going to be by committee here at the end. I think you're going to see Wolfram get probably closing opportunities as well. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think everybody should get their opportunity. Who's ever healthy should get chances to close at the end. But something I'm kind of intrigued about, to be honest with you here, is Felix Bautista's name keeps getting brought up as far as a guy that's starting to throw. And first of all, I think it would be just a miracle in and of itself if we saw Felix Bautista pitch on a major league mound just from all the trauma that his right arm has gone through over the past couple years. So that would be exciting. But the fact that they're even talking about it makes me think, oh my gosh, can you imagine September, the Orioles are still making a push and Bautista comes back with Cano at the back end of that bullpen too? I mean, it's pretty cool to think about it because of how dominating Bautista was just a few short years ago.
And let's talk about the advancement of modern medicine when it comes to throwing a baseball. Here's a guy in Bautista, and we're about the same age, Mike. Tommy John surgery used to be good luck with that.
Yeah.
That's advanced to the point where people come back from most players, some Spencer Strider, others have struggled with it multiple times. But you come back, throw harder maybe than you ever did. But labrum, rotator cuff, that was, you were toast.
Yeah, the death sentence.
And they didn't even know at the time exactly what Mark Fidrich's career, for instance, ended by rotator cuff. They didn't really know what was wrong with him. This is a guy, Bautista, has had Tommy John surgery, rotator cuff, and torn labrum, and he's going to pitch this year.
You believe it?
Incredible.
I know. That would
but
be
how
something,
effective
right?
will he be?
Well, yeah, we don't know that.
Yeah.
But it's pretty inspirational, though, just for Orioles fans to think that the mountain could potentially be walking through those doors again.
Helsley, though, what's your optimism level there?
Well, he hasn't gone under
Yeah.
the knife, right? So, yeah, there's another potential as well. Exactly. So there's opportunities, I think, at the back end of this bullpen with some big arms potentially on the horizon.
Before we get to the weather report, to your point about Cano going back there, we've seen him excel in high-leverage situations, not necessarily as the closer. Though.
Yeah.
Is that kind of not in his DNA?
I don't think it is.
Right.
And I don't think he's proven himself enough in there to make us feel all warm and fuzzy about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, if his sinker isn't sinking or splitty, and that can happen. So, I don't know that he's trusted enough to be the back end, but certainly, a setup guy for sure. I think back on some days when who was the closer we tried back in 98 here? Timlin, right? Mike Timlin?
The old
Blue Jay. They ended up going to the Red Sox.
Yeah.
So we tried him out as closer, and he blew like 10 saves in a row, but his DNA was setup man. He went up to Boston and became the best setup man in the history of the game, I think, for 10 years.
Well, don't want to revisit history too much. That's because Randy Myers split.
Right.
Tried old Armando as the closer.
Yeah, there you go.
Did not work out well for sure. But anyway, it's Baltimore baseball tonight. Live from Pickles Pub. Bob Haynie, Mike Porticello, LaCroix, brought to you by Jerry's. Playing some baseball tonight, Camden Yards. Do you need to bring a sweater? Let's talk about that ballpark forecast.
Here's your ballpark forecast, sponsored by the Maryland Department of Transportation. When riding a motorcycle, there's no margin for error. If you were thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking at all. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov for more information. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Well, if you wear a sweater tonight, you're trying to lose 20 pounds because it is hot out there, baby. 88 degrees, 16% chance of precip, partly cloudy, humidity rolling in at 60%, and the wind's coming from the south at only 7 miles per hour. This is according to weather.
That's why my hair's so frizzy tonight.
When we come back, starting lineup for the Angels, a rough year for Kurt Suzuki, his first season. Brady Anderson's the hitting coach. We haven't even talked about that. Going to go inside the numbers, and then we'll get the injury report for the Birds of Baltimore. Plenty of those for sure, but could we see some returning arms in the not-too-distant future? It's BBT. We're live from Pickles, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services here on 105.7.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
When riding a motorcycle, there's no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. Call us at 8888 ACE Law and come up aces.
Leading it off.
Start things
up.
Here we go. Baltimore baseball tonight. Starting lineups.
Feel like I've been playing, baby. Let's get back into this thing. Starting lineup for the Los Angeles Angels: 43-70, 18-37. Last place in the AL West, which is a mediocre division. They've been so bad, Mike. They're 15 games out of first place in a division where the first place team barely over 500. Minus 76 is the run differential. 2-8 in their last 10 games. Kurt Suzuki rookie year as the Angels manager. And Brady Anderson is the hitting coach.
How about
for this
that?
team.
Well, Brady,
Your former teammate.
They flipped out 11 hits last night. I mean, they had some guys that were swinging it, that's for sure. But unfortunately, those Angels, they couldn't get the big hit with runners in scoring position. Just the one for 12. But there are some dangerous young hitters in that lineup, that's for sure.
Now, before we get to the lineup, when Brady and you and Brady were teammates, did you see future coach in his DNA there when he wasn't posing for Nike posters?
I will say this, and this is the truth about Brady. So Brady was an unbelievable baseball player, but he really took to trying to make his teammates better. Now, Brady Anderson was one of the first innovators, in my opinion, in weight training as far as understanding the explosive moves. So he helped bring Olympic lifting, honestly, right to the Orioles, which was a track and field kind of lift. So I think he was really big in changing a philosophy that had been kind of old school for so many years. So he was very innovative in that regard. Helped me with my training, especially as I got into my, middle 30s playing. So he was very helpful that way, and he always had a passion about hitting. Now, when Brady became an executive with the Orioles, when Buck was here and Duquette, Brady helped so many players with their hitting. It was incredible. He would take guys on backfield, so he really had a passion for it. Now, I don't know that he was trying to make everybody like himself. I think he had a real understanding of the mechanics of a swing, and I think he just cared about it. And even when in off seasons, players would go to him for both strength and conditioning and hitting drills. So I'm glad he got the opportunity. He knows a lot of people out there with the Angels, and it was a nice fit for him. So he's helping a lot of young hitters. I know that.
Speaking of young hitters, the Angels lineup: Netto's at shortstop, almost hit the 3-run homer. Trout center field. Shawn Wells at first. Grisham cleaning up at third base. Mo Ball, Ballesteros, who the Angels just acquired. He had a knock last night.
Yeah.
He's DH batting fifth. Darno's behind the dish. Lowe's in right field. Series in left. And former Oriole Adam Frazier is at second base. It's a challenge team in many areas, Mike. The record speaks for itself. But on the mound tonight is a guy that can keep them in games most of the time.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Reed Detmer's pretty nasty. I mean, this guy's got a big arm. His earned run average just up over 3, but his whip is 1.096. He's got 145 strikeouts, just 125 innings of work. And the O's have had their struggles. They're only 14-20 this season against lefties. So they got a challenge right here against Reed Detmer's. That's why, in a lot of ways, I was hoping the lefties could stay in there because, lefties, I just feel like they struggle against, they don't feel comfortable. So if you mix in left-handed bats every now and then, it kind of shakes them up. But either way, the Orioles have their right-handed lineup primarily against Detmer's. But he's going to be a challenge, man. Pretty big arm. And he's another lefty that we thought might get moved. And he ended up staying with the Angels.
Controllable years, too. He was actually linked to the Orioles in some of these trade scenarios. It's Baltimore Baseball tonight. Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer, Mike Bordick, Joe LaCroix. Live from Pickles, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Let's crunch some numbers. Matter of fact, let's go inside the numbers.
Analytics, stats, and trends. Let's go inside the numbers on Baltimore Baseball tonight. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Minnesota. Slammed by O'Neill. Left center field. Is it too high? Get up! And we'll go! Another pinch hit homer for Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah, that was Kevin Brown on the call. Yeah, the home run last night, Tyler O'Neill. But that, only 4 hits given up, but Tyler O'Neill comes in a pinch hit role and hits his 3rd pinch hit home run of the year. Listen, we've all been hard on O'Neill. He still owes us, I think, about 45 more home runs.
So, by the way.
Right? Yeah. But one thing he has done pretty well this year, and he's helped lead the Orioles to one of the more elite pinch-hitting teams in all of baseball. Yeah, believe it or not, Tyler O'Neill's hit 300 as a pinch hitter. He's got 6 hits in 20 at-bats with those 3 home runs, which is very impressive. This team, I guess under the guidance, obviously, of Albernez, and you hear Ben McDonald talking all the time. He's pushing the right buttons. Well, his pinch hitters are certainly coming through. They've got 24 pinch hits this year. That's 3rd in the major leagues behind only the White Sox and the Rockies. They got 26 pinch hit RBIs, which is first in all of baseball. Batting average 242, which is fourth. And they've got 99 pinch hits, 4 pinch hits home runs as well. So, when Craig Alvarez makes those calls, I mean, okay, he's pushing the right button, so I'll say, yeah, sometimes he is, but I think there are some guys that probably should be starting the game instead of coming off the bench.
I was just going to ask you that.
But I think it's important, though, that they have that ability. I mean, there's good focus at the end of a game. They're ready for these at-bats, and more times than not, these guys have been coming through, so it's a good weapon for them to have.
Let's talk about the banged-up Birds here on this Wednesday night. The injury report.
Tonight's injury report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
All right, we talked about Batista and Helsley possibly coming back here and supplementing the Orioles bullpen, which they could need in a big way. But as we look back, Mike, and Basayo could be beginning some rehab stuff coming up in a couple of weeks. But what has been the most catastrophic injury to the 2026 Orioles?
Eflin, I think, going down. The pitchers. Obviously,
4 innings in or 3.5 or whatever it was.
Yeah, definitely. That was a huge one, I think, in my opinion. When you lose a big arm like that, and I think every team in Major League Baseball can have that same kind of argument. The injuries are very concerning, man, because I think there have been a lot of fluky ones, but man, oh man, the Orioles, it seems like their pitchers are going down faster than anybody's right now in baseball, so they really have to check that out and make sure they can try to keep these arms healthy. I really don't know how they're going to do it if every team keeps chasing velocity, but on that injury front, I guess I'm a little bit more concerned about Basayo's injury than initially. You know what I mean? We're talking about the shoulder. We're just talking about Batista, man. Sometimes these shoulder things can be really not good for a baseball player.
Going to bum us out.
Well, I'm sorry to say that, but where is he? Where is he, Bob? You know what I mean? It's been a while, hasn't it?
He may start rehab.
Okay. He may start rehab. Thanks for that information.
Baltimore baseball tonight, where we come back, news and notes around Major League Baseball. We did have some day games, including American League East teams. We'll get to the schedule, the standings, and all that fun stuff. Orioles taking on the Angels, game 2 of this 3-game series. Bob Haynie, Mike Porter, Joe LaCroix. We're live from Pickles, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services here on 105.7 The Fan.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up aces.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
On the ground, back up the middle.
News and notes from around Major League Baseball.
What a play. Oh, my goodness. He caught that ball.
On 105.7 The Fan.
And hits this one deep to left field. Forget about it. Jose Altuve giving the Astros a 1-0 lead in the third. Home run number 13 on the year.
Altuve is raking. Space City Sports Network on the call. That was earlier this afternoon as Houston Astros jump on the Blue Jays early. But the Blue Jays fight back and win the game 5-4 in 10 innings. Ernie Clement, who I thought only played good against Baltimore, he had a home run in extra innings that proved to be the difference as Toronto, they're 4.5 out of the wild card, which is insanity. Goes to show you about how crappy the American League East or the American League wild card.
Buying too, right? They weren't all sellers. They went buying some guys.
They got rid of Gosman and Varsho,
But
among
they
others.
picked up some dudes too, man.
Yeah,
I know.
They win. They beat Houston, like Baltimore. The Astros are kind of in it in the AL West. But we'll get into the scores and the schedule more in depth here in a second. Speaking of the MLB schedule, for replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation right now. You could get 50% off all window styles. Plus, no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. Let's go. Schedule, baby.
Tonight's Major League Baseball schedule on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
All right, Toronto 5-4 over Houston, as we said. The Cubs, they beat the Dodgers again, 7-6. Skubal pitched last night, and we were talking about it earlier today, Michael, and Vinny and Haynie, me and Nolan. I wake up this morning, click on ESPN.com, and it's Skubal throwing. Skubal gets 6 Ks in his first start. Then you look at the scores, like they lost 5-1. You know what I mean? So, bury the lead. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm not a headline writer, but it's still fascinating to me. But the Cubs win again. PCA's always doing some damage in that one. Rangers, who the Orioles are chasing, one of the teams, 6-0 over the Giants. And the Rays, 4-0 over the Rockies, as Tampa taking advantage of. Next to the Angels, the worst team in baseball, certainly in the same conversation.
No, for sure. And Peralta started the game yesterday, right?
And he got lit up.
Got rocked.
Yeah.
But the Rays ended up coming back and winning that game too, didn't they?
Because old Junior Caminero just continues to do Junior Caminero stuff, which is good stuff, by the way. A's taking on the Reds, 6:40. Mets and Guardians, 6:40. Let's go Mets. Nationals at the Phillies. Nats right now, Mike. Struggle City, losers of 7 in a row, but still sniffing the wild card in the National League. Cardinals at Yankees. How about George Lombard Jr.? Homers in his first game. His brother Jordan homers in his first game down on the farm. You know George Lombard Sr., of course, because he's contemporary of yours as a ball player, but you want Disney movie stuff. That was kind of it right there. And Lombard Jr.'s a stud.
Right, yeah, he took over for Volpe, right? And so pretty exciting move right there.
White Sox at Red Sox. Still no Adley Rutschman. He hasn't even started his rehab assignment. You didn't play for Boston, but you're from New England. How tough can that media be? Red Sox sacrificed this haul that is highly regarded but unproven. Adley goes 2 for 28 to start his Red Sox career, which probably won't begin until later this month.
No, for sure.
How tough is the media and the fan base going to be on old Adley?
Well, they can be tough. Listen, they're going to embrace Adley Rutschman, no doubt about that. Oh, they're going to give him all the love in the world. And to be honest with you, I don't know that Red Sox fan could find a mean bone in their body right now for how the Red Sox have been playing. They're also happy. And I know they're genuinely excited about getting Adley Rutschman, a true bona fide star back there.
Speaking of Boston, hosting the White Sox tonight, 7:10. Marlins at the Bravos, 7:15. Pirates at Brewers, 7:30. Twins and Royals. That's coming out at 7:40. Tigers, game and a half out of the wild card. Incredible. They're at Seattle, another team that the Orioles are both teams now paying attention to. Padres, Diamondbacks, their quest is to get the wild card in the National League. It's PBT. That's your schedule. Let's get an updated look at the standings.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto. The Rays.
A closer look at the American League East standings. Brought to you by Homeward Bound Urgent Care with evening and weekend hours. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today for more information.
All right, let's keep this wild card centric, Mike, if you don't mind, because the division races, some are still pretty much up for grabs. American League East, for instance, Yankees and the Rays, and then you got Central and the West. And, Atlanta's kind of reestablished itself. Dodgers and Brewers comfortable there. But in the wild card, as we sit today, New York, Boston, Cleveland in. Texas half game out, Minnesota's game out, Orioles and Tigers game and a half, Seattle's 2 back. Toronto's 3.5. So there are still a lot of teams chasing that last wild card in the National League. Cubbies, Phillies, Diamondbacks in. Padres game back. Miami 2. Pittsburgh 3.5. St. Louis 4. Reds 5. Washington 5.5. If the Orioles were in the National League, they'd be 4.5, 5 games out of the wild card right now. But instead, they're a game and a half out with only one team ahead of them, or two teams, the Texas Rangers and Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, pretty bizarre. I mean, there are obviously a lot of teams to jump over and teams that improved themselves after the trade deadline. So the challenge is definitely in front of the Orioles. But my gosh, they're all so close. And it's pretty exciting. Even with the Orioles playing as bad as they had recently, they still gained ground. So there's, I don't know, the opportunities just seem right in front of this team, and we still haven't seen them go on a true run yet. So, and it still potentially can happen. I'd like them to sweep the Angels and, hopefully build up enough momentum, get this offense going where they can make, a nice sustained run here for a week or so.
When we come back, Mike Bordick's going to give us keys to victory as the Orioles try to win the series and maybe set up a sweep coming up tomorrow afternoon. Speaking of that, we'll give you tomorrow's matchup as well. It's Baltimore Baseball tonight. We're live from Pickles Pub. Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, Joe LaCroix. We're brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Rashawn is here. We're on 105.7 The Pick.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
Great moments in sports. It's simply known as The Catch, and it's regarded as one of the most memorable moments in NFL history. It was the 1982 NFC Championship game between the Cowboys and the 49ers. San Francisco brought the ball to the 6-yard line. It was third down with 58 seconds left. Montana took the snap and immediately had 3 members of the Cowboys' defense running at him full speed. He threw a high pass into the end zone that seemed destined to fly out of bounds until 49ers receiver Dwight Clark made the leap and got a hold of it with his fingertips. Wilt Chamberlain is widely considered one of the greatest players to ever grace the courts of the NBA. In fact, if you look at the NBA all-time records, you'll see Chamberlain's name appear over and over again. For average points per game in a regular season, Wilt Chamberlain holds 5 of the top 6 per-season averages. Michael Jordan takes the 5th-place slot. A player scoring 50 points in a game is incredible, but in the 1961-62 season, Wilt averaged an incredible and untouchable 50.4 points per game.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
All right, Mike Bordick. Orioles trying to make it 2 in a row against the Los Angeles Angels, a staggering team like the Birds. They traded away some pieces over the trade deadline, Joe Adell and Soriano, among others. How does Trevor Rogers get it done, and how did the Bats get it done against a really tough lefty in Reed Detmer?
Well, Trevor Rogers better not test his luck and give the Angels 12 opportunities to score runs. I just feel like they might get a hit or two in those situations tonight. So hopefully he can shut them down a little bit, limit them as far as the hits go. And the Orioles, it's just going to be up to, I think, Kobe Mayo coming up with a big hit, to be honest with you. Listen, they got enough righties in there. It would be nice if the lefties showed up and pushed some more hits across the board because, Jackson Holliday's been hit so well, and, of course, Gunnar Henderson needs to get going in there. But the right-handed hitters definitely have to come through. But I think it's going to be Kobe Mayo's night. Tonight, he's one of the best against lefties of the game. This is why you're here, son. Go get him.
Jeremiah Jackson in the outfield, concern level is what? And Taylor Ward, by the way, wasn't exactly Barry Bonds patrolling left field either.
No, that's for sure. I'll say this, and I think Jeremiah Jackson's just a really good athlete, and I think he can handle it fine. And why I like I don't like sticking infielders in the outfield, but the thing about an infielder going to the outfield, their pursuit angles are cleaner. When B.J. Surhoff went from third base to the outfield, his lines to the baseball were just unbelievable. He made so many great plays throwing guys out at second base, and I think Jeremiah Jackson has that ability. So I'm excited to see him out there. Listen, I think we've all become kind of fans. He carried this team early on in the year, so it's nice that he's still a part of this team and looking for opportunities to stay in the big leagues.
How creative do you think the Orioles are going to be with the lineup moving forward here, as this is kind of the team? Basayo will be the one impact guy that comes back.
Yeah, we've talked about. I just hope he plays the young guys. I hope Colton Cowser gets more reps against lefties. I hope Beavers gets more reps against lefties. I hope Jackson Holiday doesn't get an off day. I hope Gunnar Henderson moves around a little bit, shake him up. But they got to play the young guys. This is an opportunity for Alvarez to see some of the guys that maybe get called up from the minor leagues, and also an opportunity to really see his talent right here at the highest level and make better determinations and evaluations so they can develop these guys just a little bit better.
Tomorrow afternoon, 12:35, Brandon Young, been a godsend to this Orioles rotation, taking on right-hander Ryan Johnson. Boy.
Yeah,
Series finale, then the Birds hit the road for a long time.
Well, this is important. Trevor Rogers got to step up and be the guy tonight. Shut down this Angels team. Do not give them extra opportunities tonight. And Brandon Young's got to seal the deal. This should be a sweep. There's no doubt about that. They got a couple of their studs on there. Brandon Young has been a godsend, really, to this team, to this rotation. Going after his 9th win on tomorrow.
So the Orioles take it on the Angels tomorrow afternoon. That means no BBT, but we'll get back at it once the Birds hit the road for a long road trip coming up this weekend. That's going to do it for us, for Joe LaCroix and for Alex Gamponi back at the station. And Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, I'm Bob Haynie. Orioles and Angels coming up here in a matter of minutes. Birds trying to win the series. Hopefully get that sweep. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday night, everybody. Keeping it tuned to 105.7 The Fan.
Guys, it's summer, and if you're still dragging, unmotivated, and running on empty, low testosterone could be why you're not feeling like your old self. LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. With treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. Take the first step this summer. Call LifeMed Institute at 575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, and tell them Rob Long sent you.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
This broadcast was presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
4-3 the score, and was talking about PCA's approach at the plate. And, when you think about being just like growing up in your 20s, right? Your early 20s, you really you're the man, you're playing ball at the highest level. You really do feel like everything you're doing is just right because up until that point, everything that you've done has gotten you to that point. And then it does take you, and I think, again, as if you've gone through your 20s, there are humbling moments, whether that's being sent down to AAA, right? If you're PCA, or not getting off to the start you wanted to after playing for Team USA at the World Baseball Classic, right? They're humbling moments. And then it clicks, right? You are, it's like a Greg Maddux situation, right? Or a pitcher that, that can't lean on their fastball so much. You have to become a pitcher a little bit, and that happens in time. A hitter, your approach to play has to be a little different. Like, I don't have to hit a home run all the time. I could just put the bat on the ball, bat 280, and then occasionally put myself in a good count situation and then take full advantage of it. And so those kind of things that Ian Happ is talking about, I think I can envision a scenario where that continues for the rest of the season. Cubs are playing great baseball right now. They've added some great arms at the trade deadline. And if PCA is contributing to that and they do take over the Milwaukee Brewers, I mean, how could you deny a guy like PCA getting the MVP when the Cubs sit atop the NL Central with and having swept the Dodgers during the regular season? I mean, it's a pretty good argument.
It is. I mean, both guys are just playing so well right now. I agree with you in terms of, I think the guy that benefits from there being more season left is PCA, because I think really what this comes down to, Gabe, is how much does Ohtani pitch the rest of the season? There's talks that he could start pitching again in September. And if that's the case, and he goes out and he has 3 or 4 more starts and he does what he was doing before he got hurt, I just don't really see what PCA can do for him to win the award. I mean, Ohtani this season on the mound, 8-2, 1.79 ERA, and 85 2/3 innings pitched. He's got 95 strikeouts. Batters are hitting 180 against him. And then when he hits, he's batting 298, 26 homers, and 70 RBIs. With
DJ, even that sounds crazy when you say when you say that part, and like you just rattled off a potential Cy Young first half of a season, and then you say, and then when he hits, and like that in itself, right, it lets you know that where his standing is at in the MVP conversation. But it's an incredible stat line, right?
It's and. You wondered, like, because we've seen him do this for multiple years, you wonder if the fatigue would set in with voters, where it's like, we know this guy's the best player in the sport. We know he's shown the ability to do this. Like, because I do think PCA is probably having the better, more impactful year. I think PCA is having a more impactful year for the Cubs than Ohtani is for the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers have had a ton of injuries this year, and they're still one of the best teams in the National League. Like, would they be worse if Ohtani missed time? Of course. But, I mean, the Cubs would really, I think, be struggling without PCA, especially with how good he is defensively. So I think it's a good argument for both guys. But just, again, if you put yourself in the mind of these voters, Gabe, I just know that if Ohtani comes back to pitch, especially if you get that recency bias towards the end of the year, reminds people just how dominant he was as a pitcher this year to go along with the hitting, I think he probably ends up winning it, which is why, like, again, I understand people wanting to bet PCA, but I think the bet's Ohtani, because I think he wins it if he pitches, and I still think he can win it if he just hits, right? So if you're betting both guys at like even money, and you have this one guy that can do this thing that the other guy can't, I think if you're choosing, like, you have to take Ohtani,
Yeah, and I think, no one can take for granted the fact that you're seeing someone that, as you mentioned, in itself can have his numbers compete for an MVP title with just batting, but then can also pitch. You just don't see it. Right. And so then they're dominant numbers. It's not as though he's like some reliever that comes in the 8th inning to clean something up. He has starts. He's keeping teams at bay, quality starts at that. And so, when you're looking at that part of it, you're just like, it's cool to see, and it makes for a great argument. But again, when you're looking at, the divisions, when you're looking at American League and National League, and where the Dodgers obviously are still 8.5 above the Diamondbacks right now, Cubs 5 back of the Brewers, and I'm telling you, if they can rattle something off and find themselves atop the NL Central by the end, it's going to be really hard to make a case for Ohtani. Having seen the Cubs, where the Milwaukee Brewers were just supposed to walk away with this one, right? It's almost as if they've been given the division 2 weeks ago, a month ago, and then all of a sudden you see the Cubs, roaring back. I don't know. I don't know. His secret weapon, I can't even believe I'm making this argument, but his secret weapon is the defense, right? He's like, well, not only am I hitting, right, I'm playing Gold Glove defense, and I'm breaking records. I'm doing things nobody's seen before. And so that's going to be his argument. But again, it's also about public opinion, right? Shohei right now is seen as legendary. PCA has been included in those conversations, but hasn't been at the forefront of them, right? he's been on Team USA. He's made the All-Star team, but has he done anything extraordinary when he's in those settings, right? And so you continue to do this where you're dominating Major League Baseball and you're the best player on the best team in the NL Central because you contribute defensively and offensively. I mean, again, and then that's when the chamber of public opinion changes because you've done something extraordinary like that amongst your peers. And then everybody's like, yeah, that's a bad man. Maybe an MVP. Who knows? Right, PJ? Who knows?
Could be. We got a text from a 240 number who says, in my opinion, Ohtani shouldn't be leading in betting odds for NL MVP. To name 3 players, PCA, James Wood, and CJ Abrams, all having a better season than him. And because his name is Ohtani and he's on the Dodgers, he's the MVP. Talk about Ohtani fatigue. Adrian in Maryland. Adrian, appreciate the text. Again, anybody wants to chime in the show, send a text, send our phone in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I mean, James Wood and CJ Abrams are having excellent years. There's no doubt about it. I think Wood probably a tougher case to make maybe than CJ, just because Abrams has the batting average. It's a little more comparable to Ohtani. Abrams has 28 home runs, 85 RBIs, and a 286 batting average. So he's got just as many homers, more RBIs, and the batting average is just there. James Wood's batting average down to 265, and he does have the 30 homers and the 73 RBIs. I mean, both those guys they're having unbelievable years for Washington. And look, I mean, Adrian's right. The fact Ohtani plays for the Dodgers, the fact that he is the biggest name in the sport, and he's won this award multiple times, the fatigue could be setting in a little bit. I think PCA probably is the guy because, like you said, Gabe, I mean, with the way the Cubs are playing right now, if they can threaten the Brewers in that NL Central, that might be one of his best cases to make for him to win the award. It's a shame the Nationals have just kind of fallen off the wagon here as of late, coming into this stretch against Atlanta and Philly. They haven't won a game yet, and their season's kind of over now. So I think Wood and Abrams are going to lose some of that national spotlight, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. So I really do think it's down to PCA and Ohtani. I think it's a close race. I want it to be PCA, and I hope if these seasons kind of stay comparable, he ends up winning the award. But Gabe, my gut is telling me that probably goes to Ohtani. Be my guess.
Yeah, it'll be cool, right? Because the city's a better place. I remember what Chicago felt like, even as a Sox fan, when Chris Bryant won the MVP, and I was even finding myself at Wrigley at times because it's not too often you get to watch the most valuable player in Major League Baseball or any sport for that matter in your hometown. And so PCA winning it, he'll be able to hold on to that title, and that's really cool to see, and we'd welcome that for sure. Here in Chicago, you mentioned Washington. I wanted to just quickly mention the NL East is extremely underrated in terms of the talent that's in that division right there. Obviously, the Mets underwhelming, and that's not an argument that they can hang their hat on. But Atlanta, Philly, Miami's has been playing good baseball since the very beginning, and has a good team despite moves that they've made. And you're talking about Philly, a team that just was begging for some starting pitching, but still had a good team. And then Atlanta always finds themselves somehow, some way, 15 games above 500 year in and year out. And I think that, with the talent that they have spread out throughout the team, these are good squads. So it's unfortunate that obviously Abrams and Wood can't find themselves in a conversation on a better team, which would have made for a better argument for them. But they're in what I would consider probably, one of the best divisions in baseball.
It's a pretty good one. I would agree with you. And the fact that the Nationals are ahead of schedule and this lineup is the best in baseball, and how impressive Wood and Abrams have been leading the charge. Luis Garcia was great this year before getting traded to the Yankees as well. But they trade away Garcia because they need pitching bad. Their bullpen is horrendous. Their starting pitching is horrendous. So it feels like the Nats kind of got this hitting thing figured out, and now they're just kind of putting all their focus on the pitching. And if that can get squared away, They could be a problem as early as next year, maybe, for the Braves and the Phillies. So, yeah, it's a good call on the NL East. Before we go to break, Gabe, we talked about the Rams in the first segment. We're talking about the Dodgers now. Both teams are big favorites to win the Super Bowl and the World Series. If I set a line at a half, 0.5 championships between the Dodgers and the Rams, you going over or are you going under? Either one of those teams winning a title.
100% over. Maybe it would be
100%. You think both win it?
Now, see, now you're moving the finish line of the question. I said one for sure. I do think the Dodgers are going to win the World Series this year. I think it's going to be extremely difficult. Remember when last time they made it and lost, or they had a 10-game losing streak as well at one point. I think this is just what happens during the season. Now that Tarek is on the team, it's just like, oh my God, once they get going, it's going to be, and if Ohtani comes back pitching, it's just tough sledding for anyone that has to face them over a 7-game series. And then the Rams, that's where the variance is obviously a little bit bigger. So I wouldn't say that the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl. It was more on the Dodgers winning it and the certainty there than it was on the Rams. How about you? What are you betting? You got the under? You got the under there?
I'm going over as well. I think the Dodgers win it. I don't think the Rams will.
Okay.
But I'll go. I'll go with the Dodgers.
Alignment there.
We are in alignment. Over a half. I'll pose that question to our listeners. Give us a call. Text us 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. If we're setting the line at a half, 0.5, Dodgers, Rams, one of those teams, both of those teams winning the World Series, winning the Super Bowl, would you go over or would you go under? We'll talk about that when we come back, and we'll also go streaking here to wrap up hour number 1.
Bears QB Caleb Williams is generating a ton of hype. Coach Ben Johnson, are you worried?
He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
Is it all too much too soon for the Madden cover star? Westwood One Sports.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE-certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez here. BetMGM Tonight, wrapping up hour number 1. As we posed the question before we went to break, if you had to take the over or under 0.5, a half, Rams, Dodgers, either of those teams to win a championship this season, would you go over or would you go under? Gabe and I both would go over. We both say 1. We both think either the Rams or the Dodgers win a championship this year. If you parlay both of those teams together, Gabe, to win the Super Bowl and the World Series, 16-1 if you like the Rams and the Dodgers. The Rams are plus 550. Dodgers are plus 155 to win their respective championships. So we'll see. Could be a fun year out in LA with those two teams.
Some college freshman at USC just put up $100 on that.
Sure did. Just sweating that. Gabe, I love the bets where somebody's like, they're betting Tyrese Maxey first basket paired with the Calgary Flames to win the Stanley Cup. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I love when those tickets.
One of my favorite parlays. One of my biggest wins ever was a parlay like that. So I put them together.
Really? What was your biggest hit, like odds wise? Like 60-1, 80-1, do you remember?
Oh my gosh. I would say odds wise, probably like 40-1.
Okay.
40-1. Bigger hits like that. Yeah, I would say 40-1. Like a hit though, like you're feeling good.
Sure,
You don't want to go to
sure.
work the next day. Like, you're good.
I
That's
feel
good
you.
money. Yeah.
40-1. That is a good hit. I think my biggest was like 66-1.
Okay.
I had NC State a couple of years ago when they made the Final Four. I took a little flyer on them, so that was nice. I think that's the biggest hit I've had at 66-1. Hopefully, we'll cash a parlay tonight, and with that, let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking!
All right, here we go. 4 for 5 last night. Our guy Pete Futak, 0 for with Cody Clemens on Minnesota. So we'll try to bounce back tonight. We called in the relief. We called in the big guns tonight with Gabe Ramirez pinch hitting, and surely we'll get to 5 for 5 tonight. Gabe, Brandon, Mike Montgomery, Lee back in California, and myself will all make a pick in tonight's games for a guy to get a base hit. Gabe, kick things off. Who you like to get a hit tonight?
I want to go quickly and first. It's going to be Munetaka Murakami. My man's on an 11-game hitting streak right now. Keeping it rolling. Let's get this money. And it's only at minus 187 if you're going to bet it. A lot of the guys at minus 200 and worse. So go ahead and check that one out. Murakami.
Here we go. Gabe starts things off with his guy, Murakami of the White Sox. Brando, you got an easy one last night. Nico Horner. Who we going with tonight?
Tonight, I'm going to go with Randy Arozarena versus the Detroit Tigers. Dude's been lighting it up all year for Seattle. No reason to think that he won't do it again against Derek Anderson, kicker for... No, I'm just kidding. Going up against Drew Anderson, the pitcher for the Detroit Tigers.
All right, very good. Arozarena for Brando. Monty, what do we like tonight to get a base? Who do we like to get a base hit?
Yeah, I'm going back to the same game as yesterday, Marlins Braves, but give me a Marlin. Give me Kyle Stowers. I don't think I've taken him in this yet, so something new there. Elite matchup on my site, batters-box.com against Bryce Elder. Elder struggling against lefties recently. Stowers has been on fire. OPS over 1,100 in his last 10 games. Two trends I like: 55 games with an elite rating for Stowers, getting a hit nearly 80% of the time, and then more than 70% of elite rated hitters against Elder are getting a hit as well.
Very good. My pick is going to be Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals going up against the Twins today. He was on the DL. He was banged up, but he saw that Dean Kramer was pitching today, Gabe. So he said, you know what? Feeling a little bit better. I'm going to play today. So I think Bobby Witt is going to do some damage and get a base hit. So there we go. Gabe's going Murakami, Brandon Arozarena, Monty Kyle Stowers, and I will take Bobby Witt Jr. as our 4 guys today to get a base hit. Gabe, and hopefully let's cash this parlay. I'm feeling good. I think all those picks are solid. Lee liked earlier Ceddanne Rafaela as well. So those will be the 5 that we'll roll with today. So a lot of action. Everybody's got somebody in a different game. Absolutely love it. Going to be a fun night. That was hour 1. We still got 4 more to go. Stay with us. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
This is Westwood One Sports.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Power. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Join Pickles Pup this summer as they give away 50 most interesting Man of the Year bobbleheads. Just purchase a bucket of Dos Equis for $30 on the day of a stadium bobblehead promotion and it's yours while supplies last. Join Pickles for Merryweather Wednesdays when they'll be giving away tickets to a show at Merryweather the following week. Plus, look for their Coors Light t-shirt and bucket giveaway coming in September. For more details, go to picklespub.com. It's all happening at Pickles Pub this summer. Just a home run away from the yard.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, hour 2, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We roll on here on Westwood One Sports, and we're going to talk some more baseball coming up here in this hour. We're going to talk about the state of the Mets coming up in 20 minutes, dive back into NFL training camp, and then we're going to talk a lot of NFC North. Sean Hammond going to join us in 1 hour to talk the Bears, and then we'll get into the rest of the NFC North. Excited to have my guy, Gabe Ramirez, with me, who's a Bears fan, knows that division very well. Get his thoughts on what he thinks of the Bears this season and the other three teams in that division. But let's stick with Major League Baseball. We were talking about in the first hour of the show, Cubs swept the Dodgers today. PCA, Shohei Ohtani, both hit 2 home runs. Both of those guys neck and neck in the MVP race in the National League. We got to talk about these Boston Red Sox, Gabe. I mean, what they're doing. 29-5 in their last 34 games. 29-5. They have swept 6 teams during that span. At one point, they were 14 games below 500 and one of the worst teams in the American League. Now they are 10 games above 500. They're pretty much a lock to make the playoffs in the American League. But honestly, I think their players, their front office, their fans, they're thinking bigger picture, Gabe. They're 6 games back of Tampa in the AL East. And with essentially 2 months left to play, the way that they're playing right now, I don't think it's crazy to look at Boston and think that maybe they got a shot to win that AL East. I mean, we've talked about it all year with the American League. There's really no great teams. Like the entire season, one wild card team is always below 500. So you can really make the case for a lot of those teams. It does just feel like one of those years, kind of like the hottest team might just win the American League. And certainly right now that is Boston. So where are you on the Red Sox in terms of big picture? Like the way that they're playing, do you think this is sustainable going into October? Would they be your pick right now to represent the American League?
That's a great question. I think at this point, when you're looking at the American League as a whole, how many teams are above 500 or playing well, right? Let's just say that, because obviously they're not above that many of them above 500. But I think when you're looking at the Boston Red Sox, there's one thing, PJ, you mentioned soccer at the beginning of the show. Mm-hmm. I talked to Greg Berhalter, former head coach of the U.S. men's national team, now current coach of the Chicago Fire. And I remember vividly, and I told this story before, but vividly asking him, what's the difference between coaching the men's national team and coaching your club? He's like, when you coach a men's national team, Gabe, it's like a microwave. You need it to get hot instantly, right? Which makes sense. They don't get a lot of time to train together, whatever. Mm-hmm. He's like, but your club team, he's like, you want it to be like boiling water, right? It's not going to be boiling from the beginning. You're not going to be hot coming out the gate. You got to get hotter. You got to figure things out. You got to have these complementary pieces. You got to understand your roles, know where you're going to be at in the lineup. Manager got to know when to push certain buttons. And, when the Red Sox faced the White Sox going into the All-Star break, and it was a humbling loss because I remember watching that vividly. It was the beginning of July, and they swept the White Sox, and I remember watching that, and that was towards the beginning of their winning streak. Mm-hmm. And it was done almost to perfection, where it was at all 3 phases, in that they might not have beat you by scoring 8 runs. It might have been 4, but their starting pitching was great. And their starting pitching, their defense, and then their late inning relief would come in and shut the door on you. So when I saw that play out against the White Sox, I was riding the coattail. The games against the Mets, I won a ton of money because I was like, nobody's pricing this right. And I just saw them beat up on the White Sox and do it in that fashion that, gamblers and fans would look at it and say is very repeatable, right? Like if you can repeat that, then that's when you can find a streak. And that's where the Red Sox are at currently. They beat the White Sox yesterday. Oh my gosh. They put up 14 runs against Davis Martin and the White Sox, right? And so this is a team that's playing exceptional baseball. Can they continue to do it into the playoffs? As you know, point to any point to the Red Sox earlier in the season. It's just there are ebbs and flows to a season. The Cubs know it. The Dodgers know it. The White Sox know it. There are ebbs and flows to a season, and it would be great if they can. I don't know. I don't know if they can, and I don't know if they have the starting pitching to really take on some of the top teams in a 7-game series. But they're fun to watch right now because they're playing baseball the right way, and the W's are piling up as a result of it.
I mean, think about this. They were 32-46 after losing to Colorado. at home. They were 32-46, Gabe. And right now, Boston currently is 61-51.
That is insane.
So the turnaround has just been historical. I mean, with what they've done, and that was all the way back on June 24th. Again, they've lost 5 games since then, and have been on one of the best streaks we've ever seen in the MLB. And now we're just 6 games back of the Tampa Bay Rays. And it's so interesting to watch this unfold, Gabe, where you had a team like the Red Sox where they fire Alex Cora, they fire some of their bench coaches. The season's a nightmare. They're getting ready to sell everybody off at the trade deadline, so we think. Then they go on this crazy run. And now all of a sudden they go all in at the trade deadline and they acquire Adley Rutschman for the Baltimore Orioles. So did you love it for the Red Sox? Do you love the fact that they're going all in? Did you love the fact that they got Adley because they desperately needed an offensive catcher? But what were your thoughts on the deadline for Boston? Because they're certainly going for it.
Yeah, and you know what? When you're thinking about the catcher position, there were a lot of teams that were interested. Look at the Dodgers, who obviously seemingly have like an unlimited supply of everything. So, they were going up against them. The White Sox needed catching help with Kyle Teal going down and Edgar Carroll getting sent back down to the minors. So there were teams that were out there. So you had to pay a premium. But I think the Red Sox, similar to that of the Cubs, remember what it was like to win a World Series and do not take for granted the moments in which you're that close. And by that close, not necessarily to winning it in a surefire manner, but as you mentioned, sometimes that 500 team, that wild card team that figures it out towards the end, we see it year in and year out. All right, whether it's the Diamondbacks, the Giants, like some team will find their way to manage their way into the playoffs. And yeah, so again, you love it. What about you? I mean, when you see these kinds of moves for a team like the Red Sox, who is caught fire and going all in, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm an Orioles fan, Gabe, so I got a lot of thoughts on it from the other side of things.
Fair,
I think
fair.
There's a lot of ways to discuss this with Adley. I totally understand from a baseball standpoint why they traded him. Apparently, the reports from a lot of people around the team that cover him were saying that the O's reached out to Adley multiple times about signing a possible extension, and he wasn't interested. He didn't want to do it. They have Samuel Basallo waiting in the wings. They signed him to a long-term deal. They signed Pete Alonso this past offseason. So Adley was kind of the odd man out, and maybe he felt disrespected or he just wanted to play for a different team, but whatever it may be, he didn't want to re-sign. So if Adley didn't want to re-sign, then it makes sense that you're going to shop him and you're going to get rid of him, which I think is fine. I think, and if you're Boston, yes, you went for it, and yes, you gave up a ton of prospects, but I saw a great tweet, Gabe, where a Red Sox fan said, I'm not a Portland Sea Dogs fan, I'm a Boston Red Sox fan, and they got better today. And that's all I care about, right? Like, so what if we lost our number 2, our number 3, our number 5 prospect? Like, right. The Orioles had the best farm system in baseball for 3 straight years, and look at what good that did them. Right? Look at the situation that they're in now because they have to sell off. So prospects, they're great to have. It's good to have good farm systems on paper, but the reality is baseball is such a hard game and you just never know who's going to turn out to be good. So I commend Boston. Yes, they gave away their future. Yes, they don't know how it's going to work out, but at least you've seen Adley show the ability to be a really good major league player. And with how great they're playing right now, and with potentially Roman Anthony coming back for them, maybe even Garrett Crochet comes back to pitch for them at some point as we head into the postseason. I mean, all of a sudden you just added one of the best catchers and then you added one of the best young players and one of the best pitchers to your team. So I kind of think that's how Boston's looking at it of we gave up a lot for Adley, but we also could have more reinforcements coming as well to make our team even better. So I like it from Boston's perspective.
Similar to what you were saying about what we were talking about with Aaron Donald, right? Where Garrett Crochet is going to look at a situation like this, and of course, I mean, who wouldn't want to play on a team that's winning without you? I look at the Bears last year with Jalen Johnson wanting to come back from an injury because the Bears were winning. These kinds of situations exist. And as I mentioned, this is wide open. Like you can have the big giant, the big bad wolf in the Dodgers, but if you're in the American League, you don't got to worry about them until they get there, right? Like they got their own beasts and hurdles to worry about. Like, sure, do I have to beat the Dodgers? I don't know. They have to get there first. But in the meantime, if I'm the best team, that's why LeBron went to the Eastern Conference. If I'm the best team on this side, then I can, I just got to beat one of them instead of four of them. And so
exactly.
It's going to be interesting to see it play out in that situation. But listen, the AL playoffs are going to be, playoffs in general, right? Because Major League Baseball, I wonder if you would agree with this statement. It is very top heavy, right? Like when the playoffs start, you're not going to be facing the Tigers and the Athletics, and it's going to be the best of the best, and the true colors are going to show quickly, and who's going to fold in those situations. And so Boston could have who they have, and anyone could have who they have. But if you're not a piranha, like they've been calling the White Sox, even though that's the old Twins moniker that they gave them back in the day. Shout out to Hawk Harrelson. But the Piranhas of Chicago could be out there and, smelling blood. PJ ready to take down the Red Sox. Maybe not during the regular season. Jeez. These are humbling. Look, as a Sox fan, these are humbling series where, you don't want to get swept. You just want to lose, you want to win one, and when you have like tonight, they have Sean Burke on the mound. And the streak stopper used to be Davis Martin, and then for whatever reasons, he's not necessarily pitching as what he once was. So you got Sean Burke out there, and you're like, damn. But if he doesn't, you're like banking on your offense and a miracle, which is where the White Sox are at without some good starting pitching. So I don't know. Hopefully, Castillo. What did you think about the Castillo trade?
Man, I love it for you guys. I love it. Like, again, you're going for it without going crazy, but you're giving the team a chance, like that's the thing. It's like the Nationals and the White Sox, I think, are kind of similar teams from the standpoint of people both thought they were kind of years away from competing. Like nobody expected this from the White Sox. Nobody thought they would be winning the division in August, right? We all thought they would improve. We all thought maybe some guys would emerge. There was no world in which we thought they'd be 6 games above 500 and lead in the Central on August 5th. And I think it's great that the front office is rewarding the season that those guys are having instead of just being like, you know what? We know we're ahead of schedule. It's not our year. The Yankees are much better. The Rays are much better. The Red Sox are much better. We're just going to roll with the team we have. If we win, great. If not, we'll get it next year. We'll get them in 2020. Yeah. I like the fact that they're trying to add. They're bringing in some more guys. I think that's the right message to send. They obviously got a great thing going. The young players, Murakami and Montgomery and these guys have been great. Sean Burke's been pitching out of his mind this season. So I think it's awesome, man. And you know what? Like the Tigers would kind of be the only team in that division, I think, that would scare me of tracking you down a little bit. With Skubal gone, though, that's definitely a big help. The fact that he's gone. Cleveland, as you know, like they're just always there. They're the pests that you can't get rid of. Yeah. But Jose Ramirez is the heart and soul of that team, and he's just kind of been up and down. He's been in and out of the lineup. He's been dealing with injuries. So just it does kind of feel like it's going to come down to Chicago and Cleveland. And, you waited for the Cardinals to go on their skid, and they did. You waited for the Nationals to go on their skid. They did. You would think at maybe some point the White Sox maybe go through that 6-7 game losing streak. It hasn't happened yet, but that would probably be only my concern. But Gabe, I love the fact that they went out and got Castillo, man, and they're trying to continue to add and giving themselves a chance in the playoffs.
Yeah, listen, they've had quite the gauntlet since the beginning of the second half, right? Toronto, Texas, Houston, going out the AL West, then the Yankees, Tampa Bay, now Boston. And then their next series is against Cleveland. But after that, not that it's a soft landing, but, it's not as bad going out to the rest of the season. And so, they've shocked people by playing, by winning series and sweeping an occasional one. And if they can continue to do that, they're going to be, just fine heading into the rest of the season. They got one more series against Cleveland mid-September. 3 games set out there in Cleveland. But outside of that, you're ending the season 6 games against, or your last 9 games, Detroit, Kansas City, the Rockies. That's weird. Ending the season against the Rockies. But, Rockies are playing some decent baseball right now. But, come September 26th, those guys are going to be thinking about Cancun and what they're doing for Christmas. They're not going to be thinking about, playoff baseball and stopping the White Sox from winning.
It's a great point. The only winning teams that they play in the month of September are, the Astros are the only one. They play, and by the time they face the Astros, maybe they're below 500, but they play Houston, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, and Colorado, as you were mentioning. So to your point, this was the tough stretch that they had to get through. But on paper, at least, Gabe, if you're a White Sox fan, if you got money invested in the White Sox, you got to kind of have to love the way that month of September is shaping out for them. And you know what? Again, the goal is to win the division. They're definitely focusing on that. But obviously getting one of those top 2 seeds is so paramount. So you go straight to the divisional series and don't have to play in the wild card round. And
right.
You're really, the American League East winner is going to get one of those top 2 slots. And right now the White Sox have a better record than Houston, who's leading the AL West. But what a great opportunity for the White Sox, not only to win the AL Central, but really solidify themselves as at least the 2 seed in the American League and go straight to the division series.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, I think, being ahead of schedule. Listen, in Chicago, we know this what we would like to call a blueprint very well, right? Cubs were ahead of schedule at one point in 2015 and, at least got to the playoffs, smelt it, felt it. And I think this team that they have, right, when you're looking at the makeup of the roster, when I explain it to people here in local media, it's reminiscent of, the reason why the 2020 White Sox didn't work with Eloy and, La Pantera and Yohan Moncada, they just felt themselves a little bit too much, right? And I feel like this group that they have in is it's reminiscent of the high school baseball team that you hated facing because it was just a bunch of gamers that played. They weren't the best team, but they all played hard. They all wanted to win. They thought they were the best at everything, and this team resembles that, right? Where they're naive to the fact that they're not supposed to be feeling like this, right? They just think they're playing baseball and that they should be winning, and that's what you do in baseball. You just go out and try to win. And so when you bring in a guy like Castillo, as you mentioned, not only I know people are crapping on the amount of money. I don't care about that, right? I think about similar to the Cubs in 2015. You bring in a John Lester type, right? This veteran that's been there before that can calm a rotation of young guys that's there. And Luis Castillo has pitched meaningful innings in the playoffs. And that's what they're really going to want him for, to be that number 3 guy, right? And in a perfect world, it is, unfortunately, I hate even saying this because I really like Davis Martin, but it's Burt, Martin, and then, of course, Castillo in that situation. Those will be your 3. And so do you feel comfortable in doing that? Because he's pitched in those meaningful positions before. And so that's why you bring a guy like that in. So that way, next year, Noah Schultz can be someone that's contributing, maybe the number 2 slot. You don't need to lean on Davis Martin as much. A Hagen Smith might comes up, and then you don't know what you're going to be doing in free agency because you still have Castillo there for another year. So it's a great move. It solidifies a rotation with a bona fide major league arm, right? And granted, on a night in and night out basis, you're not sure what you're going to get, but you do know that you're going to get a guy that wants to play and pitch in meaningful innings and games, and that's what he's going to get the opportunity to do when he's pitching with the White Sox.
Vibes are high right now in Chicago with both the Cubs and the White Sox. They're high in Boston with the Red Sox. The vibes are not high with the New York Mets. Gabe, what a nightmare season for them. We're going to discuss them when we come back here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez filling in for Pat and Brad on Westwood One Sports.
The 49ers brought back Deebo Samuel to team with Mike Evans. Does Brock Purdy have enough weapons to keep up with the Rams and Seahawks? Westwood One Sports.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belts. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Never know how.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Why do landscaping pros prefer Echo outdoor power equipment? In a word, power. Echo Power means extreme power, day in and day out, sun up to sundown. Professional-grade Echo blowers, string trimmers, and chainsaws maximize productivity, powering through the toughest jobs nature can throw their way. Experience Echo Power for yourself at Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment in Upper Co. or visit LibertyDiscount.com to learn more. That's LibertyDiscount.com. Echo. Power on and on.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million.
That's right, $786 million.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
Well, hopefully we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. Unscripted, unfiltered, and on camera. The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6.
loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. BetMGM Tonight. Orioles and Angels scoreless in Baltimore in the top of the fourth. A's and Reds tied up at 1. The Mets are up 2-0 against the Guardians. Nats 1-0 over the Phils. Cardinals and Yankees are in a rain delay. Red Sox and White Sox are scoreless from Fenway in the bottom of the first, and the Braves and the Marlins are scoreless as well. I mentioned the Mets are up 2-0 against Cleveland, who obviously is playing some very important games this time of the year, trying to hang on to that final wild card spot. The Mets season has been over for a while. They had that 12-game losing streak to start the season and just have never really begin to recover. They traded 7 players at the trade deadline, and including Clay Holmes, who they gave away. They also added Jefferson Rojas, who became the number 1 prospect in the system. Did you feel like the Mets did a good job, Gabe, at the deadline? Do you think they should have traded away any more players? Should they have gotten better returns? What were your thoughts on what they did?
I mean, first, PJ, you're looking at the team itself and what the expectations were, right? I mean, it went from disappointing to embarrassing. You know, we've all been there as a fan of a particular team, Mets a little more often than most. But ultimately, at least you're smart enough to realize you need a reset. Right? I think far too often some teams hold on to talent or this path that they're on too long. And who cares if you got the highest payroll in baseball? When you're talking about a fan base, like, but did you move off of that? Did you go in a different direction, or did you think like, oh, we're going to run it back and we're going to be okay? And what the Mets did was the latter, right? And when you're thinking about getting off of Freddie Peralta, let's be honest. I mean, not that we know Freddie Peralta is good. You saw his first outing with Tampa Bay, not necessarily the greatest that was out there, especially those that bet on Tampa Bay to beat the team. Anyway, that's a personal issue there. But the rest of the team, you know, you get Clay Holmes sent out to the Cubs, which is great. You know, the White Sox benefit from Brazovan. I mean, so you need to hit on some guys, right? You feel like you have a good anchor. When Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor only play 28 games by the time the end of July happens, you can't produce when your best guys aren't there. And so, again, you're hoping they come back. You're hoping that with the return that you're getting, that you can get a contributor or two, whether that's a middle reliever, right, or someone that can be a position player for you to offset some of the money that you're paying, right, to be a cheaper guy, somebody that is paying in the minors, that you can do that. So, listen, I know that I'm at a point in my old-ass life where when you look at baseball seasons, and you realize, like, okay, people just are at different paths, different points in that path at all times. And so what you want to hope as a fan is that your team is at the proper place on that path and not on the wrong place, right? And if you're the Mets and you thought you were going to win the World Series, you thought you put together this super team and it didn't pan out, well, you're glad that they're doing something else. And you're like, yes, this is the right thing. Move off of these guys, get some people in return, and let's try a different path next year. Hopefully we can find ourselves at a different place on that path than we are now in the month of August. When you look, PJ, at the Mets, you're an Orioles fan. You're on the East Coast.
Yep.
Obviously, the dollars are there. We know that doesn't necessarily always equate to wins. But the construction, the roster construction around them, were you ever convinced that they were going to be a team that was going to make a deep run?
No, I wasn't, because that's the thing. You know, the Dodgers, what gets so swept under the rug with them, what doesn't get talked about enough, is what a well-run organization they are. Like, we just think that their team is built off of all the money that they throw at free agents, right? But they're the best farm system in baseball, Gabe. Like, they can go out and buy anybody that they want. They can also go out and trade for anybody that they want. And they're pretty much the only team that can say that. And that's just what makes them so tough. So, you know, that's why these teams that just try to throw money at all their problems in baseball, it doesn't work out for them. Like, at the end of the day, you still have to have good prospects. You have to have a good farm system. You have to have a good manager, good homegrown players, all those sorts of things. And like, yeah, they can trade for Lindor and bring him in. They can go get Soto. They can acquire some of these pitchers. But at the end of the day, like, if the Mets want to be good, man, they gotta they got to, build up their farm system and bring up some of these guys. Like when they made the World Series and played Kansas City, think about who's on that team. It's David Wright. It's Matt Harvey. It's Syndergaard. It's these guys that came up in that system, right? So that's why I know we're going to have a lockout. We're going to have a new collective bargaining agreement. And the Dodgers, people think they're ruining baseball and all these sorts of things. I don't really have an issue with the salary cap because a lot of teams can spend, every team can spend. They just choose not to. And every team can have a good farm system. It's just a question of whether or not they do it. They draft well, they develop well, all those sorts of things. So we get so mad at the Dodgers because they give Ohtani all this money and they give Freddie Freeman all this money and Kyle Tucker and all. Yeah, and yeah, they do that. But also they have the best farm system in baseball. So they can go out and acquire Skubal and all those sorts of things. So if the Mets ever want to get good, that's why I kind of think if you're a Mets fan, you're almost happy the direction that baseball is heading, where there's going to be a salary cap. So Steve Cohn can't throw his wallet at every issue, and he can't give a blank check to everybody. And they actually have to go out and do things the right way and build up a farm system. But that's why I've never had an issue with the Dodgers. I've never thought they're ruining the game because you know what? They spend money, they do what they should, and they also develop a heck of a farm system year after year, and they always go out and get whoever they want at the trade deadline. And the Mets, they got to figure out a way to do that too.
And again, when you're looking at the way the competitive balance works in baseball, right? Where if you have a small market team, it's because you have good young guys that you're going to pawn off at some point, right? It's just the life cycle of Major League Baseball and what it has been since its inception. And so I think that the changing of it, it's just, again, it's like a 3-point line in basketball, right? If you're not using the 3-pointer to your advantage, as some teams started to do to get more points per possession, it's like, then you're not playing the game the new way, the right way, or, in certain rules in the NFL. And I think baseball is no different. And so to be savvy enough to defer money, and obviously you have to have it initially to do it. But, people are playing under the same rules. And, again, I think to me, I like it. I like, when you have the Lakers and the Celtics, you have, when the Chiefs are dominant. I love that because you have something to fight for. You have something I want to be better than the best, right? That is the best right now. We have to be better than them if we want to win this championship, if we want this season to be memorable. And, anybody who beats the Dodgers in the next couple of years is going to feel that way. They're going to feel like gladiators. They're going to feel a World Cup-like win, PJ, where they take down, you know what I mean? Like the big giant in the Dodgers, and it'll feel that much better. So I love it. I love it. What league have you played in ever in life that didn't have the number one team that was just better? They called all their boys and they put them on the same team, or their parents were in cahoots to put it just happens. Your summer leagues, your rec leagues, your high school basketball, your AAUs, it just happens. There is a juggernaut out there somewhere, but the fun of basketball, the fun of sports is putting together your team, playing well together, and being a good group and bringing down the juggernaut. And I think we all are looking forward to that, right? I think nobody cares if the Dodgers win or not, right? Did you see that one post? I think it was on ESPN. It was like, grade for the Dodgers, A. Grade for the Tigers, D. Grade from anyone else that's not a Dodgers fan, F. It's like, it's how people felt about the Skubal trade, because people don't want it. But
it's true.
I don't know. I like it.
Man, to your point, if one of these National League teams end up beating the Dodgers in the playoffs, it's going to feel just a little slightly less than winning the World Series. I mean, it's going to be that fulfilling, like slaying the dragon, beating that team with that pitching staff and that roster. So I'm with you. I love when there's a villain, because when your team, when they beat that team in the postseason, there's nothing better.
PJ, could you imagine a scenario, real quick? You can imagine a scenario where the Cubs beat the Dodgers in the second round, not even the NLCS, just like the round before. Every Cub fan, Brand, all these guys, everyone here, everyone's going to be going crazy thinking it's over. we got it in the bag. We won the World Series already. We beat the Dodgers. We're going to win this thing. And then, you still got to face everybody else. But to the point, you beat the Dodgers in any round, your assumption is that you are winning the World Series after that, especially the Cubs.
No doubt. And baseball is one of those sports. It's like in the NBA when the Warriors had those teams with Durant, like you knew nobody was beating them 4 times, right? In the NFL, like, those prime Brady and Belichick years, or in college football, the prime Saban teams or Kirby Smart teams at Georgia, like you knew nobody's beating those teams. As great as the Dodgers look on paper and as massive as a favorite they are, I mean, look, it's baseball, Gabe, right? Like, I mean, anything can, you don't know. You just don't know in baseball. And that's why we love it. That's why the postseason is so freaking good. And as good as the Dodgers, as good as they are, like, these other teams in the National League can pitch, right? I mean, like you might have to face Mizorowski 3 times, or you might have to go up against Philadelphia with their arms, or you might have to go against Chicago, where Wrigley in October is just unbelievable environment, and it could be tough. So yeah, man, National League playoffs could be really fun. You also brought up Freddie Peralta earlier. ESPN reported today the relationship between Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor is so bad with the Mets that Peralta actually had to play middleman. He had to separate them. He had to sit them down, have them talk man to man to air their grievances. So it's getting ugly there for the Mets.
You know what that is? PJ?
What's that?
That's a little Puerto Rican and Dominican beef right there. You know what I'm saying? The assumption would be that, it's like, it's 2 people speaking the same language coming from the Caribbean, but cultures are very different, and I'm sure Francisco Lindor is like, just think about the World Baseball Classic. I know you watched that. Think about the World Baseball Classic and the tension between the two. I mean, it just exists. Even in the I think it's the Central American games that are, or some sort of games are going on right now, and a lot of Puerto Rican teams are winning gold against Dominican Republic, Mexico, teams like that. And so there's a lot of just heightened tension. And so I could see with those two, Juan Soto being like, bro, papi, I'm Juan Soto. And Francisco Lindor is like, a mí no me importa, I don't care. I'm Francisco Lindor from Puerto Rico. Like, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And then that kind of struggle going on just in terms of the bravado and such. And obviously Juan Soto being the person that he is, and not liking, haven't you seen those, or don't you think he regrets, but he's not obviously not having the same success that he would be having as a Yankee, right? Like where you're.
Oh, no doubt.
I don't know. It's a lot. Where do you think that stems from?
He's regretting his decision big time, because he's making $5 million more with the Mets than he would have with the Yankees. I'm still shocked he left. I was really surprised that he left the Yankees. I thought he was staying there. But yeah, I think it's just because, they thought they'd be a lot better than they were. Maybe it's like, both guys want to be the stars of the team, and maybe, Soto said something to one of the teammates Lindor didn't like, or vice versa. Who knows? But I kind of think they might need to trade Lindor, because, they're not getting rid of Soto. Obviously, they can't. So if they're going to move a guy, it's going to be Lindor. And maybe that's the start of all this, because clearly whatever it is you're doing, it's not working. You got to shake it up. You got to mix it up. You'll get a good return for him. So I would not be surprised if we maybe see the Mets moving Lindor this offseason.
I would welcome him with open arms to the south side of Chicago. I know there's a Colson Montgomery there. But Colson could, Colson can move around places.
Slide over to third, maybe. Maybe you move Lindor to second, even, or they could figure it out.
Got Miguel right. I think second. I think Lindor is the kind of player, especially at his point in his career, where he'd be like, "Yeah, move me to second. It's all good." Colson, don't trip, baby. When you want a day off, I'll go play over there. Like, don't trip. I like what you guys got going on here. Then he comes in, plays second, and just gets to be Francisco Lindor. That would be heaven for me as a Puerto Rican guy from Chicago, a Sox fan, have him playing second base. He would be because you love Chase Mydrov. Obviously, Rock Chalowski's going to find his place somewhere. But when you get an opportunity to get a guy like Francisco Lindor, you don't pass up those opportunities. You know what I mean? Like you would love that kind of injection of oomph in your lineup. let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about that's too
Getting
exciting.
you all excited, man.
Yeah, that's too exciting.
Getting you all excited.
I gotta go to break. We gotta go to break. I gotta go to break.
We do. Let's take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk more NFL. Gabe's getting all hot and bothered, thinking about the possibilities of Lindor in Chicago. PJ and Gabe, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Quarterback battles continue every day. Michael Penix Jr. versus Tua Tagovailoa in Atlanta. The Vikings have J.J. McCarthy against Kyler Murray. When the starter is named, we'll let you know. Westwood One Sports.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Jeremy Kahn here to tell you this summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition. That is the legendary Costas Inn. And this summer, you can enjoy hot steamed crabs for carryout or right in the comfort of their dining room. And it's at the original location on North Point Boulevard. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, and Nolan McGraw. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to have Sean Hammond, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune, join us to talk about the Bears, and then Gabe and I will preview the NFC North for the rest of hour number 3. So stick around for that. A promo to tell you about at BetMGM. If you're looking for bigger potential payouts, use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. How does it work? You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. All right, so we're following the Major League Baseball that's going on right now. I'm watching the Orioles game. They're up 3-0 against the Angels. The Braves are up 3-0 on the Marlins. Red Sox 1-0 over the White Sox. Phillies 2-1 over the Nats. Mets 3-0 over the Guardians, and 1-1 A's and Reds. Those are the only scores that we have going on right now across the MLB. Gabe, let's talk Baltimore Ravens and Zay Flowers, because he signed a big extension yesterday, and he's saying that he hopes a Lamar extension follows him. Flowers said, "I want him to be my QB until I am done playing, because to me, he is the best in the world." Gabe, where do you fall on the Lamar Jackson debate? Can you actually right now on the spot, can you give me your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? Can you give me the Gabe Ramirez power rankings? The top 5.
Oh, wow. I love that. I love that this comes without prep. This is great. I'll go backwards and I'll start with Caleb Williams. And that'll just be so that way I can have him included. Just so that way I can have him included. And I won't want to disrespect my fandom and my Bears Nation that's out there. I'll just throw him at 5 just because. And then I'll fill in the top 4 outside of that. Then I probably would go, let me see. I'd go, man, that's good. I know the top 3 that are coming to my head immediately are Patrick Mahomes at 1, Josh Allen at 2, and then Lamar at 3. And then number 4, I mean, you could just fill in the blank. Is it Joe Burrow? Is it Matthew Stafford? Is it, you could plug one of those in there. But that would be my 5.
That's your 5, the 3. Okay, because again, these lists have come out. ESPN drops the list, Lamar's 5. Then the NFL Network drops their top 100 players. Lamar's 69 on the list. And I'm just like, I've never seen a player try to get as disrespected as Lamar is. Like, it blows my mind. That's why I am so excited for this season, Gabe, because I really think like the Ravens' failures, especially in the playoffs, was way more about John Harbaugh than it was about Lamar Jackson. And I think with the right coaching staff that puts them in the right situations,
PJ, you're a Ravens fan? You're a Ravens fan?
I am.
Your emotions are bleeding through. And it is.
They're not though. See, you think they are. All right. I mean, you just had Caleb Williams in the top 5. Okay. So I mean, let's relax.
No. I am a homer. I'm a homer and I am a self-proclaimed. Everybody knows it. And I speak with a great lens over all myself. I don't come to me for the unbiased reporting. That I'm not that dude. That's not why I'm on the radio.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest.
That's not what I'm for. I would just say, when someone, I don't think anyone would say or correlate like poor coaching and Harbaugh, right? Outside of people that enjoy the Baltimore Ravens. Like that's it. I think everyone else.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem is not enough people realize it. And that's fine. But I'm telling you, when you watch the Giants this year, you'll understand it. You'll understand it, Gabe.
What's the over-under for the Giants? What's the over-under for the Giants? And will they hit it? That's the question.
I think it's like 6.5. It might be 7. No, under. 7.5 under.
Hammer it. PJ's hammer right there. That's great.
Gabe, here's the thing, man. Okay. This guy has a special teams background, okay? It's not like he's a Ben Johnson or McVay offensively, and it's not like he's a Belichick
quarterback in the NFL. What are you talking about?
No, that's Jim Harbaugh. You're thinking about Jim, not John. Thinking about Jim.
What did John play?
John didn't play quarterback. He was like, I don't think he played in the NFL.
Oh. No? Yeah. I think he played in the NFL. Nah. He's a quarterback in the NFL too.
I don't think John Harbaugh played in the NFL.
Yeah, of course.
He did?
Yeah, of course.
No, he did not. He played college football as a defensive back at Miami University, Ohio, but went undrafted and immediately transitioned into coaching. And then he has completely ruined the last 6 years of my life is what he's done, quite frankly.
And I'm wrong. Shout out to Miami of Ohio. That's where I got my master's at. That's great.
But Gabe, here's the stat I want you to remember about the Ravens that I want you to educate all the Chicago people when you go on all these shows and they talk about the Ravens, because the national media doesn't talk about this enough. And I want you to spread the good word, because this is the issue that people don't realize with Lamar and the Ravens is that he has played in 8 playoff games in his career. You can even say he's played in 9 playoff games if you want to count that regular season finale against Pittsburgh that they played, right? In those 9 playoff games, how many turnovers do you think the Ravens defense has forced for Lamar Jackson in those 9 games?
Okay, now remember, before I answer, I do want to say that we talked about this. When you get to the playoffs, you're playing the best of the best. This is not, you're not playing, the Tennessee Titans and racking up 7 turnovers against them, right? So, but in 9 games, you should have mustered up, I would say, at least a half in each. So I'm going to say 4 turnovers.
Wow, they forced 3 turnovers. They forced 3 turnovers in 9 games. 3 turnovers.
But that sounds right. I mean, how many did you want? How many did you want, PJ?
Gabe, I watched Drake May's defense give him 6 turnovers against Houston this past year in 1 game.
Fair.
God, they've gotten him 3 in 9 playoff games. That's crazy. I mean, defense starts taking the ball away and help out their quarterback. He'll start finally winning games, but nobody wants to talk about that. It's just all Lamar's fault. It's all the blame. We'll talk Bears. Sean Hammond, we come back.
This is Westwood One Sports.
What's that?
Just an everything bagel I got with my cash back from my Cash Rewards Plus card from Navy Federal Credit Union. It's got cream cheese, lox, lemon zest, dill, capers, scallions, onions. All the cash back that I earned on my everyday spending has led me to this moment.
Wait, how much cash back?
Unlimited 2% cash back on everything.
Everything?
The bagel speaks for itself.
Pay for everything with the Cash Rewards Plus card. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cashrewards for more information.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in lab.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Play more, win big, all summer long during the 12th anniversary celebration at Horseshoe Baltimore. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Earn 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st. Then join Horseshoe Casino on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com.
The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports filling in for Pat and Brad here on a Wednesday. It is time to continue talking NFL. We're going to talk some NFC North coming up in this third hour as me and Gabe will break down and we will talk about all the teams in the NFC North. We'll talk some Lions, some Vikings, some Packers, and the Chicago Bears. We're going to talk here with our guest, Sean Hammond, who you can give a follow to on X at Sean_Hammond, a Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Sean, appreciate the time. Thanks so much for joining us. Man, just how exciting is it to be back at training camp and watching the Bears and just getting ready for the season upcoming?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys having me on. And yeah, it's an exciting time. I mean, if you're a Bears fan, things are looking up. Training camp is here. You know, this is as hyped a season as we've had in several years and a long time now. And it's fun to be back out there. I mean, I missed it, man. Like we're back. 6 months without football is almost over. We're coming down the final stretch here.
Yeah, unbelievable that just tomorrow, we'll be able to have the Hall of Fame game. Sean, it's a pleasure to talk with you. When I go to training camps, there's always moments where you see people gravitate towards certain areas. In your time, this last couple of days, where do you feel like you've seen the most attention towards this Bears team? What has that been for you? What have you seen?
Yeah, well, certainly it's the early stages still. A couple of things have kind of caught my eye. One being just the continuity that this Bears team has on offense. I mean, those first couple of days, you could really feel that in terms of just like they're operating smoothly in and out of the huddle. All that, first year stuff is behind them. And that really wasn't the case. I mean, if you watch this offense during training camp last year, I don't know that you would have said it was a divisional round team. And right now, they're just operating a lot more smoothly, regardless of whether Caleb's making these amazing throws or not. Like it's definitely apparent that this is a team that's in year 2 of Ben Johnson. They pretty much got the same group back, and they all know what they're doing. And now I'm not saying it's been perfect. There's been good days, there's been bad days. I think yesterday on Tuesday, they were a little sloppy, false starts here and there, that type of thing. But that's what you expect in training camp. And then the other thing, I mean, look, everybody's talking about Luther Burden, and rightfully so. Like you look at what you try to project what this offense is going to be with DJ Moore gone. He's a guy who played 85% of the snaps last year for your offense. And that's going to have to be divvied out elsewhere. And Luther Burden's going to get a lot of those looks. And so I think that's the obvious reason why there's been all this hype with the second-year receiver coming in, the 39th pick last year. But you watch them practice, and he really is all over the field. He is running routes from that. You can tell there's an expanded route tree, and they're making an effort to get him the ball.
Sean, the Bears just re-signed Darnell Wright to a big contract extension. Their offensive line was really good last year. Do they feel like they got the best unit in football up front with those 5 guys?
Oh, absolutely. They have to. I do think that's the approach they're taking. That's how they're feeling going into this season. I mean, they were a sneaky good rushing team last year. They finished 3rd in rushing yards, and they're talking about, we can improve this and improve that. And you look at the numbers and you're like, well, improving from 3rd, like if your goal is not to be the best rushing attack in football, like then what are we doing here? Like that should be the goal. And you bring in Garrett Bradbury at center. He's a veteran who's going to step in for Drew Dahlman, who retired in March. And so far, I mean, some of the words that these, some of his teammates have said about Garrett are just, so I think Cole Kmet used the word flawless in terms of that transition. And Braxton Jones was talking really highly of just how easily Garrett Bradbury has stepped into that role. And that's big because you got a young quarterback. The center is barking out those protections for the offensive line. and taking stuff off of Caleb's plate. And so that's why they wanted a veteran. I know they drafted Logan Jones in the second round out of Iowa, but that's looking like more all Garrett Bradbury at center. And yeah, I mean, Joe Tooney, Jonah Jackson, those guys are rock solid. Darnell got the big contract yesterday. Fully deserving second-team All-Pro last year. He's missed 2 regular season games in his career. He played his best football under Ben Johnson this past season, and there's no reason to think that he can't keep getting better.
Yeah, and obviously, as you mentioned, deservedly so of that contract. I think back to, Ozzie Trapillo at rookie camp last year, where there was not even a thought of him playing right tackle. Like, it's like, no, okay, can't get in the right side. All right, can't get on the left side. Okay, Ozzie, you chill out for a second. Let's see what we're going to do. And, Darnell has been that mainstay, on that team. And, Ben Johnson talked about, we talked about the rushing attack and wanting it to be, creeping towards the best in the league or trying to, for that matter. You heard Ben Johnson mention that he loves 13 personnel. And he talked about Logan Jones, but, they also got Sam Roush, the tight end to help contribute to that. Why do you feel like the Bears offense, right? Because most people thought it'd be this run and gun Detroit style. Why do you feel like it's began to lean more towards this run dominant way as opposed to maybe opening it up the way that maybe some Bears fans thought it was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is as much a factor of just what's going on across the league. You look at the Rams, they ran more than twice as much 13 personnel as the second place team, and they were the number 1 offense in football last year. And so team Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, those Ben Johnson, throw his name in there too. These coaches are always looking for that next thing. And just the way that teams are putting 5 DBs out there. I mean, the tight ends, if you can have multiple tight ends who can both run block and run routes and catch passes, it's only going to confuse the defense even more. I mean, you watch the tape on what the Bears were doing last year. Like, sometimes they're just sending those tight ends in motion simply to get a certain angle in the run blocking. And if you got 3 guys who can sort of create that havoc, that's absolutely what Ben Johnson wants to do. And it's going to create mismatches too. I think in the same way that Luther Burden is a guy that you're going to kind of move around the formation to try to get matched up against a linebacker, get one of those mismatches. You can say the same thing with these bigger tight ends. Sam Roush is, he sort of comes in with the reputation of being a blocker first, but he caught a decent amount of passes at Stanford. And so I really think they want all 3 of those guys to do everything.
We're talking with Sean Hammond here on BetMGM tonight, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Give Sean a follow on X at Sean_Hammond. Sean, talk to me about Caleb Williams and obviously year 2 with him and Ben Johnson. What have you been seeing out of camp? His command, especially at the line of scrimmage. Do you feel like he's totally got this offense under wraps and the team is really looking at him as a leader? What have kind of been your thoughts and observations so far?
Yeah, like I said, there's been some days where it's sloppy, but I would say overall, and preface this with it's still early. They just put the pads on Monday, so we're only a couple of days into the real part of training camp. But I would say that his command of the offense is like night and day in terms of where he was at this point last year, just learning Ben Johnson's offense. And you talk about the big conversation with Caleb is the consistency, and that's what Ben Johnson wants to see from him. At the same time, they're not going to coach out the magic qualities that he has, those amazing throws and his ability to create when a play breaks down. But you look at things like the completion percentage and if he can just play within the offense a little bit more and every now and then take an easy one, those numbers are going to go up. And I think that's really what they're expecting here. And being in that offense for a second year is huge. That's a big reason why guys like Ben Johnson are getting these head coaching jobs, because, they're not in that position where even if the offensive coordinator leaves, they still have Ben at the top and they still have that continuity between the coach and the quarterback. I'd say, it's early, things have looked good. There's been a couple of really impressive throws from Caleb. Every once in a while, you see him do that. At the same time, too, there was a play in practice the other day where it kind of broke down and Caleb scrambled out of the pocket to the left, and you kind of see them working through those scramble drill things. Like Caleb lofted one over the top, and Luther Burden slowed up a little, and they sort of had that conversation afterwards of like, okay, if this happens, what are we going to do? How do we make sure we hit that play because it was there? Things like that at this time of year. I would say, ask me that question again in a week or two, and I would probably have a little bit more confident answer for you.
Well, Sean, the Bears are going to have to score points, right? I mean, they're going to have to be at the top of the league and putting numbers up and outscoring teams, especially at the beginning of the season. We've heard about the injury to Kobe Bryant. We know Kyler Gordon is going to be unavailable at the beginning of the season. And you have, rookie and Dylan Thieneman that's in the back there settling in.
Yeah.
And Cam Lewis, obviously, you brought him over from the Buffalo Bills. He wasn't necessarily expected to be your starter in that situation, but more of a veteran type guy. What can you say about this defense? And you talk about continuity. Mm-hmm. They haven't had much of it on that side, especially with some of the newer guys they're bringing in.
No, it's definitely been a little bit bigger project on that side this offseason. I really liked the addition of Kobe Bryant and obviously Dylan Thieneman. Like the draft played out exactly perfectly to get a guy like that. And it's unfortunate that Kobe's got this injury now, 8 to 10 weeks with his knee injury. You're looking at like late September at the earliest. Cam Lewis is a guy like, this is why you have a guy like Cam Lewis on the roster. He's a veteran. He's played 70 plus games, a lot of time on special teams, but he can be your backup. Before Kobe went out, he was playing a little nickel here and there too. It's going to be a work in progress with those guys. And I really do think that defensive coordinator Dennis Allen is looking at this holistically. You talk about like trying to improve their pass rush, and they really didn't add any defensive ends. But Dennis's approach is more so, well, if we can improve that secondary, if we can get faster at that linebacker position with a guy like Devin Bush, that's only gonna make the quarterback have to wait a tick longer, and then hopefully some of those guys up front are able to close in on the opposing quarterback. It's all going to be a work in progress. Another interesting like nugget that Dennis and Ben Johnson have been saying is that they kind of thought they focused a little bit too more on the scheme last year with their defensive guys, and maybe got away from some of those fundamentals. And you talk to some players who are going through these practices. I was talking to Dio Dangbo today, and it's more about it's less about the X's and O's and more about the energy that we want to play with, and that's especially with those guys up front, and that is the type of thing that Dennis Allen is trying to instill in these guys, and it's going to be a work in progress. It's hard to really get a good read on it, especially in practice when you're not really hitting your own teammates.
Sean, the Bears are such an interesting team going into this season, especially when you have kind of the dream season that they did last year, all those thrilling fourth quarters, the crazy comebacks, end to finish games. So, going into this year, it's a lot of questions. Is Ben Johnson this good? Can Caleb take the next step? Will the defense be improved? So many different things. For you, like, what do you think is the biggest question you want answered or you're eager to find out about the Bears this season?
I mean, it's still, for me, when I think big picture, I'm still thinking Caleb. I'm still thinking about the offense in the sense of, you don't want this thing to be a one-hit wonder. We saw the 2018 Bears, and obviously that was a very different team that won the NFC North that year. They were really led by that defense. And then it came out and flopped the next year, and the Matt Nagy era was never really the same after that. You don't want this to be a one-hit wonder, and there's a ton of reasons why I don't think it will be. But you look at what's coming up this year, you want to see Caleb Williams sort of take that next step. Obviously, last year, 3,900 passing yards, set the franchise record. Those were all amazing things for if you're a Chicago Bears fan. And look, if this thing's real, if he's the real deal, you want your quarterback to be in that MVP conversation. You want to see him be a top 10 quarterback. And this is going to be a big year in determining just exactly that. Can they be the type of team that's going to be in it year after year after year? I'm less worried about the defense. The thing with the defense is, to me, they don't have to get that much better. I mean, they were already in the divisional round last year, and they were kind of leaky. They were fortunate in the turnover department. If they get a little bit better and you have an offense that's rolling like Ben Johnson's offense with Caleb last year, I mean, you're going to be in every single game.
When you're looking at Rome Odunze, I'm a big Pac-12 After Dark. That was my jam. I loved it.
All right.
Penix to Rome Odunze was something I watched often, Sean. And so I'm a firm believer in Rome Odunze's abilities. I was equally as excited as Brian Poles was that, the Bears were able to draft him. A lot of people are down on him, though, especially after having, injury plagued couple seasons. When in your mind, when you're looking at Rome Odunze, not necessarily on potential, but ability to reach his ceiling. Is that something that you have confidence in when you're thinking about a guy like Rome Odunze?
I still do. I don't doubt that Rome Odunze can be a really, really top tier wide receiver in this league. I think you look at, there's a lot of, like you said, folks out there are maybe a little bit down, and everybody's talking about Luther Burden and Colston Loveland. But to me, you look at those first 12 games before Rome got hurt, and it was very apparent that connection that he has with Caleb, and really that he's had since their rookie year, even when they were going through offensive woes under Shane Waldron and all that. I mean, they have a really good connection, and he was by far, through those first 12 games last year, Caleb's favorite target and easily the number one option in this offense. And really, it was only after Rome went down where some other guys had to step up. And I do expect that to still look, they have all these weapons. They do. They have Colston, they have Luther, they have Rome, Cole Kmet, all these guys. And part of Ben's philosophy is to pepper it around, and you're going to try to keep that defense guessing. You don't know who's going to be the big target in any particular game. But I still do think that there is an opportunity here for Rome to sort of assert himself as the number one receiver, even given all the Luther Burden hype, all that stuff. We don't really know how this is going to play out, but I think if Rome is healthy, he can absolutely be that. And really, that foot injury was nagging him well before he sat out. And so he was doing it, he was playing injured a little bit through that middle part of the season. I think this is a big year for Rome for all those reasons, but I think as long as he's healthy, I think he is primed for a good year.
Sean, before we let you go, going to put you on the spot, man. Who do you like to win the NFC? Who do you like to win the NFC North Division?
Ooh. At this point in early August, my gut is telling me the Detroit Lions. I just think that offense is not going to be quiet for long. I do think that they're going to have a bounce back year and be really dangerous. Man, it's tough. This is it. Especially, I don't know what's going on with Kyler Murray and the Vikings right now, but if the Vikings, they could be pesky. This could be the best division in football again. I do think the Lions, the Packers, the Bears, any one of those three teams can win it. But man, I've seen what that Lions offense can be, and I know they don't have Ben Johnson anymore, but I think that they're going to be able to work some things out and get that thing rolling again.
Sean, great stuff, man. Sean Hammond, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Give him a follow on X at Sean_Hammond. Kind enough to join us here on BetMGM tonight. Sean, have a great season. Hope to catch up with you again soon.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Great stuff from Sean Hammond talking some Chicago Bears. All right, we're going to take a quick time out here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We heard Sean's thoughts on the Bears. When we come back, Gabe and I will discuss Chicago along with Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, and look at the NFC North here, Westwood One Sports.
NFL football is being played this week. The Cardinals and Panthers take the field in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Listen to all of the action here on your radio home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is Reba McEntire, and I wanted to talk to you about a serious problem right here in our own backyard.
Did you know that there are nearly 16 million kids struggling with hunger in America? That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks collects surplus food, engaging their communities in solving hunger and giving hope to hungry kids and their families. But they need your help. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, and Joe LaCroix. The Big Bad Morning Show. Weekdays on 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Thanks again to Sean Hammond for joining us, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Really good stuff from Sean. As myself, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, we are now going to preview the NFC North. And Gabe, you told me you were a homer, so I have a feeling you're going to be pretty high on your Bears this season.
As I should.
I'm going to say something that's going to be controversial to you, to Brandon, to Monty, all our guys behind the scenes that are Bears fans. And I definitely could be wrong. And Caleb Williams is your quarterback. You guys know him better than I do. My take on Caleb, though, Gabe, is I think he's Jalen Hurts in a sense where I think both guys, I watch them play, and I'll say a majority of the game for me, they're just like blech, you know? Like there are too many games I watch. There are too many like long stretches of time in a game where I watch them, and I'm just kind of uninspired. You know, maybe they'll make a play here or there, but I just find myself thinking, I don't know how I feel.
Okay. Made your point. You made your point. You don't gotta. I don't know. Slander my quarterback for.
I don't know how good he is. 2 minutes. So the reason I compare him to Jalen Hurts is because I think both guys for a majority of the game are just okay. Jalen turns it on in the big games. He's great in the postseason, great in the Super Bowl. Caleb turns it on in the fourth quarter and late in games when he's really good. But the reason I just can't get there like you guys can, and you're sold he's the guy, from just the games I watch and what I see, I think more often than not, Gabe, it's just like if they're playing a 60-minute football game, I want to say like 40 minutes of that game, I'm just watching Caleb and I'm just like, he's all right. I don't feel like this is the next big thing. I don't feel like this is like an MVP quarter. I just think he's there. So that's my take. You can slander me.
I don't know where to begin, my friend. I just left the office and my wife's like, "How's it going?" I said, "Oh my God, I love working with PJ. This has been fun, fantastic, fun. He's cool." And now I got to go back upstairs on the next commercial break and tell her I was all wrong about
rip up the paper. It's all
rip up the paper.
It's done. Rip it up.
Listen, okay. First, I want to validate your feelings. Okay, there's no doubt about it. If you were to go back and watch, as I did, every single Bears game of last season, it does leave a disgusting taste in your mouth when you see the lack of productivity in the first three quarters of the majority of games, right? Caleb can certainly get you points at the end of either half in the 2-minute, 4-minute situation. No one's arguing against that. It's about the complete makeup of a game that allows you to creep into an area. Now, Caleb, myself, I don't think he'll ever be a top 3 quarterback, right? No. And I said that last year doing post games. Caleb, I don't think he's going to be a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. But if he, like Jalen Hurts, can find himself in the top 10, then the Bears have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, just like Jalen Hurts did, right? And so you can find other pieces in other moments, but it's about, getting the job done. And the other thing is, I'm not only saying it because Ben Johnson is there, it's more so the biggest difference in college to the NFL, specifically for Caleb Williams, is that he always had teams on his back. And when he gets to the NFL, there's talent around him. And I think what he's learning, especially at this stage in his career, is that he can lean on this extraordinary talent that he has alongside him, and he can just contribute in that way. And I think that's the biggest transition that he's going to make in his game in order to propel him to get into the top 10 comfortably, where I put him at 5 earlier in the show. But I think it's small things, right? When you do think about Ben Johnson, Darnell Wright, perfect example. We talk about his contract extension that he got earlier today. He's quoted as saying, Ben Johnson instilled a level of confidence in me I didn't know I had. Now, this is a guy who played tackle at Tennessee in the SEC against the biggest names. You're talking about Will Anderson, et cetera, fill in the blanks with whoever. And now you're telling me after all that, shutting them down, not allowing the fewest sacks out of any left tackle, all of a sudden, Ben Johnson came and gave you some confidence? So if I could just take that, a snapshot of that. And then they asked Caleb Williams during preseason press conferences, what is Ben Johnson doing that really pushes the button? He's like, he knows how to rile me up, right? He knows what to do. So when you got a puppet master, you got Geppetto over Pinocchio, you know what I'm saying? Like, now you can only hope that Ben, just like you, PJ, just like you, just like us, we're not oblivious to it as Bears fans. We saw the gap that exists from where Caleb Williams is at to greatness where we want him to go. But so did Ben Johnson. So did Caleb Williams. And these are things that they are going to work on to not necessarily eliminate the gap, but to shrink the gap. And in shrinking the gap and more time in the system and more time in the NFL, again, I want to remove Ben Johnson from that equation. More time in the NFL, you understand the nuances of it. You understand your routine. I liken it to this, PJ. You know how you watch, like, you discover a show on TV, okay? First season, right? Everybody likes it. The next season it comes out, the characters look a little bit more fit. They got a little haircut. Everything's why? Because they got re-upped with the money. They know what they're doing now. Everybody's flowing. That's Caleb Williams right now. He's been in this. He gets it. He's there now. He's appreciating what he has in the moment. So there will be a leap. How big is it? I don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you he's gonna look better than it did last year. Like you're gonna watch Caleb Williams. You're gonna have a different impression of him. Will it be that he's a top 5 quarterback? Maybe not. But will it be that he's the top 10? I think it will. I think it'll be a more convincing performance throughout the course of a season. When you're talking about victories, health, numbers, he's going to get to 4,000. Like, these are the metrics that you're going to be looking for in a top 10 quarterback. And I think he'll be able to get there. Similar to Jalen Hurts, who was at one point a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Totally fair. And I think and I get it, and after this season, that's why I think this is such a big season for Caleb and the Bears. Like, this happens all the time in sports. When a team has, and we were talking about this with Sean, and he was talking about the 2018 Bears with Trubisky, how they had that great season, and it was a one-hit wonder. Now, just about none of us think this is going to be a one-hit wonder. Like, the coach is too good, the quarterback's too talented, their offensive line's too good. Like, it's just like the Bears aren't going to go 6-11 this year. Like, it'd be very shocking if that happened. Especially if they stay healthy. But I think for me, it's like the way that the season went for them last year in terms of the games that they won, all those fourth quarter comebacks, man, all the excitement. Like, as fans, you get those seasons every once in a while. They're magical where you're winning all the one-score games. You're finding ways to win every single week. I mean, those 2 wins that they had against the Packers, unbelievable. That Bengals game, the back and forth, was maybe the game of the season in the NFL. That was great. The Raiders win was crazy. They had a bunch of those where, as we saw with the Chiefs, 2 years ago, Kansas City wins every one-score game. Last year, they lose every one-score game. So my thing with the Bears is I don't doubt that Caleb doesn't have a clutch gene. Like, I think he's really good in the fourth quarter, and I think he's going to be good in the fourth quarter this year. My only thing is, it's not sustainable when the margin of error is so thin in the NFL. All these teams are good. Anybody can beat anybody. It's just not a good way to live. The best quarterbacks in the league, the dominant quarterbacks, they're their teams, for the most part, tend to win by margin a little bit, and they tend to be consistent throughout a game. And that's all I just want to see more out of Caleb. I just want to feel like I turn on a game, first quarter, first drive, late second quarter, and he's just playing great because the talent just oozes off the screen. I mean, he makes throws when he's on the run and he makes throws out of the bootleg. I mean, you're just like, my God, the arm talent, right? So that's my thing with Caleb. I put him in that grouping with like, a Justin Herbert almost, of like the talent is there. You gotta, for me, I just got to see it a little bit more, a little more consistent.
No, of course. And I think again, everyone agrees with that sentiment. Everyone in the Bears organization, Caleb Williams, they want that level of consistency as well. I think another thing is valuing each possession, where I think maybe last year there was this arrogance by both head coach and quarterback that I'm going to be able to get back to the red zone the next time I touch the ball anyway. So I'm going to be reckless in certain situations. Or I also think if you go back and watch a lot of these games, Ben Johnson didn't have the confidence in Caleb Williams in the first 8 games of the season that he had in the last 9, where when the Bears got into the gold zone 30 yards and in, he was pounding the rock instead of giving Caleb Williams an opportunity to put it in the corner of an end zone on any route, right? And so I think that will change. And then I think it's, I like when I look at gambling, I know you said you're saving a lot of your bullets for the NFL season. When I look at gambling, especially in the NFL, I like to look at it as if, it's a math problem. And I'm like, all right, each team's going to get 10 opportunities to go score a touchdown. Which team is going to score a touchdown on more of those instances? And then does the line match up with that thinking that I have? And I think where the Bears, Caleb will value possessions more. So therefore, I will look at them as a team, or they will be a team. I'll make that declaration. They will be a team that scores on more possessions than they did last year, because I think that they'll value those moments that they are in the gold zone, they are in the red zone to put points on the board. And so I think that's where you're going to see the small nuances, because you're right. I do want to watch the first. I don't want Caleb to have to come back in games. I would like if the Bears were up 10, 14, 7, and the team came back to tie it, and all Caleb had to do was just get a field goal, to win the game, right? As opposed to having to score 2 touchdowns, get an interception, get an onside kick, and then maybe throw a Hail Mary over there. Yes, I would like I would like this game script to look a little different, next year. I think it will. I genuinely think it will. I think everybody wants to be great. But when you're paired with a good coach and that puts you in a position that is seeing greatness, right? And seeing, listen, you don't have to go far to go, to look at the Lions and say, hey, who's under center over there? You see his completion percentage over there. You can always throw that in the back of your, coaching for a guy like Caleb, and he's going to use that as fire. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the thing for me about the NFC North is I'm not as high on the quarterbacks as most people are. I'm not as high on Goff. I don't think Goff's a top 10 quarterback. I don't think Jordan Love is a top 10 quarterback. So we can talk about that when we come back. But that is the Bears preview. We'll talk Packers, Lions, and Vikings on the other side. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
QB Caleb Williams is generating a ton of hype. Coach Ben Johnson, are you worried?
He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
Is it all too much too soon for the Madden cover star? Westwood One Sports.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. and happy 50th.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
PJ Glasser and Gabe Ramirez back here with you, wrapping up this third hour of BetMGM Tonight. We're talking NFC North. We just broke down the Chicago Bears in the last segment. Really, we've talked Bears in the last 2 segments. We had Sean Hammond on to kick off the hour. Gabe, it's time to look at the other three teams. Let's start with the Lions. They're the favorites once again to win the division. Sean Hammond said they would be his pick to win this division. Lions are interesting, right? Ben Johnson gets taken away. Defensive coordinator gets taken away. That offense is still elite on paper. People have their questions about the defense. Where are you on Detroit? Do you think they bounce back and make the playoffs this season?
No, I think people underestimate, what big of an impact, not just Ben Johnson, but also Aaron Glenn had on this team. And the way I've tried to explain it to some is, if you're the Detroit Lions with that coaching staff and you get as far as, you have as much success as you have over a course of several seasons, and then both your coordinators lead to get head coaching jobs. So there's this justification as to why you would listen to them and buy into their philosophies. And you say, yeah, these guys were head coaches. That's why I did that. Look at they went on to be head coaches in the league. And then you bring in these new coordinators. And then let's not forget, you do have personalities on offense and defense. Aiden Hutchinson is a personality. Okay, Branch, personality on defense. Offensive side of the ball, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown with his friggin' podcast. Like, you have personalities. And so now when you bring in these new coordinators that are trying to implement their own philosophies to a team that has already reached damn near the promised land, and now you're trying to sell them on this new dream, and they're like, man, this is some BS. And so I'm talking about psychologically, right, PJ? Like what teams deal with. And so last year you kind of saw it, and I've never been a big fan of Dan Campbell, the coach. I remember his first year when he had those coordinators, and they looked like the laughingstock of the NFL. And so to lose your actual coordinators that went on to get head coaching jobs and to try to make do with what you have, again, their team has not gotten better. They lose David Montgomery, which I think that was a big part of their identity on offense, the two-headed monster. Jahmyr Gibbs obviously is out of this world as a running back. And Amon-Ra and Jared Goff are always going to get the job done. But it's up here. It's between the ears. And, calling the right play in the right times, having the right scheme out there. Coordinators are so valuable in that, and you see it in real time with the Detroit Lions. So, no, I think they don't sit atop the NFC North. I think they do not make the playoffs. I think other teams will leapfrog them. And inevitably, they're going to deal with injuries at some point, because that's what Jahmyr Gibbs does. That's what that's what these guys do. And it's gonna pay. Listen, I told you I'm a homer. I could talk trash about any team in the NFC North. Put them on the table. I'll chop them up, PJ. I don't care who it is. I'll tell you why they won't beat out the Bears for a top spot, the division.
Look, I think the reason to like the Lions this year is because they finished last in the division last season. So they get all the last place teams in the NFC, plus they get the AFC East, so they play the Dolphins and the Jets, and then they get the NFC South, as do the other North teams. But I think that's the reason that a lot of people are looking to fade the Lions, or that are looking to back the Lions this season, is because the schedule is just very favorable. I mean, on paper, like all the bad teams in the NFL, they pretty much play outside of like Cleveland. They play Arizona, they play the Jets, they play the Dolphins, they play Tennessee. They play all these teams right now whose win totals are towards the bottom of the league. They do have road trips to Buffalo, and then obviously, they got to play the divisional opponents on the road as well. But I think you look at the Lions' schedule, they probably do get to double-digit wins because of the schedule. And, again, I'm not a golf guy. I think he is just like the quintessential, he's good because of the situation that he's in. Like, you put Jared Goff on like Tampa, or you put him on even like, the Titans or something like that. I don't think he's anything special. But you put him with all those weapons and a good offensive line in front of him, then, yeah, he's going to make some plays and he's going to do good things. So I don't love the Lions in like the futures market or anything like that. I still have my questions about the defense, but I do think they make the playoffs just because the schedule is so favorable. So we'll see how the Lions season goes. What about a team that is near and dear to your heart, the Green Bay Packers, who you just absolutely love? They're in Chicago. They're an interesting one. The Packers, I feel like for so long under Matt LaFleur, it's like they have the least amount of volatility of anyone. You know what I mean? it feels like you can almost pencil in Green Bay anywhere from 8 to 11 wins. And that's where they're going to be. They're not going to get 7 or less. They're not going to get 12 or more, but they're going to get 8 to 11. And that's just kind of how I feel about them again this year, because they don't have anything special on their team. They don't have any elite players on their team. But they got a lot of good players. They got some quality guys. LaFleur is a decent coach. Green Bay is a tough one. I don't really have a strong feel for them. I think they would miss the playoffs if I had to bet anything. But what are your thoughts on the Pack?
Yeah, I think their success is dependent on their defense, right? If Michael Parsons comes back in week 6 or 7 as he's targeted himself, he's an impact player, right? And when you're really looking at guys that define that phrase, where in a league full of the most talented athletes, right, you get a guy that could be a disruptor on defense as Micah Parsons can. Javon Hargrave obviously dealing with injuries. So like those two guys, you put them with Lucas Van Ness, Edgerrin Cooper, Zaire Franklin, Xavier McKinney. They have a really good defense, but they got to be healthy in order to really make an impact. And the reason being is because if your defense can't perform at that level, then you can hide some of the mistakes of your offense. And I do think they are an overrated offense where, granted, you're lucky to be able to lean on Josh Jacobs, right? You're lucky to have split up your dynamic duo and landed on Josh Jacobs. Jordan Love, maybe not the best decision maker, right? You have so many talented wide receivers on your team, which the front office has spent crazy draft capital on first and second round picks to get these guys going. But, no one has been able to stand out from those guys. Sky Moore was, I'm thinking of even two that are on a deep other depth chart, Bo Melton, Sky Moore. Just more names that they've just been throwing at Jordan Love. So again, I think you're absolutely right. You hit it on the head when you're talking about being an 8 to 10 win team, right? Like that's who you are. You might win 10, you might win 8, but you're going to be in that window. 7 is not going to be your number because you're too good, and 11 is not going to be your number because you're not good enough. So I think they 100%. Fall right in that window that you're talking about.
I agree. It's a good call about the defense. We'll see when Parson ends up coming back. He said yesterday he's eyeing week 6 against Dallas. That feels some wishful thinking there on his part. It feels like more so like week 10, week 11. You could see Micah. But yeah, man, I kind of think Green Bay is like, they are like a 500 kind of team, and I expect them to fall right in that range. A lot of people are expecting big things from Matthew Golden this season. They think with Romeo Doubs leaving, Christian Watson probably still being the number 1 there, but they think a lot of people think this could be a breakout year for Matthew Golden. So we'll see what happens with Green Bay. And then finally the Minnesota Vikings, who very interesting team here, Gabe, because you do have one of the better coaches in the league in KOC, great defensive coordinator in Brian Flores. The defense is solid. And Kyler Murray, we saw what a change of scenery Baker going to Tampa did for him, what Darnold going to Minnesota did for him. Like you see it with some of these quarterbacks, and maybe Kyler is this next guy getting that coaching, throwing to Justin Jefferson. Like maybe he is a great year, and they could be a team to watch. What are your thoughts on the Vikings here in about a minute?
It's the scariest team in the NFC North to me. All right, you're talking about Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are world beaters, right? World beaters, true in the literal sense, world beaters. And you're thinking about Marvin Harrison Jr. He's not he was an established body, right? He's great. We know he's good and hands are awesome, but you're going to get bona fide stars here. And I think Kyler Murray, especially when you talk about scheme, you're talking about weapons around you and their offensive line, right? Like he's going to be able to put up points. There were a lot of instances where J.J. McCarthy destroyed games himself, right, that they could have won. And I know they're confident in having a guy like Kyler Murray there to knock things out. So scariest team in the division right there, PJ.
The more we talk about it and Minnesota, you could be right. That Kyler Murray pairing with KOC, I could see that. The coaching staff's great, and if they can get the most, look, if he was able to get something out of Sam Darnold with Kyler's skill set, he might be able to unlock something there as well. All right, we come back. We're going to play a little Sports Jeopardy here on BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser.
This is Westwood One Sports.
What's that?
Just an everything bagel I got with my cash back from my Cash Rewards Plus card from Navy Federal Credit Union. It's got cream cheese, lox, lemon zest, dill, capers, scallions, onions. All the cash back that I earned on my everyday spending has led me to this moment.
Wait, how much cash back?
Unlimited 2% cash back on everything.
Everything?
The bagel speaks for itself.
Pay for everything with the Cash Rewards Plus card. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for more information.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted stringerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushers, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. Goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
from the Anderson Automotive Studios. Woo-hoo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's Sports Talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. 2 hours left to go here with you on a Wednesday night. Show is rocking and rolling. Major League Baseball underway, and not a great night for us in the going streaking department. 5 of us on the show made a pick, Gabe, and so far all of us are 0 for 4, I should say. Brandon's guy, Randy Rosarena, has not played yet. But my guy, Bobby Witt, is Bobby hitless. Murakami, for you, does not have a hit. Kyle Stowers for Monty does not have a hit. And Rafaela for Lee in Boston does not have a hit either. But you know what? A lot of game left. All those guys will get at least 1 or 2 more at bats. So we got ball left. We'll see if those guys can turn it around. But not looking good here at the halfway mark in going streaking. But to turn those frowns upside down, it's time for a little trivia. Gabe, I'm a big trivia guy. I don't know about you, man, but when Brandon Combs put Sports Jeopardy in the rundown, I said, "Oh, you talking my language, Brando." So let's go play a little Sports Jeopardy. We got 5 different categories, or 4 different categories, college football, NFL, MLB, and soccer. And we got 3 questions per category. So that's right, Brando. You got 12 questions for us. Do you have a final Jeopardy question or just 12?
I do have a final Jeopardy question as well, gentlemen. So this is for all the marbles. You're gonna gain points. You're gonna wager points. This is what we do here on BetMGM tonight. So you better get your competitive caps on right now because it's about to go down here on BetMGM tonight. So, Gabe, PJ, normally I would let the guest go first, but you're both guests. So how do we want to settle this?
Let Gabe. Gabe can go first. Gabe can go first. Let Gabe go first. Yeah.
All right,
Gabe,
I'll throw.
Gotta pick a category.
You know what?
And a price line.
Returning the favor, I'll do college football because that's probably my worst subject. So that way it could be like a gift to you, you know. And we'll go 100, right? It's 100, 200, 300. Is that what it is?
Yep, college football for 100. So what we'll do is if you get the answer correct, then you get the points. If you get it incorrect, then PJ will get a chance to steal, and then we'll just alternate who gets to pick the category. Okay?
Oh, I see. I love it.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
College football for 100. This Boston College quarterback won the 1984 Heisman Trophy, famously sealed by a Hail Mary pass against Miami.
Doug Flutie.
That is correct, sir.
Well done.
That is correct. $100 goes to Gabe of Brad Evans' money. We're not using my money. We'll use Brad.
There you go. Gotta use Brad's money.
All right. So do I keep going or do I pass it over to PJ?
So PJ will pick now, and then we'll alternate.
I love this.
All right. Let's go with baseball for 100, please.
Baseball for 100. He earned the nickname Mr. November for his clutch postseason heroics with the New York Yankees.
I'll go, who is Derek Jeter?
That is correct, sir. Okay. That is correct. So both of you guys with the easy one so far, both of you have 100. Gabe?
I'll go MLB 200.
MLB for 200. Here we go. This iconic defensive play, known simply as the catch, was made by Willie Mays against Vic Wertz during the 1954 World Series, while Willie Mays played for this franchise.
The Giants.
What city?
Oh, the San Francisco Giants.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
that is incorrect.
no.
PJ?
Gosh, I should know this. It is the Giants. So the Dodgers were Brooklyn. Were they the New York Giants too? Were they somewhere else? God, this is bad. I'm gonna say New York Giants.
That is correct. And PJ gets the first steal of the game.
Nice
PJ
steal.
up to 300. All right, 300 to 100. And it is PJ's turn to pick a category.
Let's go with NFL for 200, please.
For 200. Credited with introducing this protective equipment to professional football, Coach Paul Brown used it to protect star quarterback Otto Graham's facial injury.
So, is creative for protecting in pro football. Can you read the question one more time? Sorry.
No. I don't like this. I don't like this.
What do you
gotta
like?
answer. We got a 20-minute segment. No.
Credited with introducing the protective equipment to professional football, Coach Paul Brown used it to protect star quarterback Otto Graham's facial injury.
Is it just the helmet?
That
What
is
is the helmet?
incorrect. That is incorrect.
Face
Oh, we got
mask.
game show music. Let's go, Lee. It is the face mask. That is correct. So we got another steal. So it is a tie game now. 300 to 300. All right, Gabe,
All right,
your turn to pick.
Let me get NFL for 100.
NFL for 100. Let's get here. They are the only two NFL franchises to have won a Super Bowl game directly on their home turf.
Oh, no. Tampa Bay? I got to name both of them?
Tampa Bay is one.
I got to name both of them? That seems like I should have got one of them. I feel like I should have got a point.
They both happened in
for
like
a
the
100
last
question?
5 years.
I got to name two teams? I would say, all right, and damn, Kansas City?
That is incorrect.
Oh, we get that's so good. Give me Tampa Bay and the LA Rams.
That is correct. That is correct.
It's not fair.
I just figured it was an easy question because it happened like within the last 5 years. I mean, I
That
figured
sounds like a $250 question, maybe.
75 a team. Let's go with college football for 200, please.
College football for 200. In a stunning 2007 upset, this Sun Belt Conference underdog shocked the Michigan Wolverines 34-32 in the Big House.
Who is Appalachian State?
That is correct. PJ's starting to pull away here.
That's a good one.
Heck yeah.
Let's go NFL 300.
Ooh.
NFL for 300. He is the all-time leading scorer in NFL history.
Oh, man. It's a kicker. It's going to be... Who is Buddy from the Colts that I'm thinking of? I'll say... I'm going to say Adam Vinatieri.
That is incorrect.
Tough one.
So I don't think it's Tucker.
PJ.
He didn't play enough. Yeah, I don't think it's Tucker. He didn't play enough. Morton Anderson came to mind. Maybe David Akers.
Who's the guy? It's the guy from the Colts, I'm telling you. I think he's from the Colts.
Well, yeah, Vinatieri. Maybe you're thinking of like Mike Vanderjack, but I don't think it's him.
I I'm trying to think. Who did I see?
I'm going to go with
Morton.
Morton Anderson. Brando, be my guess.
Morton Anderson is the correct answer.
Oh, I love it.
Let's go.
So if my math is correct, it is 1,200 for PJ, and we'll just say Gabe's got some ground to make up, sitting at 300. All right.
I'm here. I'm assuming the entire soccer thing is going to me, guys. That's what I'm making.
Yeah, I would agree. You know what?
So
I'll just take a soccer.
Gone.
Yeah. I'll go soccer for 100. See if I can get one.
All right. A referee shows this color card to a player to signal an immediate ejection from the game.
Red card.
That is correct.
I got to give you the 2 home winners for $100 NFL. And you asking them how to get ejected from a soccer match for 100? These are not the same. I see what's going on here. I see. PJ's been on all week. This is going.
We rig it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Easy how we do.
You did say you like
Gabe.
trivia games, so to your credit.
I did. This is why. This is why.
All right. I'm gonna go. What's left? Soccer. 2 of those, and what else on the other side?
Soccer. You've got baseball for 300, and you've got college football for 300.
All right,
and that's what's left. So soccer for 2 and 3.
Soccer for 200. Yeah, let's go soccer for 2.
Right. This specific restart occurs when the ball goes completely over the touch line, last touched by the defending team.
A goal kick.
That is incorrect.
I'm just like, it's such a mental pretzel. Restart occurs when a ball goes over the touch line. Last touch by the defense. Is that... No, it's not an offside. Is that a direct kick?
No. It is a corner kick is the answer we were looking for. Corner kick.
On the defense.
Oh, yeah, last touch by the defense. Yeah.
All right. We have soccer for 300. We have baseball for 300. And we have college football
This is it.
for 300.
Yeah, give me the college football, please. For $3.
All right. The nickname for the dramatic 2013 Iron Bowl ending featuring Chris Davis returning a missed field goal for 100 yards for a game-winning touchdown.
I mean, this is just mean. I mean, you didn't have to pick this one, but I guess kick 6.
It is the kick 6. Bama lost that one, just in case anybody was wondering why.
Yes,
all
they
right,
did.
Gabe.
At this point, I'm just playing for entertainment.
You've got a chance here. We still got Final Jeopardy to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
You
soccer.
kind of need these last 2 though.
300.
Soccer for 300. According to traditional IFAB laws of the game, a goalkeeper is technically only allowed to hold the ball in their hands for this many seconds before releasing it.
Five seconds.
That is incorrect.
Oh my God.
I was going to say 10 seconds.
That is also incorrect. The correct answer, 6 seconds.
Oh my God.
6 seconds. Gabe, you were close.
What a weird number. What a weird
All right,
number.
final
I'm
question.
trying to count it in my head. Ones that I've seen. 1, 2.
This will go to PJ first. Before beginning his historic Major League career with the Brooklyn Dodgers, Jackie Robinson played his minor league seasons in 1946 for this Canadian team.
Oh, goodness. Canadian minor
Did you watch the movie or
league
not,
team?
PJ? Did you watch
I was
the
going
movie
to say,
or
have you
not?
never seen 42, PJ?
I have, but it's been a while. The Montreal Icicles.
Oh, that's close.
Incorrect.
That's close. I thought you were going to get it when you said Montreal. I was like, it's the Royals, right?
Yes, the Montreal Royals is correct. So Gabe with another 300. So if my math is correct, Monty, hopefully you're keeping track too, and you could tell me.
I'm keeping
my
track.
My math has PJ at 1,500, and it has Gabe at 600.
5, 6. Oh.
600. So let's see if you have.
All right, so we have Final Jeopardy left. We have Final Jeopardy
where you have to bet it all, right? This is one where you have to bet it all.
Where you have to bet it all. And I'm gonna throw this caveat out there. How about we just say if Gabe gets it and PJ does not get it, then Gabe wins the game.
I'll let PJ answer first, and I'll steal it from him. How about that?
All right, here we go. Here is the Final Jeopardy question. The University of Delaware, Miami University of Ohio, the University of Michigan, and Stanford University, and this university are the only 5 in the United States history that have produced both a United States president and a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And you want us to name them?
I want you to I want you to name the one that's missing. So I'll read the question again. The University of Delaware, Miami University of Ohio, the University of Michigan, Stanford University, and this university are the only 5 in U.S. history that have produced both a United States president and a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I know it. I know the answer. I have a guess. So PJ, go ahead. I have a guess.
All right, let me think about this. I get a little time. It's Final Jeopardy.
Dr. Reed.
Let me get a little.
I like this.
Let me get a little time.
Do.
I love this. People playing along in your car. I hope people from this place are yelling because they know the answer like I do. That's me playing a mind game with PJ. That's me playing a mind game with you. I'm trying to make you think I know this.
I know. Let me see. What a great question.
I got a good answer. But we only have 3 minutes left in this break, buddy.
I'm gonna.
It's a floating break. You got as much time as you need.
I'm gonna go. What is Notre Dame?
Oh, I love that guess. Okay.
That is incorrect.
I started thinking PJ, I started thinking, I'm like, what state has had a couple, and then I was thinking, speaking of movies, 42, I was thinking, I saw W, and I was like, what school did he go to? And so this is my guess, because I know it's the state, but I don't know if it's the thing. I'm going to say Texas.
That is incorrect.
Oh, can we keep guessing? Like, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Okay.
Don't tell us.
All right.
Don't tell us.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, we can try and think this out. All right. So I'm trying to think of Super Bowl quarterbacks. Like we got Breeze. He went to Purdue, right? I don't think you got Peyton went to Tennessee. Eli went to Ole Miss.
It's got to be like an old school. It's got to be some old school. Like you're thinking like 50 years ago, 80 years ago, where it's not going to be like, it's not going to be Texas Tech versus, it's not going to be like that. It's not Alabama,
Stanford, Michigan, Delaware, Miami of Ohio. I mean, it really could be anywhere. Like,
see, Monty said we're never going to get it. So it's going to be like Eastern Illinois, like some.
How about I give you the team that the quarterback played for when he won the Super Bowl?
Okay.
It's a Dallas Cowboys quarterback.
Oh, Aikman, is it UCLA?
Incorrect.
No, you got to go back. See.
Staubach. It's Navy.
It is Navy, the U.S. Naval Academy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that.
There you go,
That's
Monty. We got it. We got it, baby.
That's a great. Man,
that's deep. That's a deep dive. That's a deep dive right there. You're pretty. PJ,
What you get when you get Brandon Combs leading Sports Jeopardy? You get good questions with good answers.
Okay, I got a great baseball trivia question that nobody has been able to get. Okay, I want to see if the three of you, Monty, Lee can chime in too. You can't obviously look. Monty and Lee behind the scenes. I'm trusting you. Honor code. Can't look. Three players in MLB history that are in the 500 home run club that have hit 100 or more homers with three different teams. Can you name those three players?
Wow.
Does Jim Thome have 500?
Jim Thome
name all of them,
is one, Gabe. Yes.
Yeah. I just know because the White Sox were thinking.
Mark Bonds is incorrect.
McGwire?
Mark McGwire is incorrect.
No, three teams.
Toby was the. That was
Sosa
great.
Sosa didn't hit 100 with Texas, right? Is Sosa one of them?
No, or the White Sox.
Sosa's not one of them. Pujols is not one of them.
Hold on, let me go back here. Albert Bell.
Not Albert Bell. Alex Rodriguez is correct from Monty in the chat.
Alex
Texas
Rodriguez.
That's the Yankees.
That's a good one.
And then the last one. Last one's probably the toughest.
Give me
I mean,
A or NL.
He's
A or NL.
He actually played all three of his teams were in the American League.
Home run hitter.
All three of his team were in the American League.
Manny Ramirez.
Adrian Beltre?
No, not Manny, not Adrian.
Home run hitter. All three in the American League.
All three were in the
Jose
American
Canseco?
Nope. Not Canseco.
Reggie Jackson?
Yes, Brando. Reggie Jackson is correct. Yankees, Angels, and the A's. So that's my trivia question. That's always my go-to for baseball. Is that
I like it.
It's my fave.
Okay.
Well done, boys.
All right, I got one.
That was
I got
good.
one. What's black, white, and red all over? No, just
Newspaper. Let's go. Good
That's
stuff.
great.
BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. A lot of fun. We'll be right back.
The 49ers brought back Deebo Samuel to team with Mike Evans. Does Brock Purdy have enough weapons to keep up with the Rams and Seahawks? Westwood One Sports.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What's that?
Just an everything bagel I got with my cash back from my Cash Rewards Plus card from Navy Federal Credit Union. It's got cream cheese, lox, lemon zest, dill, capers, scallions, onions. All the cash back that I earned on my everyday spending has led me to this moment.
Wait, how much cash back?
Unlimited 2% cash back on everything.
Everything?
The bagel speaks for itself.
Pay for everything with the Cash Rewards Plus card. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for more information.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest Costas Inn location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand, and now's the time to check it out. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the sound of E. coli splashing around in raw hamburger juice on your cutting board. And it looks like Mom just put the tomatoes and onions on there too. Don't let E. coli mosh with your food. An estimated 3,000 Americans die from a foodborne illness each year. So always separate raw meat from vegetables on 2 cutting boards. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
105.7 The Fan. The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser and Gabe Ramirez here with you on Westwood One Sports. A lot of fun there, playing some sports Jeopardy. I hoped everybody that was listening was having some fun there. We're going to talk some college football now here on the show. Yesterday, they dropped the coaches poll, the top 25 preseason poll. And Gabe, I don't know about you, but that's kind of when it really starts to feel real for me, you know, because we talk about all these teams. We kind of have an idea of like some iteration of what the top 25 is. But when you finally get those rankings and you start to see like, oh, we're going to get number 1 Ohio State versus number 4 Texas in week 2, or we're going to get number 1 Ohio State and number 2 Oregon playing each other later this season. That's when it's kind of cool just to see the rankings next to the teams. And that's what we got yesterday. And I think it's always Brett McMurphy. You know what? I should actually go check on Twitter, who's a college football insider, always does a great job for On 3. He usually has these trends that are out every year. He did not put them out this year. But the two biggest trends, Gabe, that always stick out to me, and I talked about this yesterday with Pete Futak on the show. I want to say the number one preseason team in college football has not won the national championship like 19 of the last 20 years or something crazy like that. So
that's a crazy
in a
stat.
sport that's usually so chalky with like a lot of the big brands that normally win it, and you would think the best team kind of wins, it really doesn't necessarily happen all that much. And you talk to most people, they'll tell you Ohio State's the best team. They're the most talented. They're favored at just about every sports book to win the national title. But they got the curse this year of being number one. So look, they got a great quarterback in Julian Sayin. They got arguably the best player in the sport in Jeremiah Smith. So where kind of you on Ohio State? Do you think this is the team to beat this year, and do you think they ultimately get it done?
You know what? When you're talking about Ohio State specifically, right? I mean, they're usually around the top, right? In the top 5 rankings over the last decade or so, and have been a juggernaut in certain moments. But I think when you're looking at them as a team, and when we're talking specifically about, the curse of, preseason number one and where you end up at the very end, I think it is a different time though, right? Different time now where, maybe throughout the course of, college football, there was recruiting, obviously, in that sense. And now you have to kind of marry, like we were talking about the Dodgers, your ability to bring in top talent with dollars. And while at the same time, rounding out your staff with everyone else who can get the job done. And so when you're talking about who can bring in the most talented players via dollars, that is, there's only a handful of teams already, right, that can compete in that. We've seen some creep up from the ranks, obviously outside of that, Grand Canyon and things like that in basketball. But specifically when we're talking about where they'll end up at the end of the season, I don't know. We saw the top, 8 teams be pretty dominant in the college football playoff last year, right? Where those who were supposed to win won, and what you saw was almost like a watered down product on the outside because you almost felt like those teams were insignificant. And so if you're going to tell me that Ohio State starts off as a preseason number one and the college football playoff is still in the same iteration that it was last year, then you're getting a team that's going to be there at least in the Final Four, right? And so then it comes down to how well you're coached. Has your team materialized into one that can, really take advantage of the situation that they're in? So, I mean, it's going to be interesting for Dabo and the guys like that, and trying to take over that number one spot from Ohio State. What do you think when you see Ohio State sitting there and you see the history and the numbers that have presented itself, 19 out of 21, you said, right? Have failed.
Yeah. I understand why they're the number one preseason team. It makes sense. They're just littered with talent all over the field. My issue with Ohio State this year, Gabe, is the schedule is brutal, man. I think they have the toughest schedule in college football. If there was anybody that was going to make the playoff having this schedule, it would be Ohio State. But I mean, right now you look at their schedule, man, they have to play the number 2, the number 4, the number 6, the number 16 teams in the preseason poll, and number 14. So they got to play 2, 4, 6, 14, and 16. They got to play 5 top 16 teams this year. And if they lose 3 of those games, they're probably going to be out. If they lose 2 of those games, they'll be good. But if they lose 3, they could be on the outside looking in. I mean, they got a road trip at Texas, at Indiana, at USC, at Iowa. Kinnick's never an easy place to play. Then they're home against Oregon, home against Michigan in a rivalry game. It's a tough schedule. Now, Ryan Day has been so good in the regular season. And Ohio State, for the most part, outside of the Michigan game, they normally always win as favorites, and they normally win the games that they're supposed to win. But that's a tough schedule, man. That is a tough schedule. And, it's funny, Texas and Ohio State played last year when Texas was the number one preseason team. And we all went into that game, Gabe, thinking, you know what, this could be a national championship preview. This game is almost like, whoever loses, like it shouldn't be a knock on you, but whoever wins it, you pretty much could already punch your ticket to the playoff. Like what a great win that is. Well, Texas lost that game. And then all of a sudden they didn't have much room for error when they went in SEC play. They could only afford to lose one more game. They ended up losing two more, and they found themselves on the outside looking in of the playoff. So that would be my concern for Ohio State, man. Like that Texas game in week 2, you think, I mean, how are you going to punish like Ohio State going on the road, losing to Texas? Like that game shouldn't. But then if they go on the road and lose in Indiana, if they lose it at home against Oregon, then all of a sudden maybe the Buckeyes at 9-3 could miss the playoff. So I actually bet Ohio State to miss the playoff at plus 250, just because, again, I think the schedule is so hard. I could see that being a possibility. But they are the most talented team in the country. They're favored to win it for a reason. I think that schedule is really hard, Gabe. So I think there is a scenario where they could miss out.
Well, when we're talking specifically about what Ryan Day has done, and obviously last year Michigan was another fun one for him. But when you're thinking about where he ranks in terms of coaches in college football, right? Curt Cignetti did an incredible job last year. Looks like he guys, people believing in what he's doing. But then you have the mainstays that are out there. So it's a tough list to crack when you're talking about guys that are in there and have proven success in the short term and in the long term. But when you think about Ryan Day and where he ranks in the top, 5 coaches in college football, where is he at for you?
So if I had to rank my top coaches in college football, I would go
on the spot, like you did to me with the quarterbacks, like you did to me with the quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm doing to you with the coaches in college football.
I absolutely love it. I'll go Cignetti 1. I'll go Kirby Smart 2. I'll go Marcus Freeman 3. I feel really good about those 3. I think that is a good 1, 2, 3. Okay. Cignetti, Kirby, Marcus Freeman. That'd be my 3. Then when we get to 4, 5, it's tricky. I think Kiffin's in the conversation. I think Ryan Day's in the conversation. I think Dan Lanning is in the conversation. I think those are probably like the 3 guys I'm looking at to fill out those 2 spots. I would say you could probably have Sark in there as well. I love him as a play caller. But time and time again, his team just comes up short. He's not good as an underdog. So I think you got to leave him out.
Teams deep. Cristobal's been bringing different teams deep lately. That's another name that could be there.
Cristobal is an interesting one. I mean, he recruits the line of scrimmage so well. Like all his teams are so good, offensive and defensive line. He's in the conversation. My problem with Mario, Gabe, is that he's always good every year to lose at least 1 game, if not 2, as a big favorite. Like he always loses a game as like a double-digit favorite that just drives you crazy. And I just think the great coaches in college football like just don't do that year after year. So because of that, that's why I don't have him up there. It's the same thing with Alabama's coach, Kellen DeBoer. I mean, the guy is great in ranked matchups. He's great as an underdog, but his teams play down to the level of their competition and they tend to lose games that they shouldn't. So, Kiffin really hasn't won anything. Lanning hasn't won anything. So I'll go Ryan Day 4. All right. So here's the list. Ready? Here's my 5 for you. We'll go Cignetti 1, Kirby Smart 2, Marcus Freeman 3. I'll go Ryan Day 4. And I'll go Lane Kiffin 5. That'll be my 5.
Okay. Dan Lanning on the outside, knocking on the door.
Dan Lanning, I think, is so fascinating. He's such a great recruiter. He has great teams. People love him. But like at a certain point, I mean, like you just got to look at kind of his track record, and he really struggles to win big games. I mean, his biggest win in his Oregon career was beating James Franklin in the Big Ten championship game. I mean, come on. We're grading a guy off beating James Franklin in a big game like you're not doing much. He could never beat DeBoer in anything big when he was at Washington. He got smoked by Cignetti in the college football playoff semifinal. So yeah, like Lanning, he really has never won anything big, but he's a hell of a recruiter, and his team is really good this year. But I think your top 4 in college football: Cignetti, Kirby Smart, Marcus Freeman, Ryan Day. I think's your 4.
Love it. It's a good list. It's a good list, and a lot of guys looking to climb it this year, and obviously some guys like Dabo trying to make them other people believers as well. You know, guys on the outside. I mean, James Franklin trying to do something at Virginia Tech. Guys are going to try to climb up that ladder this year. That's for sure.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah. So all those coaches I mentioned, I mean, as you would expect, their teams are in the top 10 preseason poll. The other 2 I didn't mention, A&M and Oklahoma. Mike Elko's a good coach at A&M. Brent Venables is a good coach at Oklahoma. Venables is an unbelievable defensive coach, but he really relies a lot on his OC, and he doesn't recruit offense all that well. And then Texas A&M and Mike Elko, I just want to see them be more consistent against the upper echelon teams in the country and the SEC, and then maybe he can climb up that list. But what about you? Is it fair to say?
I was gonna say, who do you feel like? I mean, obviously, the guys that we're talking about right there that you're mentioning also, right? These are names that we all know. But, these guys weren't who they were from the very beginning, right? Like, you could even say that for like a Kurt Cignetti, even, you'd have to go a couple years out. Who's the Kurt Cignetti of this year? Like, from like, that's maybe when you're looking at, let's say, a top 25 coaches poll, who's somebody in the 20s, the teens, deep teens that, you say you might like what they're doing. And if they had better resources, better, top 10 talent, that they might make a bigger noise.
First name that came to mind was Willie Fritz at Houston. He was at Tulane, turned them into a juggernaut, and they were one of the best teams in the American for years when he was there. And now already in a short amount of time, he's really turned Houston into a winner. He's it's Cignetti-like in the way that just everywhere he goes, it's quick transformations and his teams win right away. So he doesn't have the roster in the NIL that Texas Tech does. His team's not as good on paper as BYU or even Utah. But Houston's going to be tough this year, Gabe. That's a team I'd keep an eye out for in college football. So if it's like a sleeper coach down the board that maybe not enough people know about, I think Willie Fritz at Houston would be your guy.
See, I knew that by the end of this segment, I was going to be a little bit richer knowing who to bet on come college football season. And Houston it is, Willie Fritz. Find the flawed line and make the money.
Willie Fritz, that's my guy. Absolutely love him. We'll talk a little more college football when we come back to wrap up our number 4 here. BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
Quarterback battles continue every day. Michael Penix Jr. versus Tua Tagovailoa in Atlanta. The Vikings have J.J. McCarthy against Kyler Murray. When the starter is named, we'll let you know. Westwood One Sports.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belt. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Never know how.
Now at Lowe's,
faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill with stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet up for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, wrapping up this hour. BetMGM Tonight. Still got one more to go on the other side. We'll play a little hot or cold coming up in about 12 minutes and dive back into some Major League Baseball, maybe a little NFL as well. But it really is true, Gabe. A lot of times the best conversations happen off air when you're just chopping it up and you're talking about certain things. And you were telling me that you've been to 20 of the 30 NFL stadiums, because even though there are 32 teams, you obviously have the Jets and Giants and the Rams and the Chargers that share a stadium.
Right.
So you got 30 stadiums in the NFL. You've been to 2/3 of them. So you're getting towards the end there, and you were telling me your favorite stadium in the NFL is Indianapolis. Lucas Oil is your number
Without
one.
a doubt. It's so weird. Now, it might have been about the festivities that took place before and after the games, you know what I mean? During the weekends. Maybe that has something to do with what a good time I had. But Lucas Oil Stadium, one of my favorites. Just the structure is great. You know, and I think that's the beauty, right? With going road tripping is that you get to see how other fans experience their team and their city for their entirety of their lives. And so, you know, I've been, like I said, I've been to 20 of them. And to me, Lucas Oil just has the mix of, you know, just good architecture in terms of aesthetically how it looks. It's not a spaceship. It looks cool. It's unique. And then, you know, I felt like every angle that you were at, wherever you were looking at something very cool. So to me, that was it. I know you've been to every Major League Baseball stadium and obviously a ton of NFL stadiums, PJ. But what do you feel like are things that excite you, right? Like when you're going somewhere new, like what are things that are for you attention grabbing and things that separate stadiums from others?
It's a great question. I think the big thing for me is I want to walk into either a ballpark or a stadium and immediately just like it hits me that like, ooh, I like this. You know, it's like truly that like love at first sight thing. Like I don't want to kind of be the kind of guy that gets warmed up to it. Like I'm like middle of the second quarter and I'm like, you know, I like this place. Or I'm in the fifth inning and I'm like, you know, this stadium's all right. I want to immediately, Gabe, walk into somewhere and just kind of be like, oh, this is a nice one. And I think my favorite stadiums or ballparks are the ones that do that for me right away. And certainly like the NFL ones, I was telling you Atlanta is my favorite. And as you know, when you go to the Falcons game, it's in a dome, but you open up a door to go in to the stadium, right? It's not like obviously these outdoor stadiums where it's like you just kind of walk into them and then go under the tunnel to your seats. Like Atlanta, you got to open the door, go inside into the dome. And I just remember, Gabe, opening up that door and seeing that 360 Jumbotron and just being like, wow, this place is nice. This place is different. Yeah. So that for me, I think it's really it's that first hit, you know, and then like if you have a great atmosphere, that adds to it. I think if you got cheap food, that's another thing about Atlanta that I absolutely love. I go up to one of the vendors and I give him a $5 bill and I said, "Can I have a bottle of water?" And she's like, "How many do you want?" And I said, "Well, how much is a bottle of water?" She's like, $1.50. And I'm like, "Well, I'll take 3 of them. If a bottle of water is $1.50, I thought it was going to be like $4 or $5, and it's $1.50." Sure. So
every time
cheap concessions. That goes a long way.
What's a stadium? It could be any sport. Doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, a stadium you want to go to that you've yet to go to.
Great question. I'll go to the college realm. I want to go. I'm a big college basketball fan. I want to go to the University of Kansas and go to the Fog, see a hoops game there. That's where I want to get to. Everybody says that's the best. They say that's the loudest. It's kind of like the St. Andrews of college basketball, you know, just all the history in that building and the fans are on top of you and everybody's into it and they're standing up, jumping around. So Kansas is at the top of the list. I would like to get to SoFi though and see that one. I know you've been there. I hear that one's pretty spectacular. I'd like to get out there.
Yeah, SoFi.
Really?
Cool.
Just that?
I mean, it's just a newer stadium. It's not, like you said, you want to be grabbed when you go into something like that, you know? And I think there are certain stadiums that do that because of their skyline that's behind them or the aesthetics there. Mm-hmm. I think there's certain moments like that. I think for me, I still want to go to, and I know it's not for anything else other than this is one of the stadiums I've yet to go to in the NFL, but I want to go to Foxborough. Like I want to be in your championship glory and experience it and feel what it's like to go into a stadium where you guys have won so many championships. Like I haven't done that yet over there, you know, and I wouldn't take me there. And I've been to Buffalo. I've done the snow games. I've done games in the frigid cold. I've done games in the heat. I've done it all. But I want to go in the snow at Foxborough, Bears, Patriots, like sign me up for that. I want that like now.
I like
So
it.
that
New
was
England,
really
I went to a long time ago. It's in Foxborough, obviously, which is like 40 minutes outside of Boston. But they've done a nice job building things around it. They call it Patriot Place with some shops and restaurants and everything. So it's cool. It's a nice one. When you get out there, I think you'll enjoy it. Final hour of the show. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We're hanging out. Westwood One Sports. We'll be right back.
This is Westwood One Sports.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belt. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Never know how.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The New York Mets hang on to beat the Cleveland Guardians in extras. And now the AL wild card gets that closer. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez here with you. BetMGM Tonight, final hour on Westwood One Sports. With that Guardians loss to the Mets, the Texas Rangers are now tied with Cleveland for the last spot they're a half game back of Cleveland, and now the Orioles are a half game back of Cleveland as well. You have the Twins that are 1.5 games back, Detroit's 1.5 back, Seattle 2 games back. So this AL wildcard picture, I mean, it's only August 5th, Gabe. Still got like less than 2 months to go, but it's going to be a wild and bumpy ride. What do you think is the number that a team is trying to post, right? If 81 and 81 is 500 baseball, right now the Guardians are 57 and 57. What do you think? Do you think 82 wins gets the job done? Do you think 84 wins gets the job done? What do you think is the magic number to get that final AL wildcard spot?
That's an interesting question, right? Because you've had a season where the American League has been, if you want to call it that, underperforming. And so to think, how many victories is it going to take for, your last wild card team to kind of fall in line there? I think there's going to be a separation at the tail end, and not just for the White Sox and the reasons that I mentioned before, but I also mentioned that, the last month or two of a season for me is when a gambler can be the most profitable, right? Because there's less variance when you're looking at specific games, especially if you're not parlaying and you're just trying to find that one mispriced bet or the bet that you're surefire that you're paying the juice on. And when you get into the last month or two, good teams win, bad teams lose. And so I think there's going to be a resurgence of victories for these teams, especially in the AL. And so I do think it's going to be a little bit higher. I think the number might be, 85. You might have to be a little bit better than 500 ball. And I think it might get to that point. So I don't know. That's my number that I have in my mind. I think, when you're looking at teams right now, like Cleveland, right, they're going to be pushed to get more victories because of the White Sox, because of the Twins who made their own set of moves at the trade deadline. You look at your team, the Orioles, despite, what the moves that they've made, there's teams that are hovering around 500 that, Texas, Boston, those teams are going to continue to win. It's going to be tough. I think 85 is going to be the number. I think you're going to have to get to that number.
Yeah, I think 85 definitely does it. I think maybe even like 82 or 83 probably does it.
Yeah.
It's a shame we don't have game 163 anymore. I remember one of the better baseball games. I don't remember what year it was, but the Tigers played the Twins at the old Metrodome in a game 163. It went like 13 innings. It was just like everything you could want in an elimination winner-take-all game. It was awesome. And then if you remember, Gabe, like a couple of years ago, we had a rain out and the Mets played the Braves in a doubleheader. And it was like, if both teams won, they both made the playoffs. If only one of the teams won, then one of them won. One of them made the postseason. The other one was out and they ended up splitting. But that first game was the Mets had a lead, like they were up 3 going into the 8th. The Braves score like 4 runs. Then the Mets come back and score 2. Then it goes to extra. It was just the most Mets game ever. So it's a shame we don't have that game 163 anymore because we might have needed it for the AL wild card this year potentially with all these teams that are grouped up. But it's crazy, man. And Brandon, our producer, is telling us in the chat, the Tigers have not lost since trading Tariq Skubal. They're 4-0. And how about the Dodgers haven't won since acquiring Tariq Skubal? They're 0-5. So I mean, if that's just not the most baseball thing ever, right? Dodgers haven't won a game. Tigers haven't lost. It's crazy, man. So
we'll
love
situations like that because teams, they really want to go out and prove something, right? And this is a Tigers team that feels like they're good regardless of whether it's Terry Skubal's there or not. He's not playing every day. Those guys are, and there was a level of believability in their team. And so when you kind of have a disruptive moment like that, it can be galvanizing in certain situations. And, who knows? Who knows? Maybe the Tigers, put a run together. I hope not. Damn. But they're another team that, you talk about.
I got a personal question for you as for your sports teams, for your fandom.
Sure.
Would you rather see Puerto Rico win the World Cup, or would you rather have the White Sox and the Bears win a championship in the same year?
Okay. Now, the good thing is, and all my Puerto Ricans that are watching this know this, Puerto Rico is leaps and bounds and so far away from winning a World Cup that could just sit in the back burner because there's zero expectations on them to even make a qualifying group stage, anything. So I would take, without a doubt, give me my Bears and my White Sox. If you want to throw in the Bulls and make Caleb Wilson, give me, they don't even got to win the championship. Throw in Caleb Wilson being the best player in the draft. How about that? You give me those 3, package them together. Your boy is happy, PJ. But Puerto Rico, we're good. We're good. We got Bad Bunny. We're good. All right, but give me the Bears Super Bowl. We'll be all right. All right.
I mean, what would the city of Chicago do if the Bears won the Super Bowl?
It burned down. The whole thing.
It would.
The whole thing would burn down. Listen, I've lived through the Bulls championships in the 90s. Okay. That was wild, right? That was a wild time. Riding around with my dad down Fullerton Avenue as businesses burned down in Chicago. I remember that as a kid vividly, right? Then I remember the White Sox winning the World Series in 2005, my team. It was a sort of disbelief, but, the city was, had a good time. It wasn't up in arms because Sox fans, not maybe as much. Cubs win the World Series, fireworks, late night celebrations. That game didn't end. The game didn't end until late. Good. Blackhawks. You're not going to get the whole city celebrating the Blackhawks victory. Let's just divide it, if you know what I mean. So you finally get the Bears, where you get the entire city to celebrate in a championship. Every single nook and cranny of the city will be out. So you get all of those celebrations. Put those together. The Great Chicago Fire 2027 is what you'll get. Instead of a cow kicking over a lantern to start the whole thing, it'll be Caleb Williams setting the city on fire. It will be mayhem. People would miss, you wouldn't go to work the next day. Chicago would call off work. And that's a thing too, where Chicago can do things like that with snow or the heat, the humidity. It has moments like that. Chicago would call off the whole day if the Bears won the Super Bowl. It would be the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. You thought the Knicks in 5 is a thing and is crazy. The Bears would just dwarf that and engulf that little parade. And the Bears thing would be ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
It would be like
excited.
Lollapalooza
I'm excited.
times 10 or something.
Oh my gosh. I've been to Grant Park when the Bulls have won the championships. I'm telling you, I was there. I seen it. It will be Lollapalooza. It would be both sides of Lollapalooza. The thing would go to the other, be from the T-Mobile stage to the Bud Light stage. It would go all the way over there to the back and into the streets and by the Bean. It would be the entire downtown would be Lollapalooza would look like a Catholic fair with a carnival, Catholic carnival that happens in the summertime. That's what that would look like compared to a Bears Super Bowl parade. That would be insane. Oh my God.
It's fun to dream about this stuff, ain't it? It's fun to dream.
I have to take a break.
It's fun to dream.
Yeah, just like
it's fun to dream.
It is fun. Was that a shock? Because I don't want to. Is that
no, not at all.
Fans,
No, like sincerely, like it's fun to like dream about that stuff as a fan of like what I don't think the Bears will win the Super Bowl, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing. Like I think it's realistic for sure.
No, I I don't think the Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl, right? But it's a shot that can happen.
Oh yeah, it just wasn't necessary. I mean, yeah,
that's how I feel. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. Like there was a little ha about the Bears and the pandemonium that it would create. I know you guys are closer, but hey, if Caleb Williams met up with Lamar Jackson in the Super Bowl, you know,
look, if Lamar
the NFL's going to give it,
loses,
the NFL's going to, yes, exactly. They're going to rig it. They're going to make it where Caleb Williams wins. You know it. The NFL doesn't want Lamar to win. They're going to let Caleb win. Yeah, roughing the passer. Pass interference. Offside.
Could you imagine?
Holding.
Could you imagine if we get an AFC championship game between the Bills and the Ravens, and one of Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson makes a Super Bowl? Like somebody's got to make it. That'd be crazy. And then on the other side, it's like one of the young guns. Like they're going up against Jaden Daniels, or they're going up against Caleb, or they're going up against somebody like that, and then they just win. I would be so pissed, Gabe. I'd be so pissed. Lamar's in year 9, Caleb's in year 3, and he wins it. I'd be like, come on, man, that'd be.
Hey, you need a Clyde Drexler. You need a Karl Malone. Jordan has to have, enemies. And then Lamar could be one of them. You know what I'm saying? He could be the guy that wanted to win one at the end of his career. John Stockton.
It's good though. It's good though that you guys are so hopeful about your team and that you love your team, because the Bears are one of those franchise. Like it's good when the Bears are good. It's good when Chicago's on those primetime games on Fox, when they're on Sunday Night Football and those kinds of things. When Bears Packers is a big rivalry, like that's just great for the sport. So happy for you guys. Of course man. It is. I just
of course it is.
The NFC's.
Well, it's good when the Ravens.
Tough.
It's good. If the NFC is not as tough as the AFC. And the Ravens, even if they win the division, I mean, just in the playoffs, you're talking about like 5 teams that could potentially win the Super Bowl there. Where like in the NFC, it's like 3, maybe 2, maybe. And I'm not saying that the Bears are even one of those teams. I'm just saying like if they were to claw their way out of it and end up in the Super Bowl, like then it's fair game. Anything could happen.
We were talking about this earlier. Can you give me your thoughts on Declan Doyle, who's the new Ravens offensive coordinator? Because
I love that we're talking about this.
That is a big deal. That's a huge talking point around Baltimore. Do you know Lamar Jackson is older than he is? When's the last time in the NFL that you've had a quarterback older than the OC? Well, I guess Stafford might be older than McVay. Rodgers might be, true. But I guess somebody who's not even 30 yet, I should say, because I think Lamar is still 29. Yes, he's 29.
I'll just say this, and Ben Johnson has an eye for identifying talented people. I'll start there. Okay, so that'll be my way. I started off with something nice, right? Ben Johnson is capable of finding talented people. And Declan Doyle was one of those people, right? To be a glorified assistant to his offense by calling him the offensive coordinator. Now, before this, he's a tight ends coach in Denver. Is that what it is? So, you're a tight ends coach in Denver. You're not seasoned by any means. And then you get this glorified assistant position to be the offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, which anyone that watches football knows exactly what that means. And then all of a sudden, you are tasked with running the offense that is led by Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry with a team with Super Bowl aspirations. Now, from an outsider's perspective, it looks like the head coach is like, I don't want any, big shot ball swinging guy down here trying to take my job in a year or two where they want to fire me and bring in the hot shot offensive coordinator. No. I know what I want to do. This guy did this over there. He knows how to be. Yes, you're going to be the yes man over here. So that's how I looked at it when I saw Declan Doyle get picked up for the offensive coordinator position. I couldn't believe it. Now, let's not forget, it's not like he's operated in Ben Johnson's offense for like years. 1 year. You know what I'm saying? Like where you were in that position. So I just think it's a ton of responsibility to put on Declan Doyle for a first-time offensive coordinator. He'll be first-time calling plays. Never did that in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So to have all that with the amount of pressure that this organization has on it, they don't have space to grow and games to give up to learn. This is a team that wants to win now. And so to have Declan Doyle there, but again, I go back to the initial assessment, which is that Ben Johnson is known for hiring capable and brilliant minds. Declan Doyle can be that. I wish he would have got an opportunity to be like Arizona, right? Instead of the Baltimore Ravens, because I do like Lamar Jackson. I do like Derrick Henry, and I want those guys to find success at some point,
I think that's all fair. I mean, that's the concern with the people in Baltimore is you're trying to win now and you're bringing in an unproven guy. But, that's the thing about the offensive coordinator, Gabe, especially in this era in the NFL. It's like you're kind of, if you're going to go after an OC, it's going to be the retread NFL head coach, right? That like kind of did its thing and ran its course. And now he's trying to hang in the league like a Dable, like a McDaniel. Or you're just kind of going after the young hotshot that hasn't gotten that job yet, that you're hoping you just find something with. And that's what the Ravens are hoping for, right? I mean, that's pretty much what it is. So, like, again, usually with these veteran teams, you kind of want to either keep somebody within the system that's worked with the quarterback, or you want to bring in a proven guy or something like that. They're taking a stab. From what I've been reading and, seeing videos of, it all kind of looks good. It looks like Lamar's under center a lot, which I absolutely love. And Gabe, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Ravens are probably the easiest team in the NFL to call plays for because of just how lethal their running attack can be when they commit to it with the combo of Lamar and Derrick Henry. So I think Doyle will be fine. I'm really not as concerned about him as I am with other people. I'm just worried about like this team getting off to a little bit of a slow start. And then, it starts to pile on Jesse Minter and maybe wears down on him because as a young coach, when you take a job like that, where the expectations are to win a Super Bowl, you want to get off to a hot start. And if they struggle or, people start saying, see, you shouldn't have fired Harbaugh, like you should have stuck with him and all this stuff, it's just going to be bad. So I'm hoping they get off to a good start. But I think Minter's going to be the real deal. I think their defense is going to be much improved. I think the offense is going to be great. And I'm excited.
It's funny to hear someone say that the Ravens defense is going to be much improved, right? That's like a
crazy,
weird
right?
statement when it's crazy to say that.
It is.
But I think
St. Ray Lewis defenses anymore.
Yeah, you're right. It sure is. But I think my concern comes in, fourth quarter, down 4, 5 minutes left to go, or up 4 with 5 minutes left to go and you have the ball. Like, I'm not I agree. The Ravens should be putting up points, and that should be like a video game, like, feeling when you're calling plays for them. But inevitably there's going to come those tough moments. And, whether it was Ben Johnson or any first-year coach for that matter, you're going to inevitably deal with bumps and bruises along the way. And so you just hope that those don't come at the most inopportune times for the Ravens in costly moments, because he hasn't done that before, or he makes the wrong decision in a moment because there's just too much whatever that might be in that moment, whether it's arrogance or caution, whatever that might be. So those are the moments that are going to happen, and you just hope they're not damning. But to say that Declan Doyle, a first-year offensive coordinator, is going to be lifting up the Lombardi Trophy at the end of the season because of how great he was, the probability of that is just he might be like Lou Getsy that gets fired, like a couple weeks into the season, you know what I mean? Because he's not doing well enough. Right. If there was a list or odds, if BetMGM had odds, who's going to get fired? What offensive coordinator is going to get fired first? He'd be top 7 for sure.
Oh, the pressure is definitely on. I don't think he's going to get fired, though. I mean, Minter is a first-year coach. Like, he brought him in. They probably knew there's going to be some growing pains. You do bring up a great point, though, about the fourth quarter. That's going to be the biggest thing for Jesse Minter is the Ravens under Harbaugh were so good at getting the lead going into the second half. They were so good at getting the lead going into the fourth quarter, but they blew a ton of leads and they blew a ton of games. And that's what Minter is going to have to fix, and I think a big part of that will be his defense will have to close out games. Doyle and the offense are going to figure out how to ice games as well. But that's going to be a huge part of the new coaching staff as well, and what they're going to try to do. Before we go to break, there's a name I want to throw out to you and the audience that I want you to remember for your fantasy leagues or player props. Or like all these, touchdown props earlier in the season. Gabe, this guy, Jacoby Lane, the rookie wide receiver out of USC, is all anybody wants to talk about at Ravens camp. All anybody wants to talk about. Kay Adams was doing her show today at Baltimore. Man, you should have heard Derrick Henry talk about this kid. He's like, Jacoby Lane, he's like, I like that guy. He was talking about Jacoby Lane like I would talk about Margot Robbie. I mean, he was head over heels. He was falling in love, Gabe. You couldn't believe it. I was like, wow.
DJ, you hilarious, bro.
I mean, Derrick's been doing this a long time. Like, these guys know. Like, they know when a guy's good. So, Jacoby Lane, Zay just got the bag. Okay. People will take Bateman again for the 7th straight year. But that's your deep sleeper. That's my gift to you, okay. Jacoby Lane. You remember that one, all right?
Round 6, here I come.
Jacoby Lane. That's the guy going to win people a lot of leagues this year, those deep sleeper leagues. That's the guy. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We come back, play a little hot or cold. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, Westwood One Sport.
NFL football is being played this week. The Cardinals and Panthers take the field in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Listen to all of the action here on your radio home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The American Red Cross is declaring an emergency blood shortage. Summer blood donations are far lower than needed as hospitals work to help accident victims, patients fighting cancer, those with chronic blood disorders, and others. You can help make sure patients across the country receive life-saving medical treatments. Make an appointment today to donate. Use the Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your donation.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belt. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Never know how.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hi, I'm Kelly Clarkson, and I've toured the country dozens of times, and there's one thing I see everywhere: childhood hunger. The sad truth is that 17 million kids struggle with it. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers up surplus food and gets it to hungry kids. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. A couple segments left to go here on a Wednesday night on Westwood One Sports. We're going to do show regular here in the final hour, a little hot or cold to keep things rolling on. Our producer, Brandon Combs, has come up with a couple of topics that Gabe and I will say if we're hot or if we are cold on said topics. So, Brandon, without further ado, what are some of the topics we have tonight for hot or cold?
All right, we're going to start right in the NFL, and we're going to start with those Green Bay Packers, Gabe. The Green Bay Packers will draft Jordan Love's replacement after this season. Hot or cold, Gabe?
And I just want to remember this hot take because I agree with it. cold take is I disagree with it, right?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
I'm going to say his replacement, that's a cold take. Or will they draft a quarterback? Sure, I could see that, where they would want to get someone there, and obviously have Tyrod Taylor supplanting Malik Willis in the present. But I'm sure they're thinking to themselves, we can get journeyman quarterbacks, or we can find someone that at least can, learn the offense, and maybe we can coach them into that position. So yeah, but in terms of wasting, and I would say it would be a waste if they did that. Similar to how I guess it wasn't a waste and they did it to Aaron Rodgers, but similarly, like you would want to continue to build a team around Jordan Love, as opposed to thinking that you're going to find something significantly better. Because that's ultimately what you would want if you're the Packers, is to replace him with somebody that's significantly better. And I don't know if you'd be able to find that at that point.
Yeah, I'm with Gabe here. I think it's cold. I think the Packers could draft a quarterback next year for sure, maybe in like the 4th, 5th, 6th round, somewhere in that range. But to do that in the first round when you still got Love for 2 more years under the contract, I understand Green Bay, like Gabe was saying, did this with Aaron Rodgers when they drafted Jordan Love, and it was a bit of a surprise. But they need, more help on that offense. They could upgrade their offensive line. We'll see how the receiving core performs this year, but they could maybe use more draft capital on that position. They love drafting defensive players in the first round, so maybe they try to bolster one of their position groups on that end. But I just don't see it. I could see them maybe moving off of Jordan Love after the contract's over if he has a disappointing next couple of years, but drafting his replacement next year, I can't get there. I think that's cold.
I just think it makes the most sense when you're looking at a quarterback whose contract is up at the end of 2028. And when you're looking at a quarterback who you watch the Green Bay Packers, and when you watch them, people are like, oh, they don't unleash Jordan Love. They run the ball too much. They don't do it. It feels like Matt LaFleur does not trust Jordan Love to not make big mistakes in the 4th quarter. He doesn't trust him to not throw the interception that's going to cost them the game. And I do think with as deep as this draft class is, this quarterback draft class is extremely deep. We talked to Pete Futak yesterday. He was saying it's 15 quarterbacks deep. That's how deep this draft class is. I just think, and it might not be in the first round. It might be in the second round. I think they're going to take one of these guys. It might be a CJ Carr type. It might be one of these guys who you don't see coming yet. Might be the kid out of Wisconsin. Might be the kid out of Minnesota that Pete was talking about. I couldn't even tell you his name. But I think they're going to draft Jordan Love's replacement, and I think they're going to start the process. And I don't think Jordan Love is getting extended past 2028, short of if he wins a Super Bowl, it'd be a different story. I don't think that's happening for Jordan Love. I don't think that's happening for the Green Bay Packers, and I think they're going to move on from him.
All right. You will say.
The Minnesota Vikings will win the NFC North this season. PJ, hot or cold?
Talking about Minnesota with Gabe, I know you feel like they're a sleeper as well in this division, Brandon. I could see it. Like, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's I think it could be worth placing some money on Minnesota to win the division. I do think it ends up being Detroit, though, because I just do think that schedule's easy, man. I really do. Like, I think Detroit's looking at 11 wins this year. And while Chicago could maybe post 12 or 13, or maybe Minnesota could even do it. We talked about Green Bay. I don't think they can do it. I just kind of think they're either like 8 or 10 win kind of team. But I think Minnesota could have that upside again. We saw do it with Sam Darnold not too long ago. So they could win that division. I'll say cold. I'll still go with the Lions. But I think Minnesota's intriguing, man. I think that Kyler Murray and KOC marriage could be a pretty good one.
There's a world where the Detroit Lions do not win a divisional game this upcoming season. There's a world that exists where the Packers actually figure out their offense and are outscoring teams, where the Bears assume in dominance over the Lions with whatever they're supposed to be doing in terms of getting better with their coaching and their offense. And where the Minnesota Vikings because they do have a good defense and they do have Kyler Murray now under center, win their games as well. Like, so there is a world. Is it likely? Maybe not. You can make the argument. Easy one, for sure. But there is a world in which they don't do that. And so when I look at the Minnesota Vikings, I mean, this is a team, let's not forget, with Sam Darnold, they felt that they were good enough to let him walk. And they thought that the QB position was so manageable that they let J.J. McCarthy take the reins. And so when you put a guy like Kyler Murray there, I don't think Kyler Murray's a world beater. I don't think he makes the greatest decisions. But, we talked about it with a lot of players. There's growth that needs to happen. And when you're put in listen, we saw what happened with Daniel Jones. Like, we see what happens when people come across, couldn't do it with J.J. McCarthy, but saw it with it when you have professional quarterbacks come across KLC. And I think Kyler Murray, what KLC's going to do differently is KLC's going to look at Kyler Murray and be like, oh, okay, I know what to do here, right? As opposed to being like, this is my offense, like Jonathan Gannon might have done, right? I'm going to make you do what I want you to do. Trust me, you can do this. No, the KLC's going to be like, I might need to run some more, RPOs with Kyler Murray. But he's going to get the most out of it. And they have a solid running back. Obviously, the offense is good. We already talked about what they can do. They themselves, when you're talking about schedules, have one as well where, maybe their variance is a little bit more, PJ Brandon. Maybe their variance is a little bit more. Maybe it could be like an 11 or a 7, right? And they talk about that in the NFL when they're doing schedules and rankings at the beginning of the season. Like, that could be their gap. So I think it's a hot take. I think it could happen. I think it's more likely that they win it than the Packers or the Lions. I think it's to be Bears, then the Vikings. I'm talking about who will win it. The Bears, then the Vikings, because I think if they do win it, there'll be like some crazy scenario. The Packers, because they'll just be the Packers, and then the Lions at the that'd be my last one.
Yeah, look, I think it's a 2-team race. I agree with you. I think it's either the Bears or the Vikings that are winning this division. And I've gone back and forth on the Vikings. I don't believe in the Packers and I don't believe in the Lions. But this Vikings team with Kevin O'Connell, look, last year with J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer making 2 starts, and then the corpse of Carson Wentz making 5 starts, they found a way to win 9 football games. I find it hard to believe that Kevin O'Connell is not going to be able to find a way to win 10 or 11 games with Kyler Murray. Like, the wide receiver core, as you said, world beaters. Those guys are difference makers. Those guys are money. You look at their running back, you look at their offensive line, they are pretty damn good. And they can get after the passer too on the defensive line with Minnesota. So this is the one team, I think, and I've gone back and forth on this over the last couple of weeks. This is the one team that I think can give the Bears fits in the NFC North. All right. The Rams will be a disappointment this season. Hot or cold, Gabe?
That is a freezing cold take. Ice cold like Caleb Williams. A disappointment. I mean, it depends on what your expectations are. If your expectations are Super Bowl or bust, then potentially. But if your expectations are to watch a team win double-digit games, have some exciting victories throughout a season, win a playoff game or 2, then that is not going to be disappointing for you. But yeah, no, I think overall, listen, the Rams made a fantastic run last year, right? When you simplify an offense, we talked about it a lot, right? We're leaning on Kyren Williams, leaning on the run game, leaning on Matthew Stafford to execute 3rd and short, taking chances when you find your opportunities. They figured that part out pretty well. And now when you add the defensive side, I mean, come on. It's like almost like the Dodgers. What's going on in California? What's going on with that water over there? They got something going on over there? What do you think, PJ?
I think the Rams will be a disappointment this season. I think it's hot because I think it is Super Bowl or bust. I mean, they're the big favorites to win it. And you trade for Trent McDuffie, you trade for Miles, like they are all in, baby. I mean, they are like, I think Ravens and Bills fans probably feel like at this point too, their seasons are kind of Super Bowl or bust, but they would be happy to get to the big game. Like the Rams are really the only team in the NFL truly that you can look at and you say anything short of winning a Super Bowl is a disappointment. Like I totally think that's fair with all the chips they're pushing into the middle of the table, all the moves they made this offseason. Like they are all in as all in can be. And because of that, I think it's a disappointment, man. I really do. So, yeah, there are a few teams in sports like the Dodgers, the Rams, OKC, San Antonio. Those four of the professional, the big four, I think jump out right away. If they don't win the title, it's a disappointment. So I'm going to say hot. I think it would be for the Rams.
Yeah, look, I think everybody's expecting Super Bowl for the Los Angeles Rams. But here's the thing. Look, this defense is going to be really good, and especially if they get Aaron Donald back. And if Aaron Donald's even 60% of what Aaron Donald used to be, he's still one of the best defensive players in the National Football League. I get all that. But you don't know what Puka Nacua you're going to get. Look, on the field, Puka Nacua is phenomenal. He's got a lot of off-the-field issues right now. And we don't know how, we don't even know if he's going to end up getting suspended. We don't know what's going to happen with Puka Nacua. Beyond that, you've got an aging Devontae Adams, and then you got Jordan Whittington as your number 3 wide receiver. Kyron Williams looks good most of the time. Sometimes he's meh. Behind him, you got Blake Corum. Hasn't been great in the NFL. But my biggest problem is you got Matthew Stafford getting older and older and older, and he's got a bad back. And I got to tell you, as a guy who's 45 that hurts to get out of bed, your bad back does not get better with age. And behind him, you've got Ty Simpson and Stetson Bennett. They are literally one injury to their quarterback away from being a football team that's going to be picking in the top 5 of the draft. This team is going to end up being a disappointment. I know people love this defense, and this defense might be otherworldly good. And if they stay completely healthy and Puka Nacua doesn't end up in prison or something else, this team could win a Super Bowl. But I just think in reality, when you start looking at injuries piling up, things you're playing in the NFL, you're going to get hit. You have a bad back, and you've got a quarterback who's turning 40. I think this is a recipe for disaster for the Los Angeles Rams because they did not get a legit backup for Matthew Stafford.
It's a good point. They're really relying on Stafford to stay healthy again this season and put up some big numbers for the Rams. All right, we're going to take a timeout here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, Brandon Combs, Westwood One Sports. We wrap up the show on the other side.
QB Caleb Williams is generating a ton of hype. Coach Ben Johnson, are you worried?
He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
Is it all too much too soon for the Madden cover star? Westwood One Sports.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Empower.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is the place to go. Save now on a huge selection of new or used Hyundais. As for Kevin Brammer, he's the sales director, and he is a wheeler dealer. And Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. So visit Bel Air Hyundai to see what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every Hyundai comes with my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. And Jones has over 2 million likes and reviews. And you too. You can be a satisfied customer at Bel Air Hyundai's part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. It's a real easy drive, so stop by and see them. And there's a Jones Junction tag frame waiting for you. Just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel, and tell them Vinny sent you.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Is radio the old-fashioned way? It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
The sports pulse of Baltimore. 105.7 The voice of the Fan.
Subscribe to the Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
DJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM Tonight. We're wrapping up the show. Westwood One Sports Night coming up after us from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Currently going on right now, Major League Baseball. Cardinals up 3-1 on the Yankees. Tigers and Mariners are scoreless in the fifth. Diamondbacks up 2-0 on the Padres in the bottom of the fourth in a pivotal game there in the NL wildcard standings. Earlier today in the MLB, Royals over the Twins 2-1. Brewers 4-2 over the Pirates. Braves 4-1 over the Marlins. Red Sox 4-0 over the White Sox. The Nats beat the Phillies in extras 10-4. Mets beat the Guardians 6-5 in extras. Reds 3-2 over the A's. Rays 4-0 over the Rockies. Rangers 6-0 over the Giants. Cubbies 7-6 over the Dodgers. And the Orioles a 5-2 winner over the Angels. That's what we got going on in Major League Baseball?
I need some Seattle Mariner action to happen. If we really want to have a great night today, gentlemen, we need Seattle to come through on the parlay that I have rolling right now. For those of you out there that are listening, that you hear all day long on BetMGM, don't parlay. Bah humbug. It's your money. You do what you want. If you love the parlays, I'm your guy. I'm sitting on a 1, 2, 3, 4-legger right now. And I'm just waiting for the Mariners to handle some business. And then I can go to sleep a happy man. And my kids can eat breakfast in the morning, PJ.
Gotta feed the kids. What's their go-to? Are you you're a cereal family, aren't you? They like the Frosted Flakes, the Cheerios, all that?
No, I can't get down. They get that once a week. You know, they'll pick their one day that they can get their cereal. But they're typically a pancakes and sausage. That's what they eat the majority of the time. The days is pancakes and sausage. We get these little mini, dollar pancakes, the little small one, size of a silver dollar. And we'll get a bunch of those. And so they eat that with that. Then I rotate. Lately, my one daughter didn't like eggs, which is made parenting extremely difficult. But then I introduced the shredded cheese into the eggs. And this is all within the last 2 weeks. And mind you, my daughter's 6, by the way. So I've just introduced the shredded cheese into the eggs, which I don't like. I don't like melted cheese. I don't like grilled cheese sandwiches, nor do I like melted cheese in my eggs. But I like cheese on my burger. Just follow me. And so I did it for my daughter. Now she's been eating it. Like today, she had it 2 days in a row. It's weird because she hasn't eaten it her whole life. So yeah, eggs, pancake sausage, and then once a week they'll get the cereal. Lucky Charms is their go-to, by the way. What do you have the most of in your cupboard there? I know you're a cereal guy. No kids?
I am a cereal guy.
Cereal guy.
I mix it up between cereal and oatmeal. Those are the two. I go back and forth. So I'm either like mini wheats usually or Honey Nut Cheerios for cereal. And then for oatmeal, like some brown cinnamon sugar for the most part is my.
All right, but let's be adults here, PJ, and talk. I'm talking about, 8, 9 o'clock at night when, I'm saying it's late night. I got Netflix on and you just want a bowl of cereal. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I got you. That would be probably Captain Crunch, I would say. Captain Crunch.
Okay. Now we're getting.
Ooh, man, that Captain Crunch do me dirty. That one or Cookie Crisp is another great one. I mean, Lucky Charms is solid too. Cookie Crisp, yeah.
I can crush and I've definitely done this. I'm ashamed to say it out loud, but I could definitely crush a box of cereal in a sitting. And I've definitely done that with apple cinnamon Cheerios and frosted Cheerios. I've definitely destroyed a whole box of those. The roof of my mouth was tore up afterwards, just like yours with Captain Crunch. But
oh man, the teeth were grinding. Absolutely, yeah. Apple cinnamon, interesting.
Apple
cinnamon. Are you an Apple Jacks guy?
Love Apple Jacks. Sign me up for the Apple Jacks. But I eat all cereals, you know what I'm saying? Corn Pops, I'm in there. Honey Smacks. My grandma used to make, she's Cuban, my longer story side. But she would do it was called trigo in Spanish. And it was like you would take the Honey Smacks, but the more bootleg version was the Popeye cereal. Okay, so the Popeye cereal looks like Honey Smacks, but without the intense amount of sugar. So you take that, so it's like a wheat. You put sugar in there with a banana and some milk. She would make that. That was fire. Now that was a drink that takes me back. Do
you ever throw any fruit in your cereal? Like, will you ever throw some banana in there, like blueberries, or you don't mess around with that?
My wife is half black, half white, and her white mom put, they do, and they put me onto the bananas in the cereal. I never did that growing up.
Good.
That wasn't my jam.
Yeah.
I don't know if we had excess bananas to just casually throw inside of our cereal, but it has to be the right cereal though. It has to be Frosted Flakes with some bananas. You can't just throw it into any cereal. What about you?
I agree. It depends on the type of cereal. I love throwing it in my oatmeal, to be honest with you. I think it goes great with oatmeal. So I like doing that.
Oatmeal is my jam. Frozen blueberries in the oatmeal is my jam.
Ooh, frozen blueberries, Gabe. That's a great call. What's your favorite kind of fruit?
That's a good one. I like a black plum.
A black plum. You could have given me 50 guesses. I don't ever know if I would have gone with the plum. What a pull that is. Mine, I think, is cantaloupe would be mine, I think.
Okay.
Love cantaloupe.
So when you see the orange and when you see the orange and the green and the fruit platter, you know exactly which one you're going towards.
Just give that to Peach over here. I'll take that one. Just leave that for me. Absolutely. Love cantaloupe, love blueberries, love watermelon. Yeah, man.
Blueberries and whipped cream is super underrated. People don't know how good that is.
Blueberries and whipped cream. Okay.
Bro.
Hey, this was awesome, man. It's great seeing you again.
Yes, it was.
Great doing a show.
Always.
A lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. We'll see you guys next time. I'll be back on Friday with Pete Futek. We'll see you then. But up next, you got Westwood One Sports Night, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. For Gabe Ramirez, I'm PJ Glasser. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Have a great rest of the night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster,